Welcome to Normal Eric Show. Host robnoerr, we're back. It's another night. What a great night. You ever just think about that? Man, we're alive, right? We got this community. We got family, friends, nature, electricity, internet, some sort of device that you're watching on. Truly, I'm blessed, and it's great to be here tonight. I'm happy to spend the evening with you all until the waning hours into the AM tomorrow. It should be fun. Now, my plan tonight was I was going to do a debate review. I thought I'd review this debate Destiny, and I started to watch some of it, and it looked like dog shit. Didn't look like there was much to review. So, thought instead we'd talk about some stories, and I wanted to open up an opportunity to allow anyone on the left to come in and have equal time as me to argue anything that they want. So let's see if we can chum anyone in. That'd be nice, right? Nothing like an argument. We'll take anything. But we do have stories to cover as well. Oh, next stiff today. I don't know what's going on. Slept poorly yesterday, but that's okay. Man. What's up, Ben? What's up, Squid, over there on Rumble? Good to see you all. So, we had a good call-in show today. I thoroughly enjoyed it, as always. Day shift's been killing it lately, I gotta say. So, balls in night shifts court tonight. See if we can reach our goal of $357. That'd be nice. Meanwhile, my wife's just going on about what Great British Baking Show. I saw she's a fan. It's not a bad show. Am I going to lead an invasion? My computer would shit the bed. So I'm in the process of talking to our friend Avarice about getting a new computer built and all of that good stuff. So, also, we'll bring up Avarice here after we do the serious part of the show today. I don't want to put it that way. The second half of the show is always serious as well. But Avarice and me have some exciting things to talk about. I think it's going to be cool regarding some projects that we're working on. What's my Rumble name? So that Rumble channel is just Normal America. J.W. Thorpe, $50 says, I beg your forgiveness. I haven't donated in a while. Please. No. Ask for forgiveness necessary. Thanks so much, man. Any donations are appreciated, but never feel guilty if you can't donate. Totally get it. But thank you so much. Naughty Germ, thank you as always, man. Thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. What is the best non-gaming laptop under $1,200 for homeschooling? A Switch 2? I don't know. I think one more year I might get my son like a Switch or something like that to play some games. But one more year. Right now we're into board games. So you guys are the best with the donos. You're the best with the support. Really, it makes all the difference in the world. There's nothing like having a job where you love coming to work. And every night, well, I can't say every night, 95% of the time I stream, I absolutely love it and thoroughly enjoy not just what I'm talking about, but also all of you. So it really is, truly I'm blessed, and it's all because of all of you. So thank you so much. So we'll stall here for a couple minutes, and then we'll get into this first story. We're going to talk about the Venezuelan boat bombings. But I want to routinely pause to remind anyone who's watching that's a lefty, Democrat, whatever, we haven't had some good call-ins for a while with disagreement. So I'll be sure to let them know that they'll have equal time. As long as they're not flipping out, screaming over me, they could actually, and abiding by terms of service. They can call me a piece of shit and all that good stuff. I don't care. But we could even set a timer up if people want. Oh. Imazu, $5 says, you're pretty cool playing Smash on my Wii while listening. I haven't played Smash in years and years. The last one I played was probably on the GameCube. But it was fun. Lavin, $5 says, who rocks harder and more festively, Trans-Siberian Orchestra or Mannheim Steamroller? Now listen, I'm biased, but I've seen Trans-Siberian in person, and it was a fantastic show. So I'm going to go with Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Now, am I correct that a lot of the people in Trans-Siberia were in the band Savatage back in the 80s? I think that's correct. Old Zris is going to call in. Oh, man. Look at this. Gizmo, great to hear from you, man. $10. Hope you're feeling good. Have your son keep playing board games. Next step, smartphone. Oh, no. Yeah, my wife's a big Trans-Siberian fan. We thought we were going to get tickets and go this year, but I don't know if my son would enjoy it yet. It might be a little too loud for him. But I think we're a year or two away from going to a show like that with him. Like a fun, like Christmas rock band. I probably banned them all. That's all right. They could still call in. Yeah, not old enough yet. It is definitely a glorious headache. Yeah. So, all right. We got 1 minute to go. Yeah, Savage, 100% correct, says Ben over in Rumble. About Savage, and the original lead singer John Olivia is the composer for Trans-Siberian Orchestra and did it after no longer carrying on the band after his brother died. Brother was the lead guitar. There you go. Yeah. Awesome band, too, from the 80s. So, how do I learn more about my views? Well, why don't I start with that? Just for you. We'll do a little rehash. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, once again, I'll share when no one asked. RN is kind of a shit time to build a PC right now. There's a huge shortage on RAM and prices reflect that. That sucks. But it might be worth it because I'm going to need a computer soon. Mine keeps getting worse and worse. I had to fire it up 3 fucking times today just to get it running. So if I could sum up my views as this, there's basically 3 parts to what makes me up politically. The first is and foremost that I consider myself a populist. By populist, I mean that I think that our institutions are corrupt, not just our political institutions, but cultural institutions that shape our country. This can include things like academia, the mainstream media, oligarchs or oligarch, not the right word, people in the corporate America, the tech field, people in the political world, etc. These institutions are corrupt and don't really care about the average people in this country. They basically want a globalist system where there are haves and have-nots, and the biggest impediment to that system is the middle and working class in the first world, particularly the United States. So they seek to erode national identity through corrupt means in order to ensure that they have a stranglehold on power. For me, ending that corruption is a precursor to having discussions on whether or not we should have more left-wing or right-wing policies. Reason for that would be, it doesn't matter if all of us agree that gay marriage is bad or that Medicare for all is good or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If our vote doesn't matter because it's ran by people that don't give a shit about what we think. For example, most people think we should have a secure border. Did not matter for 4 years because we have a corrupt system. Second part of me is someone who's libertarian adjacent, and I do believe in the principles of personal freedom. Third part of me is that I am Christian. So those 2 latter parts of me are always fighting, though the Christian part's winning out. But that's basically a gist of where my system is. Can you get a free government handout? Well, that's no good. One second. I got to do something here real quick. All right, next. Maximo, $10, thanks. Says, here's some cash from the new PC fund. King Griff without the requisite setup. So yeah, once I get the new PC, I will be able to do the TikTok invasions and stuff like that. Avarice will help set me up with like the technology that I need to do that, and then we'll work from there. So, like I said, Avarice is going to come on here again in a bit after we cover the news stories, about 2 to 2.5 hours. And then Avarice will come on. We get some exciting things to announce here coming up. So stay tuned for that. All right. Oh, one other thing. I'm going to play a song for you real quick to get the show starting. I got to do something.
This is the robnoerr Show. It's not the Nor Rob Show. This is my favorite show because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the robnoerr Show. This is the robnoerr Show. It's not the Nor Rob Show. This is my favorite show because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not your show. It's the robnoerr Show.
Hey! All right. Let's start with this. So, we're going to talk about this Venezuelan boat scandal. The Trump administration attacking the boats. Now, I'm going to rehash quickly some things that we talked about yesterday and the days before, just because I think it's important. First, I shouldn't even be talking about this because what this is another hoax by Democrats to distract from a news cycle that wasn't going their way, particularly Afghans that are killing and attacking U.S. service members, etc. The Epstein files thus far blowing up in their face. Basically, the fact that they have nothing productive to talk about other than to just make hoax after hoax up about the Trump administration. Secondly, I'm skeptical that I'm a fan of these policies of attacking these boats in the first place. And I certainly don't want to see us at war with Venezuela. Now, that's going to put me at odds with many people in my chat. I understand that. But I have seen our foreign policy lead to war after war after war, intervention after intervention after intervention that has been dog shit almost every time in my adult life. And until I see something that suggests otherwise, I'm going to continue to assume that that trend's going to continue. Now, I have no love for Maduro, and he probably largely is there because of efforts from U.S. intel agencies that have helped buttress him. Totally get it. However, I think there's ways to handle it that probably wouldn't involve a direct military incursion. As far as the boats themselves, if they are legitimately bringing drugs, and these are cartel members, I guess I have more of a propensity to think this is okay than randomly bombing American citizens in places like the Middle East, or bombing targets in Syria, etc. So when it comes to weighing this versus what I've seen other presidents do, I don't think it's as bad. If the story is as we're being told. If these are just sailors and things like that, then yeah, it's fucked up. As fucked up as, Biden's administration bombing children and calling them ISIS-K. Nonetheless, I leave open the idea of it not being a good thing that these bombings are occurring. However, this is sort of in line with general criticisms that I would have and that many people would have with the, quote, war on terror that's been going on since at least 9/11. Where this stands out for the Democrats is that they're calling this a war crime. I've talked about how there are things like this that probably occur all the time, and I'm tired of pretending when the Democrats want to selectively focus on something that this is the only time that it occurs. The difference here is people inside these institutions that don't like Trump because they see him as an outsider are going to clutch their pearls and act like this is something really bad. Do you really believe that there hasn't been a situation where there has been a drone strike, a military bombing, etc., on a target, and then there were people still surviving and a second strike hit them? Do you believe that hasn't occurred? If so, I got a bridge to sell you. And yet, here we see the Democrats make a story out of it, and so forth. Also, this story is breaking with the Washington Post and CNN in collaboration with Democrats that are basically wink, wink, nudge, nudge, telling soldiers not to follow orders. This is bad for two reasons. One, they're basically breaking a norm by telling soldiers, look, we're going to prosecute you when we come into power if you follow Trump's orders, not just with Venezuela, but also with ICE deportations, etc. Secondly, this will have the effect of causing soldiers to be afraid to carry out orders, even legitimate ones, and this could quite literally result in the death of U.S. service members because of it. All right, that about gets us caught up. Now, some things that I said about this individual story. If you look carefully at the Washington Post story and the CNN story, it actually didn't allege any wrongdoing by Hegseth at all. Basically, Hegseth ordered targets to be eliminated. Now, you might not like the language. Maybe he said, kill the target. He may have said that. That happens. You think that they didn't say that about bin Laden or when they're bombing ISIS, etc.? Now, what we're being told is a crime is if you wound a soldier and they're clinging to life and then you intentionally kill them. Now, as I talked about yesterday, it's a little different if this is in hand-to-hand combat. Someone's begging for their life, throws their gun down, is bleeding out, and you're standing there as a soldier and you decide to execute them, versus that you have a drone or you have an airplane and you're doing bombing strikes on something. So here's what we didn't have from the story. We didn't have evidence that there were people that were completely wounded and clinging to life, that the ship was destroyed beyond repair, that it couldn't function still. And we'll get to all that in a minute. But the part I said that was glaring was, one, this is the easy part to see, that this is from anonymous sources, again. And then second, and this is the part that I think is the most important, it didn't allege Hegseth did anything. It's not a crime, a war crime, whether it be international or domestic, for him to say, take out this target, kill the target. What it said was Hegseth issued that order, then there was a bombing run. People were clinging to the boat, and then there was a second bombing run. And what I said at the time was, does anyone reasonably think that Pete Hegseth's like sitting there watching this live, sees the boat get partially blown up, it's like smoking a cigarette or something, goes, look, there's people clinging to the boat. Kill them! Bomb them and kill them! Does anyone believe that's what happened? Because that's what the Democrats are leading you to believe. If you look at all the talking heads on social media, on the mainstream media, Democrat politicians, that's what they'd have you believe. They'd have you believe that Hegseth personally saw people clinging to the boat and were like, yes, now kill them. As opposed to Hegseth said, kill these terrorists, kill these cartel members, kill this target, eliminate this target. And then the people in charge of the mission bombed and then bombed again. In other words, that would mean that it's not Hegseth that ordered. It would be a different person entirely. It'd be the specific person that was in charge of this mission that gave the order to recommence a second attack. But that doesn't help their narrative because they need to go after Pete Hegseth. So, yeah, EOD says the OIC. So, they just pretended, and then if you read the story, it's like, wait a minute, the story doesn't say Hegseth saw survivors and ordered them to be attacked again. Doesn't say that at all. Okay, now we have a primer for a basic level of understanding of this. Since I talked about this, we had this that broke. And then there's two stories I want to read to you about this. Ryan Goodman puts, former U.S. military lawyers speak out. The former JAGS working group unanimously consider both the giving of and the execution of these orders, if true, to constitute war crimes, murder, or both. Statement on media reports of Pentagon no-quarter orders and Caribbean boat strikes. Now, this is going to be very similar to the 51 former intel agents that said that it reeked of Russia, a hoax, the Hunter Biden laptop that ended up being bullshit. So now you have former attorneys for JAG that are saying, oh my God, this is a war crime. Now remember, they're doing this while they know that Democrats are out there telling troops, you have to disobey orders that are illegal. Now they're saying, yes, this is blatantly a war crime. So let's see briefly what they say. Statement of former JAG working group on media reports of Pentagon no-quarter orders and Caribbean boat strikes. November 29th. Yesterday, the Washington Post and CNN reported the Secretary of Defense personally issued orders to kill everyone aboard a civilian vessel suspected of narco trafficking. The attacks on September 7, 2025, on a vessel carrying 11 civilians and allegedly an unknown quantity of drugs. First strike resulted in near total destruction of the vessel. However, 2 survivors were apparently observed via surveillance clinging to the wreckage, whereupon the commanding directing the operation ordered a second strike. The second strike killed both survivors. Again, even in their report, this doesn't say that Hegseth did anything wrong. The former JAGS working group unanimously considered both the giving and the execution of these orders, if true, to constitute war crimes, murder, or both. Our group was established February 2025 in response to the Secretary of Defense firing of the Army and Air Force Judge Advocates General and a systemic dismantling of the military's legal guardrails. In other words, people that hate Trump and the Trump administration. Had those guardrails been in place, we're confident they would have prevented these crimes. Really? Did they prevent the crimes when Biden's team bombed ISIS-K and it ended up just being a bunch of children and an ally of the United States? Nah, it didn't. Quote, if the U.S. military operation to interdict and destroy the suspected narco-trafficking vessels is a non-international armed conflict, as the Trump administration suggests, orders to kill everyone, which can reasonably be regarded as an order to give no quarter and to double-tap a target in order to kill survivors, are clearly illegal under international law. In short, they are war crimes. Absurd, and I'll get to in a reason in a second why that's the case. Imagine any sort of conflict, be it war, be it an attack on terrorism, or etc. And the order is given to eliminate all targets. It is implicit that that means within the scope of the law. That doesn't mean torture them. That doesn't mean while they're wounded in order to combat to kill them. Those sorts of orders given in a military context assume abiding the law. These sorts of orders are commonplace to eliminate all targets. Second, if the military operation is not an armed conflict of any kind, the orders to kill helpless civilians clinging to the wreckage of a vessel military would be subject everyone from the Secretary of Defense down to the individual pulled the trigger to prosecution under U.S. law for murder. We call upon Congress to investigate. We advise our fellow citizen that orders like described above are the kinds of patently illegal orders all military members have a duty to disobey. Since orders to kill survivors in an attack at sea are patently illegal, anyone who issues or follows such orders can be prosecuted for war crimes, murder, or both. You get the gist. Now again, these people would have you believe that there has never been, under the previous administrations, in any part of the war on terrorism, any sort of order that says eliminate these targets. That's what they would claim. Oh, that would constitute a war crime because eliminate implicitly means a double tap order. That if you wound them, then you have to take them out even while they're wounded. It's absurd. However, we see a response to this. And this is the best response I saw. This is from Dr. Brian Cox, who's an adjunct professor at Cornell Law, retired from the U.S. Army. He was a ranger. Now, this is a long post, but it's worth covering. In direct response to that JAG letter, he says, this is an entirely unconvincing and potentially dangerous legal analysis published by these former JAGs. For present purposes, let's ignore the fact that this working group is composed of completely anonymous former JAs. Now, that's the first red flag. If this is blatantly illegal, why are these JAG officers anonymous? Why not come out and publicly put their face to it? Why? Now, again, I want to remind you what'll happen once we found out that these orders weren't illegal. You know how with the 51 former intel officials, and as this happened and they were saying the Hunter Biden laptop looked like a Russia hoax, and everyone was parroting it, and now what do they all say? Oh, no, they never said it was a Russian hoax. They said it had the hallmarks of a Russian hoax. None of us ever took them at their word. We just said it looks like it could be a Russian hoax. We didn't assume that it was, which is bullshit. Same thing's going to be true here. What you'll see is all of these people will say, oh, no, they said if the orders were to kill everyone, implying sort of a no-quarter order and a double tap, that would be illegal. They didn't say that they absolutely knew. They just said if that was true. That's what they'll do. And so they'll say, no, they weren't putting their thumb on the scale. They were just saying if. Now we continue. So ignore the fact they're anonymous. Instead, here I'll focus on the most glaring deficiencies that you should consider when you're evaluating whether you are convinced by their completely anonymous claims. Below, I'll start with the decisive issue first and then catch a few other significant errors. Then the analysis will close by explaining why this completely anonymous publication is potentially dangerous. Not just the statement, but the popular trend of which it is part. Spoiler alert, it involves creating division and doubt in the U.S. military by falsely claiming orders are illegal and therefore do not need to be followed. Okay, let's start with the decisive flaw in this completely anonymous statement. Not once does it use or consider the term military objective. Now, this is going to be very important. Let me explain why here. When something is deemed a military objective, as he's going to explain, then the taking out of it is completely legitimate. If there are people around that objective, it doesn't mean that you can no longer take out the objective because people are there. Now, how do we know this to be true? How many times has there been an objective, a human objective, a facility objective, etc., that the U.S. military has bombed under every administration in my adult life that ended up resulting in innocent people being killed? Would we consider that a war crime? Was Obama prosecuted? Biden? Trump in the first administration? Clinton? W. Bush? No. Now, this is something I did not know about and hadn't thought about, but it makes sense. If the boat itself is a military objective, like let's assume instead of drugs, assume that it's biological material for a weapon of mass destruction. Take that out while it's on the ocean before it gets to the United States. And then the first attack hits but doesn't destroy the objective. Do you think the fact that someone's clinging to it would mean, well, never mind, now we can't destroy it? Of course not. Now, you might say, but this wasn't a WMD, it was drugs. Nonetheless, it still falls into the context of being a military objective. So he continues. Here's the most relevant provision of the statement on the topic. In essence, the Geneva Conventions and other long-standing international maritime laws prohibit U.S. forces from doing anything to survivors of a military attack that destroys the vessel or aircraft carrying them other than rescuing them. They certainly prohibit U.S. forces from killing them. Seems fairly reasonable at first glance, no? But What does it do to your assessment if you substitute the word disables for destroys? Because that's what the WAPO story claims, also from completely anonymous sources. Here's the quote from the article. Admiral Mitch Bradley reportedly directed a follow-up attack since the survivors were still legitimate targets and because they could theoretically call other traffickers to retrieve them and their cargo. More about the survivors in a second. About the boat. The facts as reported indicate it wasn't destroyed in the initial attack, but was rather disabled. This means that these anonymous former JAGs have mischaracterized the status of the boat. And this completely flips the conclusion regarding to the order. More about that later too. Was lawful. Here's why. If the boat was destroyed, there would be nothing serviceable left of it. But if it's disabled, that is, if the decision maker believed it could still be used to call other narco traffickers to retrieve their cargo, the boat still qualifies as a military objective. And military objectives can be intentionally attacked. In other words, if the boat wasn't completely destroyed, and if the person calling the shots in charge, in this case Bradley, thought, oh shit, they're going to be able to get back on the boat, the drugs are still salvageable, they'll be able to call someone to come retrieve them, then it wasn't destroyed and merely disabled. And a disabled target is still a legitimate target. That's the point that he's making. That begs the question. What is the definition of a military objective? I'm glad you asked, because the Department of War doctrine aligns perfectly with the widely recognized conventional definition established in a treaty the U.S. hasn't ratified. That is, a military objective is, quote, any object which by its nature, location, purpose, or use make an effective contribution to military action and whose total or partial destruction, capture, or neutralization in the circumstances ruling at the time offers a definite military advantage. This is sourced from the DoD Law of War Manual. So, does a destroyed boat meet that definition? Probably not. But what about a disabled boat? Well, if the commander does believe it could call for assistance and allowed to continue its mission, then it is, by definition, an object which by its use makes it an effective contribution. In short, according to the factual scenario reported in the Washington Post story, the boat still qualified as a military objective after the initial attack. Therefore, a second strike was not a war crime. Now, if you read the statement very closely, guess how many times you see the term military objective in the JAG memo? None. And do you think there's a provision of the Geneva Conventions and other long-standing international maritime law that prohibits U.S. forces that would criminalize an attack directed against a military objective? That's right. No. Except maybe the OALC proportionality rule, which I'll address below. There's so many other mistakes and inaccuracies in this statement that it would take quite a longer post to address them all. And to be honest, that was my plan when I first read the statement. Maybe I'll write up a comprehensive compendium of the errors and statements at some point, but unfortunately for now, it's late and I'm beat. So what follows here is just highlights. Hors de combat. Hors de combat means that they're out of commission. It's soldiers that can no longer fight. The statement correctly notes that attacks cannot be directed against persons who are hors de combat, which basically means they're out of the fight due to sickness, injuries, wounds, or detention. Because I'm just hitting the highlights here, I'm not going to split hairs regarding whether combatants and civilians taking direct part in hostilities qualify as hors de combat, and for the latter, under what conditions. In other words, maybe a terrorist doesn't qualify under these protections as a opposing military person would. But he's saying, forget that, let's just assume it won't operate as the same. Let's assume the civilian DPH, as the narco traffickers were designated by the State Department of War, can in fact so qualify when they're shipwrecked. Fine. Okay, fine. We could qualify them as they could potentially be hors de combat. Fine. And let's concede that passengers formerly on a boat, whatever their combatant status, that has been destroyed are incapacitated due to shipwreck and therefore are hors de combat. They're not shipwrecked if they're on a military objective. Their watercraft is still targetable, even if they themselves are completely incapacitated due to wounds from the first attack. Unlikely, since the commander believed they were capable of calling for reinforcements. In other words, even if they are hors de combat, if they are on a legitimate military objective, then that objective could still be bombed, even if that will result in the loss of life. For example, if there's a facility that is deemed a military objective, but in that facility there is a prisoner, it can still be attacked. If there is a person who is sick in a bed there, the objective itself can still be attacked. If the suspected narco traffickers are present on a military objective and they are unable to defend themselves due to injury wounds, let's go ahead and call them hors de combat for the sake of argument. They're still on a military objective. So the expected incidental damage of injuring, killing them, likely the latter, them in the second strike, would need to be assessed with the concrete and direct military advantage gained from completely destroying the boat. If the former expected incidental damage were excessive in relation to the latter anticipated military advantage, then the attack would violate the OLC proportionality rule. In other words, and judgment would have to be made is it worth taking out the people that can no longer be combatants for the strategic necessity of taking out the military objective itself? In this case, probably. In addition, it doesn't sound like these people were totally incapacitated if, even though they were wounded, they were capable of calling in reinforcements, which the Washington Post story claims was the case. Consider this. You're in a firefight. You wound someone. They can no longer walk. Their gun's 50 feet away from them, but they have their radio and they're about to call in an airstrike on you. Are you allowed to take them out? Or do you say, they're wounded? They themselves would no longer be an effective combatant. They don't even have a weapon. They're merely calling in reinforcements in a strike. Are you allowed to take them out? I would suggest yes. The answer would be, of course. So if they thought there was a legitimate effort or possibility that these people that were still on a not destroyed but disabled military objective could call in reinforcements to salvage the material on there that was the objective, then of course they would still be legitimate targets. He continues, and he guesses what else is missing from the analysts in the statement. That's right, whether the boat qualified as a military objective. As reported, it did, and if so, whether the two survivors were themselves incapacitated, and if so, whether the attack would still be lawful nonetheless pursuant to the LOAC proportionality rule. Next, no quarter. To be honest, I find this narrative to be completely bizarre. Yes, ordering subordinates to accept no quarter, that is, take no prisoners, is in of itself a war crime, even if the subordinates don't carry out the order. Fun fact, no quarter is the only order that in itself is a war crime. But it's simply bizarre that we even get this narrative from the Washington Post story as reported. Here's the relevant text. Quote, Defense Secretary Hegseth gave a spoken directive according to two people with direct knowledge of the operation. The order was to kill everyone, one of them said. So, the kill everybody order was apparently given before the operation. There's a timing issue that just doesn't add up regarding the no quarter claim. Let's say a commander ordered subordinates to kill everyone as they assault an enemy trench. That can and probably should be reasonably interpreted as an order to direct attacks against adversarial combatants or civilian DPH. If the subordinate encounters a fighter who is hors de combat, doesn't it seem likely that she will consider that, in accordance with their training, to be an exception to the order to, quote, kill everyone? If so, people claiming, as the statement does, that the order to kill everyone can reasonably be regarded as an order to give no quarter are wrong for at least two major reasons. First, they're substituting their own subjective understanding of the order for the commanders and or the subordinates. Context and interpretation matter, since an order to kill everyone may not be intended or received as a directive to give no quarter. Second, they're assuming this characterization of the order is verbatim as expressed by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. As the letter begins, the Secretary of Defense personally issued orders to kill everyone, emphasis added. But that's not necessarily consistent with what the Washington Post story said. Here's the pertinent quote directly from the news article again. Quote, the order was to kill everyone, one of them said. Is this anonymous source conveying an accurate and verbatim recollection of Hegseth's orders? That's what the anonymous former JAGs claim, and nearly every other media story or statement from sitting member of Congress treats it the same. But what if this anonymous source is paraphrasing or not presenting an accurate description of Secretary of War's orders? Does this change how we should all consider the supposed order to take no quarter? As Kurt Schlichter suggested in a tweet I reposted 2 down from this on my timeline, this is anonymous double hearsay. Is this really the standard by which we're going to denounce the sitting fucking Secretary of War of the United States of America as a war criminal? If that's enough for you, then it says a lot more about you than it does about Pete Hegseth. And that goes for this group of anonymous former JAs who posted this statement. Next, pending IHL. Okay, I was going to save this one for a later day, but international law nerd in me just can't. There's more to say about this later, but there's absolutely no such thing as a pending IHL. This statement makes this claim because the authors really badly want to apply the text of the additional protocols 2 in 77 to the 49 Geneva Conventions, even though the United States hasn't ratified this treaty, though they express that's now the time. In other words, this is a treaty that the United States hasn't ratified that they're trying to hold Hegseth party to. Can you imagine a judge advocate standing in front of a commander and giving advice that sounds something like this? Well, ma'am, if we'd ratified the AP2, then you would need to do this. And I really want us to ratify it. So even though we have it, my advice that you would have a legal obligation to take this action because the AP2 would require it if we did ratify the treaty. In other words, imagine that we ratify a treaty that says you can no longer use AR-15s in military combat. And so then a base is attacked and the weapons that are there to defend are AR-15s. The United States never ratified this treaty. So the defending leader of this facility is like, soldiers to arms, grab these weapons. And some lawyer goes, actually, I would have preferred that we did sign this treaty. So even though we didn't, you have to put those AR-15s down, because if we ever do decide the treaty, which I think we should, then this would be illegal. Do you get the stupidity of this claim? Bonkers, right? And yet that's exactly what these anonymous former JAs are telling our service members by citing a treaty we haven't yet and won't ratify. More about our service members when we get to the duty to not obey unlawful orders. Then we have armed conflict versus law enforcement. This statement presents an analysis in the alternative. If this is an armed conflict such that the LLC does apply, and another if it's not an armed conflict such that human rights laws apply. This is an interesting subject academically, but for operators, it's a moot point. DOS, Department of War, and Department of State has determined this is a non-international armed conflict, meaning for our operators, the OLAC applies. There's more to say on this subject at a later date, but for now I'll leave it here since the big takeaway here is the dangerous trend of constantly re-emphasizing unlawful orders doesn't need to be followed. Okay, so that's the substantive analysis of at least the highlights I'll address on this occasion. Let's turn to the unlawful orders issue to close out here. While it seems harmless and self-evident to continuously reiterate troops are only required to follow lawful orders, this innocuous reminder isn't all that's going on here. This constant reminder in popular public discourse is being coupled with commentary insisting senior civilian and or military leadership is routinely engaged in giving unlawful orders that don't need to be followed. One major problem with this current trend is that people who are advancing this narrative are essentially substituting their own judgment about what is lawful for that of the personnel who are actually advising in practice, who are actually making decisions and giving orders based on that advice. This has got to stop. To be perfectly blunt, this trend constitutes a clear and present threat to the national security interest of the United States of America. It's bad enough that a service member is going to get court-martialed for refusing to follow actual lawful orders. And, well, I read from a statement published by some anonymous former judge advocates that the order was unlawful will not be a legitimate defense. The national security risk is that troops are going to start questioning en masse what are actually lawful orders because they don't know any better. This can corrode good order and discipline in the ranks and result in missed opportunities on the battlefield, which can itself result in mission failure and or loss of life among our own troops. And this is exactly what I've been saying. It's going to result in our troops being killed because you're going to have combat situations where large portions of our troops are going to refuse to do things like go take that hill. Nope, I think that's unlawful. I think this whole conflict's unlawful, so I'm not going to go. And now all of a sudden, the order breaks down. Order being one of the most important things that you could have in military engagements. and it's going to result in the loss of lives of our troops. This entire popular trend is irresponsible and dangerous. Troops do not need a fucking reminder that they only need to have to follow lawful orders. That's drilled into our brains starting very early on in basic training, and it's part of the ethos and values we live every day by. The whole point of this reminder is to create doubt, to foster uncertainty, even to encourage dissent and sedition among the ranks, as thousands of outside voices keep claiming, without merit, that orders being issued are manifestly unlawful and therefore don't need to be obeyed. Enough. As the substantive analysis above indicates, these allegations of unlawful orders are based on a misrepresentation of the law that actually exists in doctrine. This is the version of the law that our service members are expected to follow, not the version published by a working group of anonymous former judge advocates. One person who is almost certainly involved in this project is Brenner Fissel, recently suggested I am shredding my reputation in real time for the entire academic community to see for challenging the commentary presented in this statement. As I indicated in response, and based on the points raised in the critical analysis above, they should be worried about shredding their own reputation. They should, at least, if they ever muster the intestinal fortitude required to step out from behind the cover of anonymity and take ownership for their erroneous legal analysis and seditious reminders regarding unlawful orders. Now I'll remind you of some lawful orders. Proceed to get those super chats in, and we'll read some before we get to the second portion of this story. Perry, thanks so much. $5 says, you and Everest might look into some pre-builds. The companies might have stock from before the shortages, so you could get better pricing. Perhaps. I'm sure me and Everest will talk about it at great length, but it's not a bad idea. AJC, $5 says, just thought I'd pop in before I go to bed. Day shift completed the goal. Hit the like and send super chats. I'll listen to this tomorrow. Night, fellows. Yeah, day shift completed the goal because AJC's a fucking Chad. That's why they did. So very generous of him. But it was basically all him. Thanks so much, AJC. And Bandit, $5 says, play Fat Electrician's Operation Praying Mantis proportional video. It's only a war crime the first time. Thank you. So be sure to get those super chats in. And we're going to get to the second part of this story. So here you have a technical legal analysis of what's going on. So let me dumb this down as best I can. If the boat itself is a target, then as long as it's not completely destroyed and there is a fear that the material on the boat that was a target is salvageable, then clearly a second strike is legitimate and not a war crime. If there are enemy combatants on there that they're worried will be able to call in to retrieve that material, then it is not a war crime to take out the target and then be someone that's on the target. These sorts of things occur all the time. The Secretary of War claiming kill everyone involved in these situations would be no different than if they said kill everyone at this ISIS facility. The Democrats claiming that this means to break the law and kill even wounded people is nonsensical. Cool Vic, rated. Thanks so much. Not to mention, this is hearsay. We have no idea what the actual order from Hegseth was. Now, I know if you're watching and you're a Democrat, you're like, this is some rando fucking right-wing lawyer from Cornell, professor from Cornell. Fuck him. Why would I trust him? Okay. Now, I haven't read this whole article, but I've read some key excerpts, so we'll get to read it together. Let's go to somewhere the Democrats would trust in. The New York Times. So they put this order out today, or this article out today. This was from December 1st at 9:36 p.m. It was updated. So about a half hour before I started the show. Let's read this and see what it has to say. Hegseth ordered a lethal attack, but not the killing of survivors, officials say. Amid talk of war crimes, the details and precise sequence of September 2nd attack on a boat in the Caribbean are facing intensifying scrutiny. Uh-oh! No, say it ain't so. Even the Trump-hating New York Times is coming out like, Hegseth didn't order the killing of survivors. No. Uh-oh! Oh boy! You mean to tell me the anonymous bullshit sources that basically didn't even say that Hegseth ordered the killing of survivors, that was interpreted by Democrats, former JAG officers, etc., to be a fucking war crime, turns out to be entirely bullshit? No! Now, what the Democrats were saying today is Karoline Leavitt, the press secretary, came out and was like, she didn't deny that there was a second attack. And then I saw the Democrats going, oh, snap! Oh, snap! That's it! They admitted there was a second attack. They threw Hegseth under the boat. Oh, no, that's it. Hegseth's going to prison. Yeah, there was a second attack. Nowhere does it say that second attack was intentionally designed to kill people that were on a destroyed boat or to combat, nor does it suggest that Pete Hegseth ordered that. Do you see how these hoaxes work, though? Don't worry, we'll read that article. Do you see how it works? They have a chain of things that were ordered. They attacked this boat. Then there was a second attack. There were survivors on it. The boat was already destroyed. Hegseth personally ordered the murder of them. Former JAG officers say, oh my goodness, this is a war crime. It's murder. Then one little thing at the beginning of that is confirmed. Oh, there was a second attack. Oh, that proves the whole thing must be true then. Well, no. Not at all. So, let's read the article. I promise I'll get to all super chats. The Trump administration on Monday defended the legality of the September 2nd attack on the boat in the Caribbean Sea, as calls grew in Congress to examine whether a follow-up missile strike that killed survivors amounted to a crime. The lethal attack was the first in President Trump's legally disputed campaign of killing people suspected of smuggling drugs at sea if they were combatants in a war. It started coming under intense bipartisan scrutiny in recent days amid questions about the decision to kill the initial survivors and what orders were issued by Secretary of Defense Hegseth. Actually, Secretary of War now. At the White House on Monday, Karoline Leavitt, the press secretary, read a statement that said Mr. Hegseth had authorized the special operation commander overseeing the attack, Administration Bradley, to conduct these kinetic strikes. She said that Admiral Bradley had worked well within his authority and the law directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and that the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. According to 5 officials, okay, the Washington Post and CNN had 2 anonymous officials. Now here we have 5 anonymous officials who spoke separately and on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive matter that is under investigation. Mr. Hegseth, the head of the September 2nd attack, ordered a strike that would kill the people on the boat and destroy the vessel and its purported cargo of drugs. But each official said Mr. Hegseth's directive did not specifically address what should happen if a first missile turned out to not fully accomplish all of those things. And the official said his order was not a response to surveillance footage showing that at least 2 people on the boat survived the first blast. Oh, shit. Wait, you mean that Hegseth didn't watch the footage and see people survived and say, kill those survivors? No. And I saw Enforced Ego said he predicted it. I predicted the same. The way that it was worded in the Washington Post article and the CNN article seemed like it would be no different than if it was like, Mr. Obama, we found bin Laden. Take out bin Laden and his entire cadre there. I order the execution of them all now. That doesn't mean, and if they surrender and if they're unarmed and if they're injured, kill them. But that's what we were led to believe. That's the big fucking story. That's the biggest story in the country right now. A bullshit hoax that if you looked at this, you could see like, wait a minute. Even the way that the Washington Post and CNN are claiming that this went down is bullshit. Again, I want you to remember those 51 former intel officials. Now, watch how it's covered now. We're talking about the Hunter Biden laptop story. They never said, every Democrat I talk to says this. Those former intel officials never said that it was a Russian hoax, the laptop. They said it had the hallmarks of a Russian hoax. So they want you to believe that no one was definitively saying back before the 2020 election when this story mattered, this is a Russian hoax. Bullshit. That's exactly what they were doing. Same thing here. Now they'll say, we never said that Pete Hegseth personally watched a video and saw survivors in order to strike. No one suggested that. That's not what we said. That's not what the article said. Bullshit. That's what they were implying and what they were criticizing. Same playbook. Continues. Admiral Bradley ordered the initial missile strike and then several follow-up strikes that killed the initial survivors and sank the disabled boat. As the operation unfolded, they said Mr. Hegseth did not give any further orders. The officials clarified the sequence of events amid the political and legal uproar that's followed the report in the Washington Post last week. Said that Admiral Bradley ordered the second strike to fulfill a directive by Hegseth to kill everyone. The reactions included questions about whether Mr. Hegseth specifically ordered an execution of shipwrecked sailors in violation of the laws of war. Speaking to reporters on Sunday night, Mr. Trump said that Mr. Hegseth had denied ordering a second strike to kill 2 people who were wounded but still alive after the first one, saying Pete said he did not order the death of those 2 men. Mr. Trump also sought to distance himself from the follow-up strike, saying he wouldn't have wanted that, not the second strike, although he said the first one was fine. He defended his broader policy of having the military use lethal force against people suspected of smuggling drugs. Starting with the September 2nd attack, his administration said it carried out 21 such strikes in the Caribbean Sea, killing 83 people. Mr. Hegseth called the Post reporting fabricated and inflammatory. As we said from the beginning, and in every statement, these highly effective strikes are specifically intended to be lethal kinetic strikes. In another social media statement on Monday morning, Mr. Hegseth said he stood by Admiral Bradley and what he called the Admiral's combat decisions in the strike. Admiral Mitch Bradley is an American hero, a true professional, and he 100% has my support. I stand by him in the combat decisions he's made on the September 2nd mission and all other sense. Senator Roger Wicker, Republican of Mississippi and chairman of the Armed Services Committee, said on Monday he had spoke with Hegseth and General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, about the strikes and that his committee would conduct a congressional investigation into the matter. Isn't that amazing? Republicans are on it. They can't investigate Democrats for shit, or if they do, they just write strongly worded letters. But boy, oh boy, they're going to investigate the Republican administration. Defense Secretary also spoke with Representative Mike Rogers of Alabama, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, according to a U.S. official. In interviews on Monday, 2 U.S. officials, both of whom were supportive of the administration boat strike, described a meeting before the attack at which Mr. Hegseth had briefed Special Operation Forces commanders to execute order to engage the boat with lethal force. That written order, they say, did not address what should happen if people survived the first strike. Several people familiar with the congressional effort said that lawmakers had asked to see a copy of the execute order and that the administration refused to turn it over. The 2 officials also said Mr. Hegseth made no oral directive at the meeting that went beyond the written order. The Post article did not provide context on when Mr. Hegseth gave what its sources described as a spoken order to kill everyone. So now the New York Times is reporting that sources are saying, actually, no, there was no spoken order to kill everyone. There was a lawful order in writing and no spoken order beyond that. The 2 officials questioned whether the surviving people were Admiral Bradley's intended targeted in the second strike, as opposed to the vessel. Sound familiar? Like what I just read from that other gentleman, the lawyer. The vessel was the target. They argued that the purported cargo remained a threat and a lawful military target because another cartel-associated boat may have came to retrieve it. One of the officials said the U.S. military intercepted radio communications from one of the survivors to what the official said were narco traffickers. Oh shit! They were calling their cartel buddies to come pick them up and to pick the cargo up. Uh-oh! Just like I said. If so, members of Congress could request those communications as part of its oversight investigation. The suggestion that Mr. Hegseth, Admiral Bradley are both targeted shipwreck survivors has been galvanizing because that would apparently be a war crime, even if one accepts the Trump administration's disputed argument for why its boat attacks have been lawful. Generally, a military can't deliberately attack civilians, even suspected criminals who do not pose an imminent threat. The administration's argued these strikes are nevertheless lawful because Mr. Trump is determined that the United States is in a formal armed conflict with drug cartels, even though Congress has not declared any such war. Mr. Trump is also determined that the crews of the boats are combatants. A still secret memo by the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel accepts Mr. Trump's determinations, according to people who have read it, adding it concluded that suspected shipments of drugs are lawful military targets to prevent cartels from using them to finance their war efforts. A broad range of legal experts reject the analysis, but even if this were an armed conflict, it's a war crime to kill enemies who are out of the fight. The category includes enemy fighters who have surrendered or defenseless and pose no threat. Members of the armed forces must refuse to comply with clearly illegal orders to commit law of war violations, said the Pentagon's Law of War Manual, adding, for example, orders to fire upon a shipwreck would be clearly illegal. It also says it's prohibited to conduct hostilities on the basis that there should be no survivors or threaten the adversary with denial of quarter, which means refusing to spare the life. Jeffrey Korn, who is the Army Senior Advisor of Law of War Issues, said he believed the entire attack was illegal because he rejects the administration's argument that the situation could be treated as an armed conflict. See? So we just don't like this in the first place. We don't like it. We don't like these attacks. Now, that argument wasn't flying with the American people. And so far, it hasn't flown with any judge. It hasn't made it to a court that said, yep, you can't do this. This is illegal. So they take it a step further. They create a hoax. Hegseth ordered to execute survivors. That's clearly illegal. Now, what they'll say is, well, nonetheless, even if that's not true, still the whole thing should be illegal. See the issue? Even if it were legal, he said that in order to specifically finish off shipwrecked survivors, whether or not Admiral Bradley believed he was carrying out Hegseth's instruction would be unambiguously criminal. Still, he said if Bradley's order was instead to finish destroying the vessel, even if people were clinging to it, that would be more complicated. In real naval armed conflict, he said, it's lawful to fire on a partly disabled enemy warship that's continuing to move or fire its guns, even if there are wounded sailors aboard or shipwrecked sailors clinging to it. But if a warship signals it's out of the fight by ceasing fire and lowering its colors, he said, then it becomes illegal to fire upon it. The problem with that, he said, is that speedboat was not a warship with guns. That's basically it. Oh, shit, right? Now, while you think about that, let's just see how Democrats felt about, I don't know, orders that bombed actual civilians in Afghanistan by the Biden administration that killed an American ally and his family. John Kirby?
How does it strike you that no one is held accountable? Because I know how it strikes a lot of people around the world that you can get away with murder and nobody's punished for it.
I do understand that. We appreciate that. Not everybody's going to support this decision. What I can tell you is we looked at this thing very, very comprehensively. And again, we acknowledge that there were procedural breakdowns. Processes were not executed the way they should have been. But it doesn't necessarily indicate that that an individual or individuals have to be held to account for that. But look,
is there discipline inside the Pentagon at all? I mean, maybe there are no charges brought up, but is anyone demoted or disciplined for what happened that day?
What we are going to do, there's not going to be individual discipline as a result of this, Willie. But what we are going to do is learn from this, and we're going to enact and improve our procedures and our processes to try to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Did we bomb those kids? We're sorry. Sorry. We're so sorry. We looked into it and decided that we're not going to punish ourselves. But, next time we'll try harder. Weird. I don't remember any of the Democrats. Not only were no one brought up in charges, there wasn't even discipline. There wasn't even discipline offered internally. General Milley called them righteous strikes. Before this New York Times article, we have someone I enjoy following, Shipwreck Crew, says, if Secretary Hegseth gave an illegal order, I presume the USMJ would require officers to report that in their chain of command. Someone involved in executing that order, if they believed it to be illegal, would have been obligated to resign and report what they know to Congress. We have none of that. We have anonymous sources making undocumented claims to reporters who have proven a willingness to parrot anti-Trump narratives. At some point, conservative commentators need to come to grips with the fact that because something appears in the Washington Post, New York Times, or Wall Street journals is a basis to be suspect of the veracity of what is reported. How many fucking hoaxes are we going to fall for? This runs contrary to their history and instinct, but the past 8-9 years have clearly established the contrarian thinking in response to anti-Trump media stories needs to be the default. It's not true until proven otherwise. Now, this is the biggest story in the country. All the left-wing commentators you see on social media are fucking, this is it, this is war crimes, you're going to prison, Pete Hegseth. Did not have shit to say when Obama ordered the execution of American citizens. Didn't have shit all to say about that. Didn't have shit to say when innocents were bombed under the Biden administration, including children, and we were told it was ISIS-K. How about this one? Secretary Hegseth's predecessor, Lloyd Austin, violated federal law when he mandated that COVID shots for all service members. Legally, Secretary of Defense could only mandate shots that had gone through the full FDA approval. Secretary of Defense Austin issued the mandate when there was no COVID shots on the market that were approved. They were all under emergency use authorization, which Secretary of Defense can't mandate. Only POTUS can. The FDA approved a Pfizer vaccine called Comirnaty to provide a justification to Austin, but this was a fictitious product. I worked with the whistleblowers in the military to gather and publish evidence that the military health system never endorsed or otherwise used the licensed commentary product. Instead, they used 2-dose Pfizer BioNTech mRNA shot that was under emergency use authorization. This constitutes deprivation of rights under color of law 18 U.S.C. 242. Because many deaths resulted from the consequence of this mandate, this is legally punishable by life in prison. Think we'll ever see charges? Nope. That's different. All right, I got other stories to cover, but let's read some super chats real quick. Unforced Ego, $50. Thank you so much, man. Says, you might not remember, Mr. Noor, but I super chat. I do remember this. On Saturday, I think, predicting this precise outcome. Washington Post was weasel worded to make people interpret it as saying things they weren't actually saying. Easy prediction that journals are misleading, though. It's exactly what happened. And remember, it is not a coincidence that at the same time you saw these Democratic senators going out there saying you can't follow unlawful orders. Then all of a sudden a story breaks, Hegseth ordered unlawful orders, and then it turns out to be bullshit. It's a coordination. I cannot stress this enough. The mainstream media is not holding truth to power. It is burying the truth for the powerful. They are merely propagandists for the establishment. That's it. Bandit, $5 says, if this is a war crime, then all ships not sunk on their first salvo are a war crime, as they couldn't effectively complete their task afterwards. Exactly. Bandit again, $2 says, all Democrats can eat, not Shinola. And then $2 more says, not one step back, and $2 more says, Vance Hegseth 2028. You're damn right. It won't matter. They'll just move on to the next hoax. And notice that part of the story is Republicans in Congress jumping all over themselves. We'll investigate this. We'll investigate this. Yes, we'll get to the bottom of this. It's all so tiresome. Same old bullshit. Same bullshit. So there you go. There's the big story of the week. There it is. Oh my gosh, war criminals. It won't matter. They'll just say, well, the attacks in general are crimes. So we'll just go right back to where we were in September. Them bitching that these attacks in general are war crimes. We'll see. Maybe a court will say. Maybe the Supreme Court eventually gets to them and they say, yeah, you can't do these sorts of attacks. Okay. Until that point, all bullshit. And the problem is, they're basically implying to service members to carry out these attacks because they, the Democrats, say they're illegal, that, hey, if you do that, we're going to prosecute you when we come into office. Thereby leading to the precedent of basically causing our military to question and not follow lawful orders that are given by the commander-in-chief. And it's not just going to be these attacks on Venezuela. This is also going to be the message to ICE agents. They don't like the policies that are being offered by Trump, so they're going to cause insubordination to make sure those policies aren't carried out. Bandit! Thanks so much. $2 says he's a ginger and it's his fault. Oh, perhaps. That's right. Democrats will prosecute. They're not feckless cowards like Republicans. Yeah, they will. They will. And they'll get away with it too. All right. Now, before we proceed with the next story, two things. One, is there anyone out there who's listening that would like to call in and argue with me? I'd be happy to do it. We did a call-in show this morning. There, I see a Red Lily. Would you like to call in, Red Lily? Just say yes. I'll put the link out there. Happy to talk to you. Absolutely. Or anyone else that's out there. Happy to do it. Just let me know. Secondly, before we move on to the next portion of the show, we got to get to roughly 75% of the dono goal. So let's see if we can accomplish that, and then we'll move on. Second part of the show, story I wanted to talk about. Some stuff about Biden's immigration policy. Where's the other thing? I have it. Where is it? Where is it? And then a little on fake electors. Sure, you could call in for free. Would you like to call in? Just let me know. We'll put the link out. Well, I haven't put the link yet, because what will happen is I'm going to put the link, and I'm going to get 17 people that are like, I'd like to call in and talk about other things. And we did a call-in show today. I'm just looking for people that want to argue with me. Am I open tomorrow? Tomorrow, I might be doing a completely different type of show. I am doing a call-in show from noon to 2:30 tomorrow. So you could call in then if you don't want to do it now. Anyways. Sniper's going to pretend. Do I ever argue religion? Not a lot. I did do a religious debate for Christian nationalism not long ago, but what are the rules? Whatever you want to talk about, we'll talk about. Yeah, you can swear. You just can't violate terms of service. So you can't be using racial or homophobic slurs. You can't be calling for violence. That's about it. And you can't just spurg out and scream over me the whole time. I'll put the link out. There you go, Lily. I promise to give you a fair amount of time. If we have to set a timer up and we each go 1 minute, then that's what we'll do. Steve says, do I think it's moral for the Trump administration to be handling suspected drug trafficker boats this way? Well, it's like I already talked about this earlier today. I have hesitation of this. I think it's probably more moral than alleged terrorists in Syria and other places that we bomb all the time. So on the grand scale of like the continual disappointment in our military under every president in my adult livelihood, yeah, I guess this is a thing. I guess if I had to pick, I would rather people that are literally alleged of doing things like trafficking narcotics, working for cartels, directly coming to the United States being bombed, as opposed to people in the Middle East being bombed. I guess I choose the former as being more acceptable, but ultimately I still have reservations about it. (2023) approximately 72,776 people died of fentanyl overdoses in the United States. So, while we wait to see if she wants to call in. All right, we got a caller. Remember, get your donos in. All right. Can you hear me, Red Lily?
Hi, I can hear you.
Okay. So, yeah, you
Sorry,
were saying.
I was just bad mouthing you to be funny, but I just wanted to see how you would react.
No,
But
so you think ICE? Were you being serious? You think ICE is immoral?
well, no, I don't think ICE is immoral. I think that the idea of just sending people away without due process is immoral.
Can you define what due process would be for someone in this country illegally?
Well, I would define due process as giving people proper court dates and actually not like having ICE be outside the court areas and like rounding people up, like spawn camping them, so to speak.
So would it be illegal? Would it be illegal? Let's say someone that has a warrant out for murder has a court date for a traffic ticket, and
a traffic ticket is like unrealistic. You get traffic tickets all the time.
But people hear me out
all the time.
But hear me out. But hear me out, right? Of course, it's not a felony. Let's say there's a person. Follow with me here, okay? Let me know if you're following me. There's a person that's wanted for murder, and authorities can't find them. This happens, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's say that there's a report that the enforcement or that the law enforcement looking for this person hears. This person actually has a court hearing today to fight a traffic ticket in a court in Los Angeles.
Well, but
would it be? Let me finish. Would it be immoral spawn camping for law enforcement to show up outside that court and arrest him for the murder charge?
For the murder charge, it would not be immoral,
okay,
but not for a parking ticket or rounding up the people like that. And it's just, I don't think, like, I don't know if that's like what's actually happening here, but I do have a problem with people like not reporting like the facts accurately, clearly.
Okay, fair enough. But let's take it one step at a time. It seemed to be that you had uniquely a problem with people that are illegal, that perhaps have deportation orders, etc., being picked up outside of court hearings that they have. That seemed to be what you had a problem, but you real quick.
No,
Please. Let's take it one step at a time, because what's going to happen, I feel like what happens in most of these conversations is you'll be like, well, this is something that I take umbrage with. And I'll be like, but really, is it? And you're like, I want to move on to something completely different. So let's just nip this in the bud. And then you could say, yeah, actually, I don't have a problem with that. You've already said when it comes to people that are accused of crimes, you don't have a problem with waiting outside a courthouse for another crime in order to pick them up. So you're saying now, you know what? If there's a lawful deportation order and ICE is waiting for them outside of a court to deport them, you don't have a problem with that? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I have a problem with it if there's a level of like morality here, okay? Like you can't just deport somebody for a traffic ticket, but you can deport somebody for murder or high crimes and misdemeanors.
So then the claim is it's not that you take it's not that you're upset with them waiting outside of courthouses, it's that you don't want people deported for the reasons that they're being deported.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a separate argument. Happy to talk about. I just wanted to get out because it seemed like your first argument was there's something immoral or possibly illegal about waiting outside courthouses to get people. So now that we've said that, okay, that's not the issue. The issue is you think that people that are here illegally should not be deported if they haven't committed a serious crime. Is that a fair characterization?
I think that it's in the United States' best interest, realistically, to actually give amnesty to people who aren't like criminals. And the reason for it is I think it's far more costly for the United States to mass deport all these people who some of them aren't even given proper process.
Okay, we'll get back to the due process argument.
But
let me ask you this, though. But let's stick on this argument. So your argument is that you want to give amnesty to every illegal who hasn't committed a serious crime. Is that a fair characterization?
Well, yeah.
Okay, and what if that's 20 million? You're still good with that? If there's 20 million of the people in that group?
Well, sure, and I'll tell you why. Because those people contribute to the economy by buying and selling and working. It's
okay. What about fair enough? What about the ones that don't work? What about the ones that cost us more than they put in? So if I could find an illegal who hasn't committed a serious crime, but they get some form of benefits that take more out of our taxation than they put in, you would be for deporting them?
But that's a state issue. And the thing is that...
Wait. How's that a state issue? Like, who's allowed in the country illegally is a federal issue, not a state issue.
Well, no, but what you're saying is with benefits like that,
it doesn't matter. If your argument is the reason that we shouldn't deport people is because they pay more into the system than they take out, and I say fair enough, but what about those that take more out than they put in?
But
should we
what
deport
I'm trying
them?
To explain to you is the access to those benefits, like, are through things like driver's licenses, right? And like,
well, there's all kinds of issues. It doesn't matter.
If you really specific to limit the access of those people to have benefits like that, then why don't you make it harder for, like, in that sense, make it harder for them to get benefits?
Okay, that's a separate question than what you suggested. It seemed that you were saying that your principle why it's okay to give amnesty to people that broke the law is because they are of net benefit. They pay more in than they take out, correct? That's what you said.
But they are.
Okay, but not all of them. There are certainly, even if it's only... Well, but, okay, then those that aren't. You concede there are those that take more out than they put in? You'll concede that?
If there are people that do that, there are American citizens that do that too.
Okay, that's irrelevant to the question.
But
you're saying, but listen... So for those, we're just trying to get a baseline of where the argumentation can move forward from. So it seemed to say, I think illegals should be given amnesty because they are beneficial. They pay more in than they take out. I say, okay, so then the ones that don't, the illegals that take more out than they put in, you would be for deporting them. And your answer is?
No.
Of course.
And the reason for that is it's a more complicated issue than that. You can't just mass deport people who have like cancer or are medically unable. It would be unethical.
Now, what you've done is, and this is oftentimes what happened, just be honest, you're happy with these illegals being here and want them to stay. You couch it in, and the reason I say that's because they're beneficial, but that's not true. You would say that even if they aren't beneficial, as you've just admitted here.
Well, would you be happy tearing apart people's families?
Yes, people that Okay. Do you think
No.
if someone commits some sort of crime, should they be thrown in jail if they have a family?
Well, hold on a minute there. If
Let's say I have a previous marriage and I have a child to a previous marriage and I owe back child support and I never pay it. Should I be taken to jail for non-payment of child support even though I have a current family now?
that's a completely separate issue.
No, it's not, because if you say yes, then you are breaking apart my family. Why? Why would you break apart the family?
We're talking about this is semantics here.
It's not semantics. It's quite the opposite. It's discussing the moral principle behind this. The truth is, anytime we arrest anyone and put them in jail or custody of some sort of way, we are, quote, breaking up a family. But you would never suggest that when it comes to people breaking laws that you don't like, that we shouldn't punish those people because it would, quote, break up families.
Well,
You've already admitted that you want the illegals. So of course you're going to say that about this issue. But we've already accepted as a society that it's perfectly reasonable to break up families if there are laws that are broken.
I'll concede that certain points of our system for immigration are broken, but I don't think like the entry points that we have aren't as good. Like people can come in on the visa and stay, and that's like an issue that is like.
But I feel like that's, again, I don't mind taking this conversation other place, perfectly reasonable, but that seems to be much different than where we were just talking, right? Well, there are parts of our immigration system that are broken. I agree. There are parts of it that I don't like. In fact, there's a lot of it I don't like, probably in the opposite direction of you. But nonetheless, the idea of, well, it's unethical for me, it seemed to be what you're implying, to want to deport people, including those that are a net drain on the system, because that would be, real quick, because you just conceded that even those that take more out of the system that put in, you would want to stay. And your rationale seemed to be, would I suggest deporting them and, quote, tearing apart families? Yes. Just so you would suggest putting someone in jail for non-payment of child support, even though that would tear up a family.
Why? Well, you were the one who suggested that.
Okay, so you would.
I'm trying to get back on topic here. But I'm trying.
That is the topic.
No,
that is the specific topic. Let's go through the chain of argument how we got here, right?
Well, no,
you seem to suggest the reason that we have to give amnesty to immigrants is they pay more in than they take out. I said okay, but not all of them. You're like, I agree, not all of them. I said okay, the ones that don't. Let me finish. I said let me finish. I said the ones. Let me finish, please, and then you'll have your chance to talk. I said the ones that don't then. Should we deport them? You said no, they too should be allowed to stay. I said, therefore your rationale isn't that we should keep these people because they're beneficial. Your rationale is we should keep them regardless because of some other principle. To which you retorted, but do you want to break up families? I said, yes. Just like you want to break up, let me finish, please. Just like you want to break up families, if you want people arrested for crimes that you believe that they should be legitimately arrested for. And you said, that's off topic, that's semantic. That's not on topic, that is directly addressing your points that you're making.
There are way more, like, this is a much more complicated issue than just that. You can't just bring it down to, like, that.
You did it.
No.
Yes, you distilled a complicated issue down to, but if you deport people for breaking the law, that will break up families. Right, you could make that argument about incarcerating anyone for any crime ever. That doesn't seem to be a good argument, is what I'm suggesting. So what I'm saying is, that's a bad argument. Try again.
All right. Well, look, if you really don't think that people are, like, I don't know how to talk to you, but you're just...
I don't know. Let me put it this way. If you think that we have somehow a moral obligation to allow illegals in this country and give them amnesty, even if they take more out of our system than they put in, that's sort of your argument, right?
No, it isn't. Because they do put more in.
No,
than they
that's
take
not
out.
true. We're talking about,
Well-
listen, we're right now only talking about the subset of illegals, which you agree exist, that take out more than they put in.
But that's a smaller subset than.
Let's say
what
that's
are
true.
here.
Let's say that's only 5 illegals in the entire country. Nonetheless, you said they should be allowed to stay.
Yes.
Okay.
If 100. Hold on. If 100 illegals, all right. If 100 illegals come in and they do a lot of work, and 5 illegals don't do a lot of work, if out of that percentage, let's just give you that number, then if it's just 5%, then or whatever, then and you're just gonna start looking up numbers or whatever. I don't give a fuck. But
What? Wait a minute. Let's take your example. Let's
now,
say
hold on. I'm not done finished. I'm not
Okay.
done talking.
Okay.
Yeah, you can fucking talk all you like, but I can't. So the way you're talking about it is like you're just trying to say that there are way more people that are coming in that are doing a lot of work here, and you're shitting on them, and it's disrespectful. And
It's
then people coming the very few people that do drain off the system, it's minuscule compared to the people that are here.
let's say that's
standing there spewing out your hate, and to all your little fans. It's sickening.
some of them are big. Some of them are big
Well,
fans.
yeah, they are pretty fucking
Okay.
big.
Yeah,
But,
I
you
like
know-
how. Let me ask you this: are you trans?
Well, that's irrelevant to your question.
I just
And you
am
wanna know
curious.
why?
I know the
Because-
answer though. I could tell because you're
And you
talking
wanna know
about
why you have
feelings a
to
lot.
Ask that question. It's
Why is
because
that?
you're a piece of fucking shit.
Is that it?
No.
Well, maybe before
And
I
let me
asked that
ask you
question,
something.
when you said about how evil I'm being and how my fans and this, that, and the other, you're the one who started with ad hom attacks before me, and I still haven't made an attack. I just asked if you were trans and said you seem to be focused on emotion a lot. That's why I brought it up. So
Well,
again,
I
you could
think
go with the insults. Now let's go to your example that you gave here. Let's say that what you seem to suggest there, it took you a while to get it out, but it seemed that you suggest this. It's unfair to point out that there are a small number, in your estimation, for the sake of argument, we'll concede this for now, there are a small number of illegals that actually take more out than they put in. And so therefore, to focus on them is somehow being hateful to the illegals that are actually putting more in than they're taking out. Let's assume that you're right. Hell, let's go and say for every 100 illegals that are actually working hard and putting more in taxes than they're taking out, there are 5. So for every 5 ones that take more out, there are 100 that are good. Why can't I say keep the 100 that are good and boot out the 5 that are taking more out? Why can't I say that? How is that bad to the 100 that are good? Do you have a response? Are you still there?
Oh, sorry, I hit my mic a little bit.
Okay.
It was
It's fair. No problem.
But I was just trying to explain that if you get rid of the 105, I mean if you get rid of all of them, right? Or the 5, the extra 5, right?
Correct.
You lose the chance for them to eventually, because they have a chance to eventually grow, and you don't know the government. Do you really trust the government? You're the kind of person that trusts. Do you trust the government that they'll take your guns away? Do you think they'll take your guns away? Well,
I think there are certainly people that advocate restricting our gun rights, of course.
well, do you really think that those same people or someone else will eventually try and that 5%, right? Are you really going to try and say that they're if
You're
I
making a
think-
practical. Let me see if I'm going to try to.
If you attack the 5%, right, out of the 100, you're attacking the rest. you have to
You're-
give everybody an equal chance.
You're like all over the place, right? So it seems that you're making two separate arguments here. One is, even if these people are taking more out of the system than they're putting in right now, they could theoretically in the future be better, so we should give them a chance. And secondly, that as a practical application, even if we authorize the government to only deport the ones that are taking more out than they're putting in, we don't trust that the government would be able to do that effectively. Is that fair enough? That's the two arguments you're making?
My two arguments.
Okay, let's start with the second argument first. It doesn't matter what the practical application would be for the sense of discussing the moralness, which is what you said. Your claim wasn't a legal claim, it was a moral claim. And your moral defense for why we should allow illegal immigrants to stay and give them amnesty is because they are beneficial to our system. So whether or not it could practically be applied, we're talking in a moral sense. Should these people be taken home? Even if we would say that, let me finish, even if we would say that the government could make mistakes, well, we accept that with anything that we have the government do, including any laws. Would you acknowledge that since you seem to have a healthy distrust of the government, that you were against the prosecution or incarceration of any January 6 people because they could have made mistakes? Of course not. My guess is that you were gung-ho. Go ahead.
I was against a little bit of that.
That's amazing. Please go.
Well, I think that there were some people that were peaceful, I'm sure, but I don't think that all of them were. Like some of the people that were like, there was an officer that was killed.
No, there wasn't. There wasn't.
Yeah, there was.
No, that's not true. Who was this officer that was killed by January 6 people? Brian Sicknick?
It was
Officer Brian Sicknick died of a stroke after this event that was not connected to the event. They looked at footage, they did tests on his body and did not find that anything that occurred on January 6th was responsible for him passing away of a stroke the following day. So no, that's not true. The only person that was killed that day was actually a Trump supporter named Ashley Babbitt that was shot and killed. There was no officers that were killed by anyone there January 6th.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just functionally, nonetheless, the point I'm trying to make is you wouldn't have suggested of not arresting any January 6 people because sometimes the government makes mistakes. You would say, well, of course, government could always make mistakes, but still, we say that the government should enforce the laws that are on the book. That's all I'm suggesting with illegal immigration. And you've yet to provide a defense other than point one that you made, which I'll get to in a second. So we acknowledge that it's sort of a poor argument to say, well, the government might not be able to find who these 5% that are taking more out than they're putting in is. That's not really a good argument. Let's assume hypothetically that they were able to find that group. Okay, should they be removed now?
Well, I think it would depend on it would depend on the circumstance.
Well, you already gave the argument for why no, right? You said no because they could become good in the future, right?
Well, yeah. Well, if they're good in the future, like if they're futurely employable, yeah.
Okay, let's real quick. I promise we'll get to that group. Let's assume they're not. Should they be deported? For whatever reason, they're not employable in the future. They're net trained. They're not going to get a job. We know that. Whatever. Maybe they have some sort of illness. Maybe they've just acknowledged, I refuse to ever get a job. Whatever it may be. Should that person be deported?
Well, do they have money?
No, because in this example, they're taking more out through benefits than they're putting in.
Well, that's a difficult question because the issue is that sometimes, our medical system is a joke, and I guess.
Well, think about it this way. Like, it seems to be what you're suggesting is, well, maybe they're taking more out because our medical system's so poor, so through no fault of their own, they have to pay a lot for medical expenses, and they end up getting some sort of, Medicaid or something like that. They're getting some sort of benefit. But that doesn't really help you because, again, that's still, regardless of what you think of the medical system, that's them taking more out in taxpayer money than they're putting in. So even if it's for a medical issue or whatever, would you say that that person should not be deported? You've already said yes. You don't think they should be deported. Okay.
If they're too much of a net drain. But, I do think that certain criminals, like dangerous criminals, should be deported. And I agree with that sentiment. It's just...
Are you hitting your mic? Is that what's going on?
See what?
Are you hitting your mic? I hear like a thud.
Tip tap. I'm tapping my mic to make sure it works.
Oh, it's working. You don't have to keep tapping it. Like
Yeah.
because it's affecting how much we could hear you, though. That's all I'm saying.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I
Well, yeah, but okay. So let's go with this. So part of your rationale here is, well, because they could do good things in the future. Okay. Given that, do you suggest we should have open borders then? Anyone who wants to come should be allowed, even if they're not trained, because hypothetically in the future they might be beneficial.
Well, I would suggest restricting our all these benefits. People having more restricted benefits just to citizens, if that were the case. I mean, if instead of having open borders, restrict benefits simply to citizens.
You know, believe it or not, this is actually an argument that libertarians make. So this is sort of Milton Friedman's argument. Milton Friedman basically says there should be no welfare system. None. No WIC, no Medicare, no Medicaid, none of that shit. No Social Security, none of it. But we should allow anyone who wants to come in and is willing to work for a living to come here. That's what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I'd suggest something like that, yes. But with welfare for citizens that are already here, natural, who've been here 30 years plus, maybe. Or either born here or who have been here for their entire lives.
So you're suggesting that you are eligible for those benefits if you were born here?
Yes. If you were born here, birthright citizenship should
So
be.
then you're still okay with the welfare system if you were born here?
Well, yeah, because I think that there should be a birthright system.
Okay, that's not workable, though, because the reason for this is what you've done is disincentivize people to work. Then, because people now could have a welfare system to stay home, then you need people to work, so you import people, right? And that's what's going on. The only way this works is if you completely get rid of, or almost, you strictly limit the welfare system. To say, no, we'll keep the welfare system as it is for people that were born in the country. Look, I agree with you at least on this. We should do more to limit how much immigrants get of this welfare system. That I agree with you. But let's say this is a discussion for another time, because would you agree with this? That ain't happening anytime near in our political system.
And that's a problem. But I do think that the issue with you're never going to get someone to vote for people to get less Social Security and whatnot.
Okay.
That's a big thing. Nobody's ever going to really vote
So
for that.
given that we accept that, now we're back to square one. So should we have open borders?
Well, I mean, we really can't. I mean,
we did. We basically did under Biden. I mean, it wasn't open borders in that there technically was a border, but they were leaving tens of millions of people in illegally.
Well, I mean, he was deporting a lot of people too.
It's not true. The numbers. It is the most striking number of people that were allowed in this country in history.
No,
it was an actual crisis.
Like a catch and release thing. I think that was that what he was doing. I don't really know about it, but what was the story?
Catch and release. They call turnaways at the border. They would consider those to be something that counted as a deportation, although that was clearly not the case.
Yeah.
So no, the point is the number. I could bring up the numbers if you want,
Sure.
but it's it's out of control.
That's fine.
It's out of control. The amount of people that was coming across illegally. I mean,
I do think the numbers are unsustainable, and it is a big issue. But
okay. Well, then, but then again, see, this is, I don't disagree with you there. You're saying things that are reasonable. Yes, we should limit these immigrants, the amount of sort of welfare systems they get. I agree with that. You're like, yes, the numbers aren't sustainable. I agree with that. The problem is, let me finish real quick. The problem is your prostration against deporting people was from a moral perspective. And so if you're saying it's immoral for someone that came in under Joe Biden 2 years ago for me to say, hey man, you got to go. How are you equally immoral for telling someone who's trying to get in right now, hey, sorry, you can't come in? Same sort of argument, right? So why am I immoral for wanting to deport this person, but you're not immoral for telling the current person trying to get in, no, you can't come in?
Well, I don't think that it's immoral to tell people not to come in. I think that we can tell people not to come in, but because that's what we should be able to tell people that they can't come in. We have that power.
So just to be clear, we have a law that says that you have to come in this way, and if you don't, it's illegal. But if people sneak in, then you say, well, now it's immoral for us to tell them, sorry, you broke the law, you have to go home. Incidentally, here's the numbers for you, if you could see that.
Oh, yeah.
So you see, Biden's only there for 4 years. We had 10.4 million people that came in under him. You see, Bush, you had 9.8 million, but that was under 8 years. Obama had 8. Trump only had 3 in his first term. Now, do you see the red here under Biden that's like through the roof?
Sure.
Compare that to Obama, that it's almost all blue. Because the light blue is lawful permanent residents, and those apply to be permanent residents. These would be someone that's like, you're an immigrant that's coming from a country like, wherever, Iraq, Syria, Japan, wherever, and you apply and get a green card.
It's really Jover.
What? Okay.
Jover.
Okay.
Biden.
Yeah, okay. Then you have INA, non-immigrants. These are people that are specifically for like H-1B visas, except work visas, student visas. Other foreign nationals are basically illegals. See the amount of illegals under Biden?
That's a lot.
Yes, not even close. So why, for example, if you see that chart, so let's say the huge amount of illegals that came in there in 2024, now it's 2025, they broke the law, they came in. Why is it immoral for me to say, you got to go home?
Wait, are you saying that they came in like between those specific years?
Yes, that chart right there shows the amount that were coming in each year. So, for example, if we just limit our discussion to illegals that came in here in 2024 and say, okay, you came here last year, you broke the law. You're saying it would have been absolutely moral to put security up at the border and say, you can't come in. But if they broke the law and snuck in last year, to now say, okay, you have to go home, you broke the law. You're saying that's somehow immoral. Why? What's the principle that makes what you're suggesting moral and what I'm suggesting immoral?
I think that there should be a cutoff at some point for certain people, at some point. There has to be a cutoff because, we can't, at some point, like maybe during, can you put up the chart?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, realistically, we would have to create some kind of chart, we already have a chart. But wouldn't you say that it'd be a good idea just to I don't know, make a line, a red line, hold on, right before the Trump administration, and then say that those guys on the left side get amnesty, the ones on the right.
No, because the problem is what you've done is then incentivize people to keep crossing into the border illegally, because they'll say, and this is what happened, we already tried this under Reagan, right? So there was amnesty that was put forth by Reagan and his administration, and what the Republicans and Reagan gave up was, look, we'll give up amnesty, and what they got in return was a secure border. And guess what happened? Well, they gave everyone amnesty, and then the border wasn't secure, and we just saw people flooding in over and over and over again. And that was exactly what will happen from this point forward. As long as we say, well, okay, those of you that broke the law and came in illegally, we'll say that you're allowed to stay, but no more. What will happen is the Democrats will continue to push every time they're in positions of authority to say, yep, let them in. And then when a Republican gets back in office, the Republican, if they ever have the balls, most of them won't, but if they do have the balls, someone like Trump to say, okay, man, you got to go home. People like you will say, leave these ones stay. And we promise we won't let any more in. And it's just a cycle that'll keep repeating over and over again.
Okay.
We see the results.
That makes sense. You know what? I agree with you. We can
Good. Deport them. Thank you. I'm glad you agree.
We can deport them.
Okay.
But,
now we're talking. Now we're moving in a positive direction.
Now
what? So we got ICE isn't immoral for deporting. What else did you want to talk about that you disagree with me about?
All right, fine. Actually, I have a few things. Sure, why not?
Okay.
I have plenty of time. Let's see.
A reminder to the audience, please get in super chats. I promise I'll read them all at the end of it.
All right. Let's see. We're not debating my existence. Okay, fine.
People want it. People want the trans debate. They want it.
Fine,
I'm willing to do it if that's what you want.
All right. Just don't be an asshole.
I'll try not.
Okay. Hmm.
Let me ask you this first. Like, if you don't mind, we don't have to talk about this, but you are trans. How old are you? You don't have to give me an exact age. But are you like in your 20s or are you in your 30s?
8.
28. Okay. So at what point did you know that you were trans?
12.
You knew you were trans at 12. Did you take any sort of
No.
hormone blockers or anything?
Not until I was like 19.
Okay. So once you were an adult. By the way, let me be clear. I support someone's right to access to that once they're an adult. What I have problems with is when they're a child. Did your parents, were they in your life and did they support you when you were 12 saying that you felt you were trans? Or did you not say anything to them?
I mean, it wasn't really. I mean, I kind of like brought it up once or twice, but then I didn't say anything because like family problems and stuff. But
okay, fair enough. We don't have to talk much about that. So I'm just trying to get a baseline because you hear these things. Like there are studies that suggest how likely a trans person is to go along with the full transition if their parents are more supportive of that decision. That's the only reason I'm asking.
they weren't really because like I actually got kicked out of my house for a while. And
Okay.
I'm like kind of in exile, I guess.
So then, is it fair to say this without getting into too many details?
Yeah.
Your relationship with your parents was strained regardless of the situation of you being trans. Is that fair?
It was strained at first, and then it got better.
Okay. Well, okay, good. You should
Yeah.
have a good relationship with your parents, so that hopefully it's better. That's good.
Right.
Well, did you took hormone blockers and things of that nature? Did you get any surgeries?
Yes.
You did. And are you fully transitioned at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel that transition helped you once you got the surgeries? And okay.
Yeah. I'm basically super.
Yeah.
Although I'm keeping my I'm keeping my thing closed because my camera closed because I'm not sharing.
That's
my-
fine. You don't have to show your camera at all. No problem. I don't have a problem with that. So, so do you think it would be a good idea for children under the age of 16 to be given hormone blockers?
Well, hormone blockers are harmless in terms. Well, yes, because I've done the research and the read the medical studies, and they're harmless at least until you have. What you have to understand is transitioning is a permanent decision, and it's a serious one. When you decide to do it, like to go through with it, it's permanent. So,
Right.
Well,
Well, hormone blockers, I disagree with you. I also have read medical literature, and I don't think that hormone blockers are harmless. Let me explain. Even without getting into side effects, which there are significant amounts.
Go ahead.
And not only that, we've seen countries that we're told have better healthcare systems than the United States that have basically banned these sort of hormone blockers for children for trans issues. You agree with that? Like the United Kingdom, I believe Sweden has done so.
No, I don't agree with the United Kingdom.
Or maybe Netherlands. Maybe
studies, because they are not very good.
I
But,
disagree. I think that those studies,
I disagree with you on that.
Well, that's fine. But let's see if we could agree on these statistics.
But I can agree with like studies on there are certain studies from Britannica and like among other medical MD things you should read. But
well, what happened was the United Kingdom actually did a comprehensive look at what is considered the best studies, and what they realized, even the studies that suggest hormone blockers are non-damaging and are beneficial, and they have very low confidence because many of these studies were things like surveys that people filled online, and so they didn't have a lot of scientific merit. So they said that there wasn't enough evidence to suggest that there weren't negative side effects or that there were positive benefits would outweigh them. But nonetheless, let's see if we can come to an agreement. We're going to disagree on the veracity of the studies. Would you agree with this? Do you know what WPATH is?
yes, I know what WPATH is.
Okay. So according to, like, I think 2 WPATHs ago was the last time I was reading this, I sort of looked at some statistics there. So before I get into the statistics, but you would trust WPATH as a source, correct?
WPATH 7?
I think I was probably looking at 5, but nonetheless, you trust the
Yeah.
organization is not some anti-trans organization.
Yeah,
They're
it's
very
a medical standard.
correct. Okay. And they're the whole point is that it's like it's promoting trans.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good.
Looking up WPATH 7.
Let me ask you this, and I promise we'll get back to this discussion, but this part of it's going to be important. Do you acknowledge that people that are trans have higher depression rates, suicidality rates, etc.?
I would recognize that because of the social. There are now, from as a person that is trans,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of it has to do with social outliers. Like the issue is, and it's got a lot to do with lack of support networks and individual people. Like, when people just transition, it's a huge, undertaking. So it's like a lot of people, when they transition, don't have the support networks that they need. And
Well, but not even that though. Let's be clear: the depression levels, mental health issues, suicidality, even the people that identify as trans but don't transition, their levels increase as well, right? For example,
Well-
if I say, let's assume I'm 14 and I say I'm trans, but my parents won't allow me to transition. Still, by calling myself trans and identifying as that, you would still say I'm trans, correct? Even though I didn't go through the surgeries or the medical procedures, correct? I'm still trans by identifying as such, correct?
well, I mean, that would depend on your well, yes, I mean,
Assume
But-
that I'm not saying that I'm trans to be a smartass. I legitimately feel that I'm trans, right?
well,
Even if I don't go through the surgery and I don't get the hormone blockers, I would still be qualified as trans, correct?
yes, but
Right.
if you're not being a smart ass and like
But I'm in this scenario.
the issue is that there. All right, so you have to be sure. It's not something that. It's like there's something called an egg in like the community where it's like. It's not like you have to be sure, and it's something people know.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. But
But
even
it's like-
still, we'll come back to the you have to
Like
be sure part.
it's like when you're gay or something, and like
Uh-huh.
and you're straight. It's like when you're gay, like
Mhm.
if you kiss a man or something, and you're not disgusted by it, or like you get attracted by kissing a guy, like you're yeah.
Okay, but listen, all I'm saying is even that person that's 14, trust me, we'll come back to all this.
Yeah.
Even that person that's 14, the mere fact that they identify as trans and that they are legitimately trans in your estimation increases their risk for suicidality, depression, and other mental health issues. The data is quite clear on this.
Well,
you
I would
agree with that, right?
associate that with societal factors.
I disagree. I think that the
I
evidence
do not
strongly
disagree
suggests
with
that it's not. If that was the case, then we would see levels decrease as society became more accepting, but we don't.
Well, society isn't more accepting.
That's not true at all.
Well, the issue is there are a lot of polarized factors.
Okay, so your argument is like, forget about right now. Like, let's say 3 years ago, was society more accepting to trans people than they were, say, 20 years ago?
Well, it's not just a matter of acceptance, actually. I would actually put it down as more of the hate is also more easily exposed. It's like trans people are sensitive. And I would think that
But wait a minute. If this is the case, then why do we see the numbers of people identifying as trans spiking? Because my argument is that it's a social contagion, right? That basically we are indoctrinating, particularly young people, into this mindset. That there are young people that have gone through things throughout all of history, questions with puberty, questions with identity, etc., and that almost every young person throughout history has grown out of that. And instead what we've done is said, oh, no, it's societally cool to be trans, and it's something that we should advocate for. It makes you different in a good way, etc., right? And that's why we see an explosion in trans people. But the argument that I always get is, no. The reason we see an explosion in trans trans people is that there were always this many people that were trans. It's just that they were afraid to talk about it because it wasn't societally acceptable. But now it's more societally acceptable, which is why we see the increase in numbers. Now, if you're saying that, let me real quick. So if you're saying that it is not more societally acceptable now and hasn't been for like the past decade, then how do you explain the mass increase in the number of people identifying as trans?
Well, I would say that it's complicated. People are complicated. I know, right? But now, hear me out.
But that's. I promise I will. But I just
a really difficult science. It's not just like you can't really people are so difficult. Like in terms of science and such, you can't really pin them all down. But what I'm trying to say is that with regards to that, I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think anyone can really be sure. But I mean,
I just think that it's erroneous to say, and almost all trans activists would say, of course, particularly maybe there's been a pushback in the past couple of years, but previous to this, like 2020, 2016 to 2020 and going forward, far more accepting societally of trans people than we were in, say, 1995. And you're like, no, okay, you accept that. Great.
I accept that because, of the laws, but...
Okay, but then why did we not see a decline in sort of the self-harm, etc., of trans people during that time? If it's really that they're doing it because of... No, but if people are more accepting today and we still see the rates are roughly the same of people that are committing self-harm, it seems to suggest that there's something more than just people are mean that's causing this.
In order for the accepting to happen, those trans people had to fight for that.
Nonetheless, but we would expect then the self-harm numbers to have decreased if it was all because society treated them like shit. As society treats them better, you would expect if that was the reason for the self-harm, that the self-harm would gradually de-escalate, but it doesn't. It seems to be that there's something more, that there are mental health issues that comes with being trans.
Well, I think that you'll find that the numbers will come, those numbers will come down gradually, but it's just going to take time. I mean, you have, people, I think we're being a little bit rushy and impatient with those numbers.
I disagree. I think the numbers are pretty clear, the data on it. But nonetheless, it's sort of a moot point. The reason that I'm bringing this up, right? Yeah. The reason that I'm bringing this up is as follows. Because if we look at the WPATH data, what it shows is something quite striking. It shows that if kids that identify as having gender identity disorder, right, those that are referred to clinics, what happens is that over 95% of them, and this is based on various studies, again, that's citing in WPATH, almost 95% of them that are never given a medical intervention end up not transitioning. They go back to their gender assigned at birth. This implies one of two things. Either one, that hormone blockers make it almost 100% or make it 95% likely that once you get on hormone blockers that you're never going to go back to your gender assigned at birth. But if you don't get on hormone blockers, well over 85 to 90% of kids do go back to their gender assigned at birth. So either one, these hormone blockers are causing that transition, or secondly, the doctors are remarkably successful in only this drug, because we can see case after case when they give drugs to children that they make fuck-ups all the time. But somehow when it comes to just these drugs, they're remarkably successful in only giving it to the, quote, real trans people. And I don't think that's likely. I think the far better explanation is if you have confusion about your gender and then you take a hormone blocker so you never go through puberty, that you never know that actually, had I just gone through puberty, I would be a man. Or if you're a biological female, had I just gone through puberty, I would be a woman. Instead, you never get that opportunity because you've artificially limited that, which means that you're more likely to give in to the societal pressure. So that in itself is a harm. And the reason I brought up the self-harm levels and the mental illnesses, etc. of trans people is because you're basically dooming these kids to a lifetime of being more susceptible to self-harm, more susceptible to mental health issues, etc. That's very bad, and that's not reversible. That's something that even WPATH admits happen. So even when you say, well, I look at studies that say that these aren't, that they are reversible and they don't cause harm, I disagree. Even WPATH says that this is a real harm that
Now,
happens.
which drugs are you talking about? Are you talking about which blockers?
Well, it
'Cause
talks about any sort of medical intervention. So ones that are
That's
given any sort of medical intervention in the forms of sort of mechanical like surgeries and
No.
or
mechanical
yes.
surgeries are the not the intervention I'm speaking of. So blockers that I'm talking about are reversible, completely safe.
That's not true because
Yeah,
again,
no, we're
WPATH
not
is taking
speaking-
the
We're not
WPATH.
speaking about the same thing.
That's
So,
not true.
let me-
We
yeah,
absolutely are.
hold on,
How many
hold on.
13-year-olds are
No,
getting
no,
the?
no. Let me explain. So the blockers that people are given are it's called spirolactone, and it's like 50 milligrams, and essentially it is it's I mean, like, if you're on it for a little bit, like, and you decide, okay, well, then this is the right one, then it's right for you, and it's completely, the effects are completely reversible for that.
2%. According to the De Vries study, which I've read, that came out in 2022, it's a Dutch clinic, said that of the children that are given spirolactone, 98% continue with treatment and end up transitioning. So this is exactly the type of thing that I'm telling you that WPATH says.
Well, yeah, because it's
0.5%. The U.S. Trans Youth Study from Turbinol in 2022 say 0.5% ends up transitioning back. The Kaiser study and from Green and all in 2022 say 8.3% transition back. The systemic review from Campus and all say that it's 1 to 7%. Right? The UK case study review in 2022, less than 5% detransition. So like this includes spirolactone in these. So yeah, you're absolutely wrong. Spirolactone isn't some magical one that, oh no. A huge amount of people that get put on spirolactone end up transitioning back. No, that's not what happens.
No, it's not about, like, that's not what I'm saying. What you're saying is, like, when you're saying about the effects, right, of, like, blockers.
I'm saying
blockers are, like, reversible. And
No. I'm saying they're not. Right? Here's what you're saying, right? Let me steelman your argument.
No, but hold on, you're not listening, because I'm the person who went through this, and
But we're talking about two different things, which is why I'm trying to explain my argument.
The effects of the medicine, well, in terms of the blockers, are reversible. Now,
but they're not, because you're not including psychological effects. That's my argument.
But
even if you're right that the physical effects are reversible, the psychological aren't. And I could prove that because 98% that get on it continue on with the transition. And over 90% that don't get on it do go back to their gender assigned at birth. So it's clear that these drugs aren't reversible when it comes to the mental proportion of it, because almost everyone that gets on these drugs continues forward with the transition. And almost everyone that doesn't get on the drugs goes back to their gender assigned at birth. So it's clear that something is happening with these drugs that's pushing people almost unanimously to continue on with transitioning. So no, it is not reversible in that sense. That's the argument that I'm making. Now, there are other issues about bone density and other things, but I don't even need to get into those arguments, right? So, I mean, so this is why it's a very bad idea.
You don't know what the effects of that blocker does. So, you don't... No.
Listen, right? If there's a drug out there, and this drug is designed to give me big muscles, it's like some sort of steroid, and 99% of people that take this drug go on to kill their wife, right? Would you say, well, but the effects on your muscles, if you stop taking it, are completely reversible? And you don't know what the effect... At some point, we have to say, we're seeing a pattern. Over 95% of people that take this have this outcome. And so I think it's fair to say, look, this drug is causing some sort of effect to get to this outcome. That's what we're talking about, these puberty blockers. Like, I think that if we see that almost every kid that says, hey, I have gender dysphoria, or I have, gender identity issues.
You're misapplying the statistics.
I don't. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I think you are.
Okay. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I think that
So there's two types of statistics I'm telling. I'll break them down in the two areas I'm talking. You tell me which one I'm wrong. One, almost all kids that are referred to a gender clinic, right, for some sort of gender dysphoria or trans. Let me finish. Almost all of them, if not given medications, revert back to their gender assigned at birth. Do you agree with that?
no.
That's absolutely true. WPATH says that as well.
Well, I'm going to look at WPATH 7 and prove you wrong.
Okay, but if I'm not wrong, will you admit that you're wrong then, and then that these blockers are dangerous and not reversible?
Well, I'm not going to admit that they're dangerous because they're not dangerous.
Well, of course they are. If they're causing people to transition when they elsewise wouldn't have.
All right, so I'm on WPATH 7, and where did you say that? Which document in particular?
I think it was 5.
For the standard
I'll see if I can find
care?
it. For the claim that the majority of kids, the overwhelming majority of kids that get some sort of diagnosis as trans that aren't given drugs revert back to their gender assigned at birth. You're saying that's not true?
Are you talking about the standards of care for WPATH 7? Or
Yes, I believe that was the document. I don't know if it's 7. I thought it was 5, nonetheless.
Hold on a minute.
Did I lose you? Yeah, I did. Sorry. Go ahead.
Let me see. I'm taking a look at it.
So the WPET one I looked at, I'm having difficulty finding it, but here's some of the numbers that I think they use. I remember the Singh study. Singh in 2012 says that 88% went back to their gender assigned at birth if they were not given any medical interventions. Other studies that I'm seeing are Drummond and al. 88% went back. Ristori and Stutzman 2006 said 60 to 90% if they're not giving drugs refer back. Stensma says 63%. Desisted. 60 to 88%. It seems to be the consensus range.
That study was from 1998.
Well, no, the studies I'm talking about, Singh's 2012.
Well, the fifth version. Is that what you're speaking of?
For true DSM-5 disorder referrals today, let's see.
Version 5 was released. You want version 8, which was
I don't know what version of the WPATH it was. I can't tell you specifically which one it was. But I am telling you that's the claim that they were making. The majority of kids that were not given any sort of medical
so it's the version number 5 that you're speaking of is.
But I don't know that it was version 5. I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is that. So what you want to read is what I recommend is you should follow WPATH 8. Read that.
Okay, what's it say? How many kids that aren't given any medical interventions that identify having gender issues transition fully if they're not given medical interventions? What percentage revert back versus that go fully? That's the issue. So tell me what WPATH 8 says.
Well, let's see. The publications of WPATH 8. I'm going to look into it for you. Okay. All right, so we got terminology. All right, yeah, here we go. So, you were talking about the hormone therapy. That's what we were talking about. So, all right, let me get to where you need to be. This is the most updated site. So we need to go here. And we need to go here. All right. Yep. Oh, okay. This is a lot of crap that I don't fully understand 100%, but we're going to find out and read it using my big brain. Right. This I haven't actually fully read yet.
Okay.
But we're gonna read it together, okay?
I'm just interested in the kids that are not given medical interventions. How many?
Yep. Okay. Cannot be minors. Okay. So yeah, it talks about that. I'm gonna just give you the link so that way it's easier for you to find.
Okay, but
yeah. So, do you see the link?
to WPATH 8, I'm looking at WPATH 8.
Yeah, but, I sent the link.
Okay, I already have that up. My question is, you're telling me that somewhere in here it says that almost everyone that's identified as being trans fully goes through with it, even if they're not given medical interventions.
Well,
that's the only question that I'm asking here.
Well, hold on a minute. Let's just go through it together here.
Okay.
So, I think people should have the freedom to do. My belief is that people should have the freedom to make the choice that they deserve with their care.
Well, that's fine for adults, but we understand that's not the case with children, correct?
Yes.
So then the issue that we're talking about specifically is hormone blockers for children. And so the way I fully concede that as an adult, if you want to take some sort of hormone blocker, as long as the doctor is being upfront with you about the potential risk, have at it. I don't have a problem with it. My issue is with children. And so when I bring that issue up, you're like, yeah, of course, because it's completely reversible. I'm saying that it's not. That almost everyone that's put on these blockers end up then transitioning. And if they're not put on the blockers, most of them, the studies seem to suggest,
here we go.
transition back.
Here's what you're looking for.
Okay.
Gender hormone therapy in youth.
What page are we looking at on WPATH 8 here?
So you're going to want to look at S112 to S113. Statement 12.4, statement 12.2. Look at statement 12 and
chapter 12, hormone therapy.
12. Yeah, just look through all that. You'll find the information that you just read the whole entire chapter. That'll give you all the information you'll need. And then next time we chat about it.
No. I disagree. I don't even think that it's as I'm skimming through this very fast. I can read pretty fast. I don't see that it has the levels that I'm asking for whatsoever. I understand that WPATH's going to say yes, it's a good thing to give hormone blockers to children.
Going to give you control studies. So
I again disagree. I understand that they're going to promote studies that they think suggest that children be given this. I'm saying that the values that they're putting on this are different. I'm looking specifically.
This has a lot of studies actually associated with it. This is a very real piece of scientific data.
Mm.
Like, it has a lot of references.
Again, like I could do the same thing. I could read for the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine. I could read 2020 UK National Institute for Health
this is a lot of
undertook 2
gynecology.
systemic evidence reviews of GnRH, known as puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, as treatments for gender dysphoric patients under 18. These reviews committed by the NHS in England as part of the Review in Gender Dysphoria Healthcare led by Dr. Hilary Case OBE. The reviews were published in March 2021. The review of the Agnosis puberty blockers makes for sobering reading. Its major finding is that the puberty blockers lead to little to no change in gender dysphoria, mental health, body image, or psychosocial functioning. In the few studies that did report change, the results could be attributable to bias or chance, or were deemed unreliable. The landmark Dutch study by De Vries et al. In 2011 was considered at high risk of bias and poor quality overall. The reviewers suggested that the findings of no change may in practice be clinically significant in view of the possibility of the study subjects' distress might otherwise have increased. The reviewers cautioned that all studies evaluated had results of very low certainty. The review of cross-sex hormones identified similar shortcomings in the quality of evidence. These latest 2 systemic reviews echo serious concerns about the quality of evidence, outlined Professor Carl Hennigan, the director of Oxford Center of Evidence-Based Medical Studies and the editor-in-chief. Similar concerns of the absence of quality studies in vital area were also noted by systemic review by Sweden and Finland in the last 18 months, which both banned puberty blockers for children. The 2 systemic reviews commissioned by the U.S.-based Endocrine Society in 2018 concur with the finding of the weak evidence base, stating that the findings of benefits of hormone interventions in terms of psychological functioning and overall quality of life comes from very low evidence. Despite this, the Endocrine Society instructed clinicians to proceed with gender dysphoric youths with hormone interventions in its guidelines. The low confidence in the balance of risk and benefits of hormone interventions calls for extreme caution when working with gender dysphoric youth, who are in the midst of developmentally appropriate phase of identity exploration and consolidation. The irreversible nature of these effects of cross hormones and the potential for puberty blockers to alter the natural course of identity formation should give pause to all clinicians. Studies consistently show that the vast majority of patients with childhood onset gender distress who are not treated with gender affirmative social transition or medical interventions grow up to be LGBT adults. In other words, they are gay, they're lesbian, but they don't trans. However, there's emerging evidence that socially transitioned and puberty suppressed children have much higher persistence of transgender identification. That's exactly the point I'm making. So the point is that most kids that have gender identity issues grow out of it. But once you put them on puberty blockers, even WPATH suggests that it's something like 98% go on with the transition. And what I'm saying is that that's tantamount to an irreversible decision. And you've already agreed that for adults, it's one thing. You should be able to make a choice, but not for children. So again, if I'm correct, and the data does seem to suggest that I am, why should we allow children to have these interventions? In fact, aren't you yourself proof that it's not necessary to force children onto these, that you can transition after you become an adult? It worked out for you, right?
I suppose. But I don't like the idea of the fact that I am privileged.
But how so? You're
With my
not
wealth.
privileged. Well, okay, with your wealth, fair enough. That's one thing.
I
But you're
mean,
not privileged.
I'm wealthy. I have education. Like I'm tempted to look at the comments on the.
Well, forget the comments in the chat. That's irrelevant. You're talking to me, right? Like, but the idea of your privilege, the idea of your privilege of wealth is one thing, right?
Here
But
we go. What's this?
What's up? The point I'm
That's what I'm looking for.
the point I'm trying to make is right. Your privilege aside, so maybe you could make a claim for certain people should be given subsidies or what.
Honest with you, I'm pretty tired.
All right, that's fine. We could end it. I'm just saying you haven't made a case for why your very existence and the very fact that you transitioned, right, seems to suggest that there's no problem transitioning once you become an adult. So why would we risk altering children for something that's of little to no benefit? The fact that they're able to transition once they become an adult if they so choose.
I don't really care.
What's that?
People can do whatever they want. I don't
But
care.
not children.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, whatever.
You agree with that, right? Like if a child, for example, wants a tattoo, would you allow them to get one?
If they're my kid, if they want to get a tattoo.
No.
As long as they make a really, as long as they decide and they commit.
So
They have
wait, how young would you allow your child to get a tattoo?
17.
Okay,
And-
that's a little different. What about a 13-year-old?
I'd let them get like a with one of those like
Like henna? Like that's not an actual tattoo?
not a real one, no.
Yeah,
But like
okay.
and that's fair. It's a compromise. You have to
Well-
be able to compromise.
But you understand that what we're suggesting is the idea of, just let people do what they want. Even you're admitting, well, no, I wouldn't allow a 13-year-old to dramatically alter their body with ink. I would give them a temporary tattoo or a henna tattoo that's not permanent.
I
Sure.
agree with that. Like,
Okay.
and that's a good compromise. Like,
But then when it comes to transitioning, if you're unwilling to allow a child to make the decision to alter their body with ink, why would you allow them to alter their body with medications? That's far more of a
well,
dramatic
I think that
alteration
really
of the
would come
body
down
than
to
a
the
tattoo.
parents. I mean, the parents would have to be like the people deciding at that point.
Okay, so if as a parent you decide to allow your kid to have a tattoo, should they?
Yeah, if I'm
No.
if it's my kid,
Okay, I almost don't want to ask this. Let's say that there's a parent of a 15-year-old, right? And they decide,
to get a tattoo on their face.
well, let's do something more serious than that. What if they decide to let them date a 22-year-old? Should that be okay?
that isn't okay.
Why not? So in
Because
other words,
it's like and it's pedophilia.
agreed. But so what we say there is, even if the parent wants to make a bad choice for the child, we don't allow it, correct?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Okay.
There are lines, and I think we share a lot of moral lines.
So then the point I'm trying to make, like, let's go back to the tattoo example. No, we shouldn't allow a parent that say, you know what, I'm okay with my kid getting a face tattoo at 13 because I've made the decision. We would still say no.
Yeah,
No. Right. So
Yeah,
then again,
obviously.
then back to the puberty blockers and the medical interventions. Why should we allow parents to make that decisions for children?
because parents own their children.
Then why not allow the parents to have tattoos for their children?
Well, we do.
We don't. There's no, we would not allow a parent to allow a 13-year-old kid to get a tattoo on their face and say, well, the parent said it's okay.
Yeah, unless the parent said it was okay, right?
Okay, so your argument is that the parent owns the child. So even if it's something that's a poor decision, such as getting a face tattoo, as long as the parent says it's okay, then we should allow that to occur.
Well, not all the time, obviously.
But why? That's the point. With the tattoo,
Because
you would
because
acknowledge, no, we shouldn't.
At some point, there is a line with like the law and stuff.
Well, of course, there is a line. We definitely allow. See, the idea that parents own their children, yes and no. I understand what you mean by it. You don't mean literally own. You mean that we trust that it should be up to parents and not the state to make medical decisions for their children. My point, though, is
Wait,
if
pets
there's,
are illegal for minors? I had no idea. I was just like bluffing.
I think the tattoos are illegal for minors. Yes,
I had no idea.
or maybe at 16 or something, but certainly it would be illegal for a tattoo artist. I believe it would be absolutely illegal for you to permanently tattoo like an 8-year-old. You as the
I had
artist,
no
it would be
idea.
illegal. Okay,
I've
but
never had
the
a tattoo
premise,
before.
you're acknowledging this. You're acknowledging that there is a level, despite the fact that we acknowledge that parents could make decisions for their child in certain things. There is a level where we say some things are such bad ideas, the most grotesque of which would be sexual relations, but there's certainly a bunch of other that aren't that grotesque that we would say those are so bad that we do not allow the parents to say, yes, my child can do this, right? For example, drugs. Or alcohol. We don't say that, hey, if a parent says my 12-year-old could drink whiskey, fuck it, go at it. We say, no, it doesn't matter. Just because the parent's allowed to make medical decisions and like dietary
Yeah, I'm
decisions
just
for children, they can't do
trolling
that.
you.
Given that, if it's true that these puberty blockers actually lead to almost everyone going through with the transition, and the vast majority of those kids wouldn't have gone through with the transition had they not been put in the puberty blockers, why should we not say that that's not legal? That we don't allow parents to do that, particularly when all of the way I view things, because it's the debate brain in me, because I debated in colleges, you weigh the pros and cons. So the cons of allowing this is the research is still out. There's conflicting research about how effective and how positive these sort of puberty blockers are. And there's conflicting research about how bad it is for people and how it's not physically reversible. And the evidence is overwhelming that it's not mentally reversible, that almost everyone that gets it ends up transitioning. So those are the harms. But what's the harms of not giving them the blockers? Well, you yourself prove it. Not much. You became an adult. You decided that you wanted to transition then. Great. No problem. But you shouldn't have been allowed to make that decision at 15. That's my issue. So why not just tell kids, wait until you're 18?
You know what? Well, I mean, I'm too tired for that to answer that question. But
Well,
like,
think about it then.
I don't really. I'm just tired.
It's fair enough.
I've been like, but to be honest with you, being passable like in society is like a huge issue.
So that's cosmetic then. So the earlier the interventions come, cosmetically you may look more possible. That's the argument.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a huge part of it.
But again, that's not going to help you very much because then the same argument, now we could take it to plastic surgery, right? So then
is a wall for a lot of people.
But that's, unfortunately, that's life even for people that aren't trans. I happen to not be the most attractive person. It is what it is, right? Like, and I understand that attractive levels can obviously have an effect on someone's psychology, their mental health.
Can I make somebody commit suicide?
What's that?
Somebody said they were going to commit suicide in the chat.
No, please don't even say that in the chat. And anyone that says that shit, don't be saying that. It's not. It's not joking about it, and it's not TOS friendly anyways. Point is, though, right, like, the idea that, well, purely for cosmetic reasons, because you'll be more attractive to what you want to present as when you're 13, so you should be allowed to take these dangerous drugs, that seems to be a bad standard. I mean, this same standard could justify, like, well, this is why I need to get on, like, mass amounts of, like, HGH when I'm 14, so that I could have the body I want when I'm 18, because that's very important to my self-worth, and I want to be fucking ripped. See the problem? That's it. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to show your face. It's fine. But I don't mind you. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is it's clear that you're possible to make these decisions with you're an adult, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Just like I would say with something like breast augmentation. I don't want fucking 16-year-olds getting breast implants. If you're 18 and you want to get the breast implant, more power to you. Again, the only caveat is, as long as the doctors that are giving you this are being as truthful as possible with what the ramifications are of this. As long as you, as an adult, accept, yes, I want to transition. I want to go through the surgeries. I don't have a problem with it. I think that it's a mistake myself, but you're an adult. You should be allowed to make those decisions. But what I have a problem with is that we are allowing these sort of things to occur with children. And I think that there is a movement in this country, and I think that some trans people, like, for example, Buck Angel, do you know who that is? Buck Angel is a female to male transition who looks like a fucking biker dude, right? Like, looks like a dude, right? Buck Angel talks about this a lot, that, like, although he now identifies as trans, right? He understands that there's sort of this social contagion aspect, particularly with children, where they're pressuring children into these sorts of things and thinks it's wrong. So, anyways, I'll let you go, though, if you like. It looks like you're muted now. But yeah, thanks for the call. Now listen, say what you will about trans ideology, whatever, and I certainly find it to be very, very, very bad thing, one of the most important things, but I do differentiate in this degree. If you're an adult and you want to go through this shit, go for it. Go for it. But don't force this shit on children. That's where I take umbrage. consumer. I totally get it. Yes. They want the people. The argument is this, if I could steel man the argument. Once you go through puberty, then you're never able to reverse the process of puberty. So therefore, we halt puberty while the child makes a decision whether or not they want to fully transition or not. So I try to be respectful if I'm talking to someone that I think's engaging, even though it got a little chippy there at the beginning when they were calling me fucking evil. But do you see how the conversation went? So before we got into the trans stuff, when we were talking specifically about the ICE stuff, how rare is it that I convinced someone that said that basically ICE was fucking horrible and I was evil and immoral to say, actually, I agree with you. We should deport people. How about that? How about it? And I think I was close. I think I was close. I think I was close to getting, you know what? Yeah, maybe kids shouldn't be given puberty blockers. Pretty fucking good, right? My Discord here, I'll put the link up. Let's see. Anyone wants to join my Discord, which I criminally underutilize, but here you go. So, listen, you pick and choose your battles. Obviously, I didn't go with everything that I have issue with, sort of trans community, etc. But I tried to, oftentimes what you try to do in these debates, conversations, etc., is you try to pick like sort of an inroad. Same with the deportation conversation. Okay, fine. You think the majority of illegals are beneficial economically to the country. Fine, great. Before we even get to that, let's talk about the ones that aren't. Once you get okay, you're right here. Then you keep incrementally moving forward. If you just start with the position of fuck all these people, they have to go home, every one of them, I don't give a fuck if they're good for the country or not, then you're less likely to be able to change someone's mind. All right, super chats. Tighten up. $10 says Dems are all about protecting civilians, unless they're young girls on a certain island. Sniper, thanks so much. $50. My goodness, thanks. Says I must pay my white male disabled army infantry tax-paying privileged duties. Oh yeah, for the whip. Tell me the Disney whip is worse than this, Ron. The real Robert Flowers. What is happening? Great to hear from you, man. $10 says Robert Flowers loves that this conversation goes the same as all the others. My feelings proven wrong. Cognitive dissonance attack. Steve's got to lay off the estrogen and buy a velvet suit. William Elliott, thanks so much. $10 says if this person doesn't have pink hair, I'll send another 10. Well, they didn't. They showed their hair that was black. How about that? Bandit, $5 says healthcare is a joke, but it rings hollow coming from that caller. Bandit, $2 says TLDR. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Yeah. Tighten up, $10 says, way to show patience, Rob. You just showed that if someone is willing to listen to logic, you can sway opinions. Thank you. I try. Airborne Animal, $5 says, should children be able to get tattooed? Oh, there we go. Many of them could be removed. Why not? Is it different? Yeah, agreed. Totally agree. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, this topic actually makes me sick to my stomach as I've been mentally ill enough to have identity issues before. This person's radioactive. Yeah, I thought it was a worthwhile conversation, and hopefully, look, I think it is an incredible victory if we could stop the social pressure on children and the medical interventions on children. If that's all I ever accomplish in my life when it comes to the trans debate, so be it. If an adult wants to transition, I don't know, that's fine, have at it. F it button, $10 says, realistically, if we like or reject it, no one gave a damn to stop adults from doing weird shit to themselves in private. The timeline of publicly influenced children promotion rejection is 1-to-1. Yeah, that's the issue. Totally agree. Airborne Animal, $5 says, when a leftist doesn't have the facts on their side, they just make them up. They pull must studies out of air. Yeah. Reverse Massage, $5 says, did his puberty blockers also deviate his septum? I don't know. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, I'm going to bow out for now. I can't listen to this twisted shit coming out of the guy anymore. I'll throw up. Well, gone now anyways. Reverse Massage, $5 says, Rob, make Win turn his damn camera. Kokomo, 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Airborne Animal, $5 says, I suppose, is a really telling statement. He's still very unhappy because the real issue, mental illness, hasn't been addressed, just covered up. That's my belief. My belief is that trans is a mental illness, and making the body look like the mental illness is not a solution, and it'll be hollow. And if you do transition, there's going to be immense pressure to continue to say that it's beneficial. We see what happens to the detransitioners and how they're treated. And so I oftentimes wonder for the people that swear how effective it's been for them. Maybe, but I'm very skeptical. William Elliott, $10 says, no pink hair. Here's your $10. Good arguments, Rob. Not one step back. Thank you. John GQ, $10 says, you would have gotten a concession if that person wasn't just tired. Maybe. Airborne Animal, $5 says, great job, Rob. He's on the fence with that last one, but he just couldn't admit it, at least in that moment. But the seeds were planted. I hope so. Listen, I got to be clear. I want to be totally honest. Totally. Right. I've worked with people with mental illnesses. I have people in my family with mental illnesses. Right. I don't treat someone like shit because they have a mental illness. Right. I have a deep loved one who had voices that they heard. I loved them. I wouldn't treat them like shit because they heard these voices. But I'm not going to believe the voices are real. You see the difference? So I could treat someone with respect, even if they're trans, even if they're in an ideology I disagree with, as long as it's being reciprocated. And I thought that after we got through some initial chippiness, it went fine. Reverse massage, $5 says, if micropene isn't an irreversible side effect, I don't know what is. Yeah? Eclipse, $50 gives us a go. Thank you so much, Eclipse. And the real Robert Flowers, thank you so much for becoming a member. Checking Rumble real quick. Thanks, we're offended. You're offended for the raid over on Rumble. Really appreciate it. All right. Avarice, I see you're busy. I see you're busy there. But it's going to bring you up. Now, we did almost 2 hours, 45 minutes. So me and Avarice have some things to talk about we were going to mention here on the channel. So Avarice, are you available to come up? I want to be clear that what
here, I'm going to throw me up. You weren't responding.
Well, yeah, I assumed you would if you wanted to come up. I didn't want to force you up if you didn't want.
No, I was actually what I was doing was I was uploading all the DebateCon photos into your DebateCon thread.
Yeah, no shit. Look at this. Yeah, there's a ton here.
Yeah. I've been so that way we can inspire more people to join.
Yeah, go
Discord.
to that. So there's a. Here, I'll show it. I don't think there's anything against terms of service here. So if you go to my Discord, which I put the invite out there, and then you go to the section under community that says DebateCon 6, you see that? And then you'll see all the photos. So feel free to go over there and you could check out under the community tab DebateCon 6. Good stuff. What we want to do is we're trying to do at least 2.5 hours of like my regular show, because I get it. I get that some people don't like the hilarious witty banner that us in the audience have. But I brought you up for this purpose to start with. I actually have to go to the restroom, and I assumed you and Chair wanted to have a conversation. So
Chair.
So I will be right back. You guys go ahead, chat it up. I'll be right back. So.
Is this dating episode 4? He's turning the chair. Oh, how dare. Chairs that doesn't even care. Chair's checked out for the conversation. Look at it. You can even hear an echo from me because the chair's so close. Oh, fantastic. Well, make sure to get those donos in. I wasn't allowed to click these during the serious portion, so I'm gonna click away. There we go. You can use PayPal, buy me a coffee, Cash App. He's still figuring out all the technology. So if there's something out there that we don't use, too bad.
All right. I did turn the chair there a little bit. All right. Let's see. Yeah. So we're still gonna go forward with the donos and stuff tonight, but we talked on the phone earlier today.
We did.
I think that you are going to be joining a project that I'm working on. So I didn't know if you wanted to talk about that a little.
That is. And so yesterday was in the air, right? We were talking about if or if not, if I'll be at Atlantic City with you for Word War. I had a meeting with the wonderful team and staff, and you will be officially be seeing me at Word War with robnoerr.
Yeah.
I have my projects with them now, and I am now subject to bringing this energy to the guests, and I look forward to meeting everybody for the first time or the second time. So this is fantastic.
It's great news. So I think that you're going to be working with us. Old Joe says, what role will Avarice be playing? First off, hype man, like definitely getting the energy up there. I don't know. Are you at liberty to talk about what else you'll be doing?
Well, I'll just be working in what the sphere of which I work on, which is like websites and design and things like that. So, and like just putting, the footage together at the end. So,
yes. Shit that I know nothing about, but it's gonna be exciting. We're very excited that we're both going to be working on the project together. So yeah, so great news, and we can say this that we won't announce anything now, but I think that both of us. I have a meeting tomorrow. I think it's getting extremely close to announcing who the card's going to be. Is that fair, based on the discussion you were having?
Yeah, I think we're all excited. We're all pretty pumped up for it. It's I think it's something that I'm really excited that I get to be a part of, because you don't really get an opportunity to really see a lot of great minds working together, and also I get a chance to work with my friend, which is awesome.
Hell yeah! I can't wait. It's gonna be great. Look at this, Silent Fair, 50 memberships, unbelievable.
Silent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Much
Silent.
appreciated, Silent man. And then F it button $5 says, thank God. I thought Chair was mad at us for a moment. I can't handle a lot of shit, but not chair rejection, of course.
Yeah,
Thank you,
chair
Cosmo.
rejection
Thank
is
you,
the
Silent
worst
man.
rejection.
50 donos. That's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, silent rejection is the worst rejection.
That's
for
right.
Sure.
But yeah, so I'm going to put the link out there. Again, all updates will be available on Word War Debates social media. So please follow them on X. They put a lot of posts out there. Make sure you like and repost them. That'll really help out. Once the ball gets rolling, it's just going to be absolutely incredible. But yeah.
It's going to be pandemonium.
It will be pandemonium. It absolutely will be. So
I'm super excited, because look at now I get to be out there. We get to bring that energy to the floor. That avarice energy.
Yeah.
Whip songs on the floor, baby.
Oh yeah. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, I concur. Cherry rejection is the worst. Yeah. So hey, what's up, Max? What's happening, man? Good to hear from you.
Hey,
Our
pistachio.
friend from there he is, man. Great dude. I see someone, Socrates. I thought he was just asking for my Discord, but apparently he was asking to talk to me on Discord, because I see he's in the waiting room. Socrates, if you go to the YouTube channel and click on the StreamYard link, as long as you want to call in to disagree about something, I would be willing to talk to you. But yeah, the Discord thing's a pain. It always the audio is always dog shit, and I guess I could try it. What do you think? Should we try that?
I mean, this is the robnoerr show. This is not the avarice show.
Well, Socrates, tell me on Twitch what you wanted to do. Did you want to debate me, disagree with me? Yeah, I know I got whip songs I got to play too, but I'm still awake. I enjoy the discussion with people I disagree with.
You're awake while you yawn through.
I am awake.
I mean, I think we should just keep you up longer.
Yeah, Socrates. Well, I'll do a call-in show tomorrow, man. You can call in tomorrow. I was just opening it up because a lot of people were basically saying they wanted to talk to me, debate me, etc., that were Democrats, and that I wasn't taking calls on the evening show. So I figured I would make it specifically today. That yeah, if you want to call in and disagree, I would be happy to do it. So call in show tomorrow though. So feel free. Shane, thanks so much for becoming a member. Really appreciate it.
Got
Shane
my hair
Jensen,
in the
thank
back.
you.
It's like pointing up out of my headset.
Thanks so much,
very
Premonition. I appreciate that as well, right? Zach Yelpy, another $10 says, dang voice to talk. I meant chair, not cherry. We got the idea. I thought that was your nickname for my chair. I was like, oh, a bit weird, but okay. We'll deal with that. Yeah, so I'm very excited, though, with the Word War project. I think it's going to come together quite nicely. Like I said, we'll have more and more meetings coming up. Oh, yeah, cracking down. I'm only starting at the beginning. That's all I'm saying. Look, at the end of the day, like, if you yourself want to get a trans surgery as an adult, I mean, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. I think it's really stupid, but legally, should you be allowed? I don't know. Maybe it's the type of thing where we should make it illegal for doctors to do it, but you, as the individual,
you as the individual, if you
have
figure
at
out
it.
how to do it on your own,
yeah.
put yourself under.
The spiders. That's a good question. Here, I think there's one. 1 second. Here, let me. Where's my button to switch? Oh, it's over here. That's the problem. So we got it. Oh, look at that. Okay, now I think up in this corner is one daddy longleg. Can you see him up there? He's right in the corner there. You could barely see him, but I think he's alive. That's it. The rest are... Even the wolf spider in the bathtub that my wife hated immensely has left this world, I think. Or at least left the house. But yeah, that's... give Socrates the link. Yeah, but... but EOD... Oh, my gosh. But Socrates is like, I just want to chat. Right, which is not the point of that's what the call-in show's for tomorrow. This was just about Democrats that wanted to call in and debate me, which is different than just, I wanted to chat and I could try to find something I disagree with, you see? You see the issue, the difference? All right, let's see. Socrates, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. So, like, if this is just chat, you call in tomorrow. You know what I mean? But if you were calling in because you're a Democrat and you wanted to debate, that's fine.
Well, I am a Democrat. And
Okay.
I disagree with you about.
Okay. Well, what did you want to debate about? That's fine.
I mean, okay. So the thing that I was just curious just to find out that I didn't necessarily want to debate was the boat hoax. But we can talk about
The what? Oh, the boat
Yeah.
hoax. Okay, go ahead. What do you got?
I just never heard somebody calling it a hoax.
Well, it's a hoax because the story that was told that Pete Hegseth committed a war crime is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Even the story that was reported by the Washington Post and CNN wasn't as the Democrats were implying that it was. Will you agree with this? The implication was that Pete Hegseth ordered a strike to kill people, boat gets disabled, 2 people clinging to the boat, and then Pete Hegseth looks at that footage and says, kill them.
Yeah, something like either after the fact that the boat was destroyed or kind of along with the orders, he says, like, kill any survivors.
Right. And that's clear that didn't happen.
Okay, where did that information come from? I'm not following this like super closely.
So where did the information that didn't happen? Well, first off, the actual CNN and Washington Post story never make that claim, right? So even if you just relied on that, what you could see is that claim was never made because what it instead says was that he gave orders to kill, right? Mm-hmm. So that we already had that. Now, the problem is that we have that orders to kill with all, for example, we know that Barack Obama gave orders to kill Osama bin Laden, right? Sure. We wouldn't say implicit in that would be, well, but that doesn't mean that he gave orders to, if Obama was sitting there on his deathbed hooked up to IVs unconscious, that you still kill him, right? Oh, great. Now it's behind a paywall. Well, shit. Give me a
New
second.
York Times.
We went through that article, though. You can go back and watch. I read the entire article earlier, but I bet I could get it throughout the
I think I
paywall.
sent those 2 links that are not through paywall earlier.
Yeah, but this is the one that everyone's
Okay.
going to want because it's the New York Times, and it shows that basically now 5 people independently that are admittedly unnamed, but so are the people that gave the initial story. 5 people from the Trump administration have came out and said, yeah, this story is bullshit. Hegseth never watched this attack and then ordered people be killed. Hegseth never said kill even anybody that's hors de combat. None of that happened, which is entirely predictable. So here, this will work.
Is there somebody who ordered? So I guess just backing up from there. So there's like Hegseth specifically made these orders, and there's like somebody made these orders, and then basically this event happened, even if it wasn't ordered that way. Like which level?
Right. Well, there's multiple levels to the hoax of this story. The first level is Hegseth didn't watch a video and then order it be killed, or he didn't previously order that even people that are left clinging to the boat be killed. Hegseth ordered a lethal attack, but not the killing of survivors, officials say. Amid talks of war crimes, details of the sequence come out. Trump administration Monday defended the legality of the attack on the boat in the Caribbean Sea as calls grew to Congress to examine it. Lethal attack was in the first President Trump's legally disputed campaign. Karoline Leavitt, press secretary, read a statement that said Hegseth authorized the operation to oversee the attack Bradley to conduct kinetic strikes. According to 5 U.S. officials who spoke separately and on the condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive matter that is under investigation, Hegseth, the head of the September 2nd attack, ordered the strike that would kill people on the boat and destroy the vessel and its purported cargo of drugs. But each official said Mr. Hegseth's directive did not specifically address what should happen if a first missile turned out to not fully accomplish all of those things. And the official said his order was not a response to surveillance footage showing that at least 2 people on the boat survived. Admiral Bradley ordered the initial strike and then several follow-up strikes that killed survivors. So Hegseth had nothing to do with that. Hegseth gave an order that we see constantly from our military and chain of command that's like, take these targets out, right? Yeah. The implication in that is that doesn't mean that you do so committing a war crime. Secondly, even from the perspective of Bradley, this is the second part that's a hoax. It's also going to be that it's not a war crime because you are allowed to take down targets if they're not destroyed. For example, look at it this way. Let's say that there's a cargo truck that's traveling, but we'll just say boat to make it more connected, and it has a biological WMD on it, right? And if it gets to the port, they're going to blow it up and it's going to kill a bunch of people in the port, right? So the order comes, blow up that boat, right? If you attack the boat with one strike, right, but it's not completely blown up and it's still floating and the biological agent's still there, but there are 2 people hanging on the boat, you're not targeting the people, you're targeting the boat. And that's not a war crime. And that's what happened here. The boat itself with the drugs was the military objective. Much like that if we target a facility.
I don't look, I said this wasn't going to be the debate that I picked, but that doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, right?
Well, why? That clearly makes sense, right? So think about it this way, right?
No, wait. So you blow up, so you send a missile at the boat.
Correct.
Is it generally considered a war crime to kill people who are, like you could say, there's like
incapacitated, so hors de combat's the term they use. Is it a war crime that if I shoot someone and they're laying there bleeding out and I just walk up and shoot them in the head? Yes, that's a war crime. However, that's certainly not the case when it comes to ships. Let's say that 2 ships are firing at each other, right? And then one of the ships is still floating, the guns still exist, but now you see a sailor that's wounded hanging off the side of it. You allowed to shoot that ship?
I don't know.
Of course. It would be ludicrous. Imagine how many battles would be lost if you sit there and go, geez, I hope they're done shooting. Oh, fuck, they're not. Now we're dead. Of course, that's nonsensical.
No, I mean, during World War II, when we were fighting the Nazis, there were circumstances where you can't just like kill people. That's a generally accepted principle of war.
But again,
also, I mean, there's a reason maybe that you keep bringing up these kind of examples. Oh, they're shooting at us. Oh, there's a biological weapon.
But they stopped
anywhere near here. This situation is that there was claimed to be drugs. Maybe there were, maybe there weren't. if the
It's
drugs
irrelevant.
in America, maybe they could hurt a lot of people. That's fine. That's fair.
It's irrelevant. The point is that once something is designated, once it doesn't matter what it is. You may disagree with it. For example, they could say, for whatever reason, they could say, we think that this race car is a military objective, right? And we have a reason. Whatever that reason. I mean, you might say, well, that's shit. Once it's ordered and accepted as a military objective, it does not matter if it's a race car, if it's a ship, if it's a biological agent, or if it's drugs.
It matters if it's a war crime or an illegal.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
What
You
do
can say
what do you
the
mean?
crime then would be that this was never a military objective in the first place. So the crime's not that you struck it once, it wasn't destroyed, so you struck it again. The crime would be the initial strike in the first place. Right?
Okay, they would both be.
That's not true. That is not true.
Time if it wasn't a valid military target, and then you.
Okay, hold on. I got a question, if I may interject here, Rob. May I?
Sure.
Yeah. Do we agree that military operations happen every day, even outside of wartime?
Sure, they could. Maybe that was something that Obama received a lot of criticism for.
Okay, and then do we also agree that? Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what era, but we also agree. So some of those military operations do involve blowing shit up.
Absolutely, yeah, that's definitely
Okay.
one way.
Okay, so we can agree that we don't need to be in war to shoot down boats, right? And actually, we didn't actually like our Navy was not even made for wartime.
Well,
it was actually made for Barbary pirates, right? For shooting down just boats.
There was no implication that this was like a military target.
That's not true.
Well, anything can be designated as a military target. That's what I'm trying to get at. We just agree that anything that the military designates, as long as the military designates, the general there that designated as a target, that's the target.
Technically could, but
all right.
Legitimate.
Let's simplify this. The problem is you're saying like, oh, if this isn't a legitimate military objective, then it's a war crime to attack it once, and then it's a war crime to attack it a second time. I'm saying that that's redundant. The attack of the second time isn't what you're criticizing.
If you burgle someone's home and then you also shoot somebody, those are separate crimes.
No, that's not true. Let me explain what I mean, right? So let's just cut all this out. If you lose the argument, if the courts rule, yep, this was a legitimate military target, then the attacking it of a second time isn't a war crime, correct?
No, not correct. Of course it could be.
There's the rub. Now, this is the game that the Democrats play. They think that these attacks in their own right were illegal, though there's no judge that suggested that, right? And so now what they're doing is making up bullshit hoax stories. Oh, Pete Hegseth watched this and ordered the killing and no quarter and blah, 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 which is bullshit because they know that they're probably going to lose the initial argument. And so now you want to have your cake and eat it too. If this is a legitimate military objective, which it will probably be ruled that it was one, then yes, you are allowed to attack that objective again if it is not permanently destroyed. In the New York Times article, it says specifically, let me finish real quick, then I promise you'll give you a chance. The New York Times article later says specifically that there was communications intercepted from the two people left on the boat, that they were communicating to cartel members to come pick them up. Therefore, they weren't incapacitated, and the objective of destroying the material that was on the boat was about to be lost because other cartel members were going to come pick it up.
Okay, I mean, then you leave it in the water, and a bunch of cartel members come, and you blow them up too. It's a perfect honey trap.
No, it's nonsensical, right? You don't risk losing an objective because someone like your feelings will be hurt. Show me the legal basis that.
Okay, I want to stick on that statement.
Okay,
I want to stick on that statement.
Okay,
you're characterizing. Okay, I don't know this. I'm not an expert on constitutional law or any kind of law or whatever. Okay.
Okay.
Heard that maybe if you incapacitate some people that you designate a military target, maybe it's a war crime to kill those people. And killing people, that's kind of a big deal. Ending a human life. You characterizing that as hurting my feelings. Is that a little bit weird?
No, because what you're suggesting is that our military, I want you to talk about what this would look like then, right?
Okay.
Like what you're suggesting then is our military has to pause in the middle of active engagements and put our troops' lives at risk and put the agenda at risk because you yourself are like, we have to do something that, as far as I know, is not suggested in any legal treaties in history, which is this. It's perfectly acceptable to blow up those drugs. However, you must wait until your enemy shows back up to pick them up. So it's okay to destroy an objective, but only, imagine, there's no reason this wouldn't apply. If the military objective is drugs, there's no reason it wouldn't apply to weapons or to a biological agent.
It's
can't
not
destroy...
a military objective, obviously, but...
Wait, no, there's no equivocation. This gets back to the
That's
original point.
Can you do something like...
If it's a military objective, then you're allowed to take out the objective if it's not destroyed yet and only disabled.
You're just saying that it's like it's inconvenient or it could be hazardous, which, I mean, that's a legitimate thing to care about. It's legitimate to care about the safety of your own soldiers. But in the 21st century and even before that, we designate rules of lawful warfare, which this, again,
show me the rule that it broke. Go ahead. You know so much about it. Go for it.
I don't know.
That's what I thought. So if you like, so I'm trying to explain this to you, right? If it's nuclear material there, right? Let's just start with that. And that's the military objective. Destroy this nuclear material. And the same situation as allegedly happens. And they're clinging to the boat and they're calling their cartel buddies and saying, come pick up this nuclear material. Your argument is you could not blow up that material until more cartel members showed up. Then you could blow up that material and kill more people. That's your argument?
No, that was a joke.
Okay. So then if it is a military objective, in this case, nuclear material, it's okay if it's not destroyed to go ahead and carry out with the destruction of it?
Look, so far you've brought up, maybe it's a biological terror weapon, maybe it's a nuclear bomb, or they're shooting at us. There's a reason that you keep bringing up these scenarios that are like, it's not explaining to me what the law is to say, well, what if it were so much worse? This is like saying, okay, well, if we had a terrorist in captivity and they knew about an impending attack, then we got to torture them, right? This is the kind of justification we had for torture during the Iraq War, which I think a lot of people look back on and think is not a good thing, right? So just kind of pushing how bad the consequences could be and saying, well, we can't possibly imagine sparing human lives because this is so bad. But in this circumstance, it doesn't even match that kind of hyperbole.
No, the reason is it's not hyperbole is because you're fundamentally misunderstanding. What I'm suggesting to you is why the rules of combat, and let me finish. I sat there patiently. What I'm suggesting to you is why the rules of combat are the way they are. So there's a reason when something's designated as a military objective, why you're allowed to take it out if it's merely disabled, even if that means that people that are combatants are injured beside it, right? And the reason is because if it's designated a military objective and something that's important for our military to take out, then there would be incredibly negative consequences possible if that objective is given up because you feel we should wait to take out that objective until more enemy combatants or cartel members, etc. show up. That's what you said. So I gave the example of why. What you can't get around is your disagreement is, I don't think this should be considered a military objective. That's fine. You can believe that. Okay, once it's a military objective, whether that military objective, it doesn't matter. It could be a race car. It could be drugs. It could be nuclear material. It does not matter. Once it is designed a military objective, it is not a war crime to take out that military objective.
Wait, I don't. Okay, there's something really fundamental here. If somebody, I don't know, the president or a general or a captain or somebody in the field, somebody at some level of command makes an order, designates something a military target, you're saying that destroying that target cannot be considered a war crime? Is that, I want to make sure I'm understanding.
I'm saying if the courts ruled that it was a legitimate military target.
Rule afterward that it was.
It doesn't. Sure. Prove to me that this wasn't a legitimate military target.
Wait. Those are really different things.
The point that I'm trying to make is the reason this is. Let me go back. See, you're doing exactly what you're doing exactly.
Which I think is not even true.
You're doing exactly what I claim the Democrats are doing. Democrats are upset that this was a target in the first place, right? But they're not going to win that. They're not. Let me finish. Let me finish. You're not going to win that argument. There's no court that's ruled that.
I'm asking you what you're saying.
I'm saying that this was ruled a military target, right? It is lawful to attack.
The war crime?
I don't know. You let me know when you're done talking, and then I'll explain. Go ahead.
I'm just asking you. You said if it's designated a military target, it can't be considered a war crime.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then I misheard.
Because you won't shut the fuck up. So you misheard. Okay, shut your mouth. Ready? I'm saying there are two potential crimes here. One is that this wasn't a legitimate military target. Second, if it was a legitimate military target, that you can't strike it twice if there are bodies on board or people that are incapacitated on board. What I'm saying is that there's a fundamental misunderstanding there. Is it true that hypothetically, if something's a military target, that you could still commit a war crime in going after it? Yes, but not in this case. In this case, if something is not destroyed, for example, if it was a target that's destroyed, here is a truck. It is a legitimate military target. It is completely wiped out, destroyed beyond all recognition. But there's an incapacitated person that's sitting on the track. Are you allowed to bomb it again? Probably not. That probably constitutes a war crime because at that point, the direction or the objective was already destroyed. In this case, that's not the case. One, it wasn't destroyed. It was merely disabled. Second, the people they're reporting that there was actually cartel members that were coming to pick up that objective. Therefore, it is perfectly legitimate to attack that objective. Again, just because there were people that actually weren't incapacitated, if it's true that they were calling for reinforcements, then even then, they're not incapacitated to the level necessarily where they'd be hors de combat. Otherwise, then that would mean, like, let's say we're in Vietnam, and you shoot someone and they can no longer pick up their gun, but they have their radio here, even though they can only move their arm right here. They're not a threat to you in the fact that they can't fight you anymore or pick up their gun, but they're saying, okay, drop the napalm on this direction right here. Are you allowed to take that person out, or is it a war crime?
Are you asking me?
I
am. If you're shooting at somebody, so in Vietnam, in like a land war with another nation, you're shooting at some soldiers. They're shooting at you. You incapacitate somebody. He's like not really able to operate his gun, but maybe he's near it. I just want to make sure I'm getting that.
There's no chance of him fighting back to you. His gun got blown 500 yards away. He can't get to it. He can only move his arm this much. He's bleeding out, and yet he is calling in an airstrike against your position right now. And if you don't take him out, he's about to call in that airstrike.
I think that probably wouldn't be considered a war crime.
Right.
I would go further. I would say that even if he wasn't, given the extreme like danger of a scenario, maybe, you would love to like capture him, or maybe you need to leave him there or something, but you think maybe he's got a pistol. I start to leave. He shoots at us. I think you could maybe justify even going further in a scenario.
Great.
Like
so then what's the problem if you have people calling in reinforcements here of striking again?
Just to compare the differences between the scenario that you just outlined versus the scenario, they're not shooting at us. There's no.
It's irrelevant. They are calling in reinforcements. Okay, so what should have happened? We should have.
So I'll modify the analogy that you were doing to see what we're talking about. If somebody is, let's say, to make it as kind of extreme as possible, somebody, some group of soldiers attacked into your some base of yours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of sneak attack. You were able to incapacitate them.
Mm-hmm.
Got them like tied up. You can't just shoot them, right?
Correct. What's that have anything to do with anything? Correct.
Okay. So if they're not an immediate threat, then it is possible for that to be a war crime.
Okay, but they're calling in reinforcements.
Who was? Are you talking about in the hypothetical scenario or
in both scenarios? In the legitimate scenario we're talking about, we have reports that they were calling in reinforcements. One, even without the calling in reinforcement, it still seems that it would be lawful to take out the target. Secondly, we could see that. Imagine the target's a microfilm, right? like a little tape, an audio tape that proves something, and it's got the names of agents on it. This isn't a weapon, right? And that's considered the objective. It's in a briefcase, right? And if this gets out there, people could be harmed and killed. But it's not a weapon.
I like these James Bond scenarios. Yeah.
Okay. Should we, and that's designated a military objective. You blow up the boat that it's on, the boat's still operable. They're calling for, come pick this up, come get it. And you're like, nope, you have to wait until the people come to pick it up before you can strike again. Thereby jeopardizing people because you might miss, or those people might shoot at you when they get there.
I think to justify, I mean, this is a really like side, like this is a really kind of extreme scenario, what you're describing. I think to justify that, you would need to think that they have like a submarine or something that they could emerge, they could get the microfilm, they could get onto the submarine and get away. And you wouldn't be able to get to them. Again, I mean, just to talk about the real thing that actually happened, which I know very little about. I'm very ill prepared for this. There's a boat that is claimed to have drugs. I don't know if they were. I don't know if they weren't. They're claimed to have drugs. There's other people maybe coming to get those drugs. They could maybe get those drugs and maybe bring them to America and hurt people. That's pretty distinct from, right, so we could maybe see those other boats coming. We could maybe destroy them. We could destroy them again when they're heading toward America.
Not distinct.
They maybe were.
It is not distinct. What it is this was designated a legitimate military objective. Once it's a legitimate military objective and it's not destroyed but merely disabled, you're allowed to carry through with the order to destroy it. Your argument that have you served, by the way? Just curious. I haven't, so don't. Okay. God forbid that someone like you get leadership over yourself, that you would be told that you have to stand down until these you have to wait until the terrorists are there about to get the objective before you can strike again. It's nonsensical.
Yeah,
here's what an actual law professor said. Since you're admitting that you're not, you have no idea what's going on with this. Here's what an actual law professor says. Okay. Below, I'll start with the decisive issue first, then catch a few other significant errors. Then the analysis will close by examining this. Let's start with the decisive flaw in this statement. Let me finish. Not once does it use or consider the term military objective. Here's the most relevant position in the statement on the topic. Quote, in essence, the Geneva Conventions and other longstanding international maritime law prohibit U.S. forces from doing anything to the survivors of a military attack that destroys the vessel or aircraft carrying them other than rescuing them. They certainly prohibit U.S. forces from killing them. The author continues. Seems fairly reasonable at first glance, no? But what does it do to your assessment if you substitute the word disabled for destroyed? Because that's what the Washington Post story claims. Here's the quote from the article. Admiral Mitch Bradley reportedly directed the follow-up attack since the survivors were still legitimate targets because they could theoretically call other traffickers to retrieve them and their cargo. More about the survivors in a second. About the boat. The facts as reported indicate it wasn't destroyed, the initial attack, but rather disabled. This means that these anonymous JAGs that wrote this letter saying that this was a war crime have mischaracterized the status of the boat. And this completely flips the conclusion regarding whether or not the order was lawful. Here's why. If the boat was destroyed, there would be nothing serviceable left of it. But if it's disabled, that is, if the decision maker could believe it could still be used to call other narco traffickers to retrieve their cargo, the boat still qualifies as a military objective. And military objectives can be intentionally attacked. That begs the question, what is the definition of a military objective? I'm glad you asked, because the Department of War doctrine aligns perfectly with the widely recognized conventional definition established in a treaty that the U.S. hasn't ratified. That is, a military objective is, quote, any object which by its nature, location, purpose, or use make an effective contribution to military action and whose total or partial destruction, capture, or neutralization in the circumstances ruling at the time offers a definitive military advantage. So does a destroyed boat meet that definition? Probably not. But what about a disabled boat? Well, if the commander does believe it could call for assistance and allow for the mission and allowed to continue its mission, then yes, by definition, an object which by its use makes an effective contribution. In short, according to the factual scenario reported by the Washington Post story, the boat qualified as a military objective after the initial attack, and therefore the second strike was not a war crime. Now, if you read the statement very closely, guess how many times they say military objective? 0. And do you think there's a provision of the Geneva Convention and other longstanding international maritime law that prohibits U.S. forces that would criminalize an attack directed at a military objective? No, except maybe the OLLC, which he goes into. So your feelings, it's like, no. Even if it's a military objective, you wouldn't be allowed to strike at sites. Is it absolutely incorrect? That's not the case. You may disagree whether or not this should have been designated as a military objective, but that gets us back to the criticism that the second attack's totally irrelevant as to whether or not it's a war crime.
Sorry, just say that part again.
You may disagree that this was a legitimate military objective, but then it's a war crime regardless if there's a second attack or not.
Agreed. And then the second part.
But it's not a war crime if it is a legitimate military objective.
Wait, so it could be a war crime, the second strike, even
That's
if it is
not. Let me repeat what you didn't hear. It is not a war crime if this was a legitimate military objective that was not destroyed but merely disabled.
But disabled, exactly.
Right. So no, it is not.
Then the second strike would be considered
correct. Now, but
crime,
now that you're so concerned about war crimes, was it a war crime when Joe Biden bombed children for ISIS-K?
Say it again. Bomb children for
that he claimed were in ISIS-K in Afghanistan after his disastrous Afghan pullout. Mm-hmm. Was that a war crime?
I'm not familiar with that, but it might be.
Was it a war crime when Barack Obama ordered the execution of an American citizen named Al-Awlaki through a drone strike?
I'm not familiar with that specific case, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Do you mind telling
issue?
Do you mind telling me how old you are?
34.
34. And you're not aware of just what happened during the Afghan pullout?
I'm not aware of.
It was only a couple years ago. Well, right, but it's sort of a big deal. And don't you think it's interesting that, would you at least say this? It seems that the Democrats weren't so concerned because it's something that even you don't know about.
About that specific case?
Correct.
Maybe I should be more. I'd be happy to learn more about it. And I'd be happy to own that it could be a war crime, even if my guy was responsible for it. I literally brought up how they were calling, and I can't remember the nickname, but Obama, the drone striker in chief, is a lot happier than that. I think that's wrong. I think that's bad.
It's easy to say that. It's easy.
I said that at the time.
You said it at the time.
It's hard for you to say for this situation.
Well, what I'm saying for the situation is, I think you're full of shit. Is what I think. I think. Let me explain. Let me explain why. Did you cover politics like during the Biden administration? Were you streaming?
Yeah.
Did you stream during the Afghan pullout?
Not really. No, I didn't really cover that.
So what? You didn't cover it, or you weren't streaming during that period of time?
I can't recall.
When did you start streaming? How about that?
I started streaming during COVID.
Okay, so then you certainly were streaming because COVID was before Biden came into office.
I had begun streaming prior to that time.
Good. That's
it feels like a cross examination.
So what I think is happening here.
Please tell me your diagnosis.
I will tell you what's happening. I'm willing to accept the fact that maybe you're completely in a bubble. That could be that you're just so completely in a bubble.
I'm talking to you. I want to learn more.
Okay. It could be that you're completely in a bubble. But even so, I think the more likely scenario is you just didn't give a shit. You wouldn't have cared about these things even if you saw them happening in real time. You would have made excuses for them. But regardless with either scenario, right? Don't you think it's odd that the very people that are screaming the most, the Democrats right now, didn't have shit all to say about those previous examples that I cited to you?
Yeah, a lot of them are full of shit.
Yeah, my friend Zach Gelpy says, $20. Thanks, Zach. Says, wait, he said he didn't know about Al-Awlaki and then proceeded to say that Obama was known as the drone strike in chief. So which one is it? I mean, I guess hypothetically you could know that Obama was called drone
more generally, but not remember the details of that specific case. Yeah, that's possible.
Do you think that Obama, with being the drone strike in chief, was committing war crimes?
Yeah, certainly. Absolutely.
Okay, so then what's the issue?
Yes.
Okay, so then what do you think about the fact that Democrats supported that, right?
I think that was bad. I think the New York Times supported the Iraq War. You see how you're coming in.
Do you think that?
Do you think you're in a bubble? You're just totally, and that's just not true. Those were presumptions
think
or projections?
I think you're certainly, if you didn't know about, you were streaming and talking about politics during the Afghan pullout, and you didn't know did you know that our service members were bombed and they died during the pullout?
Yeah.
Did you know that after that?
I know it was a bad poll. I know that it was like
Okay,
some
and
timetable or whatever.
Did you know that after
I'm
that,
happy
Biden?
overall that we got out of Iraq, but it was not good.
It's Afghanistan. Did you know that after that,
Afghanistan,
Biden's team said that they found the people responsible. It was ISIS-K, and they took them out in a drone strike. And did you know that that wasn't ISIS-K, that it was actually a translator and his family?
Okay, that's bad.
So you knew
intelligence, then it might be a war crime.
So you knew up until that point. You knew that Biden ordered a drone strike that killed what they called ISIS-K. You just didn't know the end of this story.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
But you just said you were. I said you knew that there are service members.
American servicemen were bombed.
Right, and then I said after that, and you knew that Biden ordered a strike and said
no,
it was
no, I wasn't.
Okay,
aware.
maybe I misheard you. That's what it sounded like. Okay, nonetheless, the point is, do you think that there's?
I should evaluate these things based on it's X
Okay.
and Y.
Let me ask you this: Do you think that
wasn't-
do you think that there should be equal treatment given to each administration if you're acknowledging that all of them committed war crimes?
There's like a tiny bit of nuance there, and that I don't think that there should be I don't think that one's personal partisan politics should stop one from condemning any administration.
Sure, condemn. That's fine. Condemn away. I don't give a shit. Sure. If you're condemning, I'm talking about legal action.
Sure. Yes. I believe that any person in the United States who commits a crime should have some kind of consequence that crime should be prosecuted.
I don't believe that.
Plus or minus, if there's
this is always the argument I get from Democrats.
Yeah.
Right now, we're fine with the fact that there could be a simple
you
crime.
can prosecute Biden. Go for it.
There we go. That's it. You just completed the NPC circle. Of course. Did you suggest prosecuting?
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
What would the circle have been if I said, but you can't prosecute Biden? I'm just curious. Where does this tree lead?
Because what you do is this. You say after the fact, when it no longer affects you politically, you're like, yeah, sure, they prosecute Biden, but go after Trump now. But go after Trump now.
Are you aware of the nickname for Joe Biden from the left? Are you aware what that nickname was? It was Genocide Joe.
Okay.
During his presidency.
Okay, show me you calling for his prosecution.
Me calling for his prosecution over this event?
No, he committed genocide. He committed genocide, so surely you called for his prosecution.
I don't necessarily positively think that he was committing.
Oh, but wait a minute. So then what's it matter that other people on the left called him Genocide Joe? What the fuck's the relevance to me talking to you if you don't believe that?
Because you're talking about Democrat lawmakers. Because you're bringing up all this stuff that
yes. What I'm bringing up is that over and over we see a pattern, right? Something will happen in
a
real
pattern
time.
About other people, but if I don't match that pattern, well, other people do. If other people don't match that pattern, maybe I do. You see how cherry picking?
No. What I'm suggesting is you are directly matching the pattern that we see of other people. You said that you're not matching that pattern because you seem to imply, no, I would never be that because we called Joe Genocide Joe. I said, okay, well, you called him Genocide Joe. Did you want? Well, I didn't call him Genocide Joe.
I'm not big on nicknames. I think that's
okay. So the point I'm trying to make is what you see is continually a pattern that's people will be like, oh, here's some bad shit that's happening in real time. And then Democrats are like, yeah, that's bullshit. Democrats are like,
I think that's bad.
Democrats are like, yeah, that's bullshit.
So wrong to evaluate things from
Democrats are like,
Democrats. So you're going back to general people again, not me. What are we doing here? I don't understand.
Democrats are like, that's bullshit as it's happening in real time. Then later, once they want to go after their opposition for something that's basically the same thing, they say, oh, this is a big deal, prosecute him. And you're like, yeah, but you didn't say anything when your guy was doing it in real time. And you're like, yeah, they should have prosecuted him, but they didn't. But anyways, now's the time to start right now. And then every single time that you bring this up, they say, oh, no, but I'm unique. I'm individual. I'm not the rest of them. I just happen to follow this exact same pattern that every single one of these people that you've debated done. Every single one says the same thing. Like, for example, they'll say Donald Trump should be prosecuted because he possibly suggested that documents be covered up when there was an investigation. That's obstruction of justice. And I'll say, well, Hillary Clinton's team literally destroyed subpoenaed evidence. And almost every single person I debate will say, well, they should have locked her up. I guess they should have. I don't care. Lock her up.
Good. These people still exist.
Yes. Okay, well, my criticism isn't...
I mean, maybe Trump will, right?
Okay,
He's down for that.
My criticism isn't Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Donald Trump. My criticism is with the agencies to decide whether or not to pursue charges. So will you admit now that, like, for example, these JAG officers that are calling out now, writing a letter saying this looks like a war crime, but they didn't do that under Biden, will you admit that they're biased?
I don't. So when it comes to presidents, I don't even know if it's like bias. I don't think any American administration, politicians in general, don't really want to open the door to prosecutions of political people. I mean,
Trump. That's right. I agree. Totally agree. But wait,
no,
exactly my point.
For like all of American history.
Except Trump.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes, except Trump. You're right. For all American history, except Trump, they prosecuted him.
Well, wait, say that again? I don't understand.
You are correct.
He's not the only person who's ever been...
You are correct. That our prosecutors are reticent to prosecute presidents or former presidents. You're correct, except Trump. And that's the exception.
And when they're not presidents, then they're like, well, it's in the past.
Except Trump.
Well, how do you mean?
Can you name me another president that was prosecuted for felonies after their presidency?
Can you name another president who committed that many felonies?
I'm
not saying there aren't. Maybe there are. I could learn something, but
here we go. Your argument is, yeah, sure, presidents commit crimes, but there's not really. Let me finish.
Wouldn't it be good? Wouldn't it be good to prosecute him? If you think they're all guilty, why shouldn't? Okay, we'll start with him, and we'll go to the next. Like, I'm not understanding what the point you're making is here.
It's because you won't listen. It's because you won't listen. Right? So what I was saying is, if you follow what you said, well, of course, presidents commit crimes, but there's always a hesitancy for prosecutors to go after presidents. And I'm like, except Trump. You're like, huh? What do you mean, except Trump? What are you talking about? I'm like, they did do that with Trump. They went after him. And you're admitting that all these other presidents, a large swath of them committed crimes, but there was always a policy not to go after them. But they made an exception for Trump. Then when we got back to Biden, they stopped. And what happens is people like you will say this, well, why not start now? Let's start with Trump now. Okay, they did that. So they started with Trump, right? Then they didn't do it with Biden. Now you're like, well, let's do it again with Trump. Then when we get another Democrat, they won't. And you're not going to give a shit. You're not going to be going, this is fucking outrageous. They prosecuted Trump for this. Why aren't they prosecuting Biden? Why didn't they prosecute? You're not going to say it. In fact, I'll guarantee you've never put a video out or a live stream where you suggested that. At all. I'll guarantee it. So it comes across as hollow when you're like, it just so happens that when it's the other team, when it's the guy really disliked, yep, now's the time to start prosecuting former presidents. And then once he's gone and it goes back to the guy I like, well, it's okay if they decide to stop doing that again. But then if it's a guy I dislike again, then it's okay. Let's start again. Why not? Isn't it a good thing to start going after them? That's selective prosecution. And I argue that that's worse. It's worse to selectively go after, particularly when it's institutions like the FBI. Chuck Schumer told us before Trump was even sworn in on his first administration that the FBI would find 6 ways from Sunday to get Trump because he was critical of them. And that's exactly what happened. And what happens is people like you make excuses and you're like, well, but, why not? Why not make precedent and go after a president now? They're going to start doing this with every president. So now's as good a time as any. Then Biden gets in office and all of a sudden they don't do it. But you don't say, wait a minute, this is outrageous. They aggressively went after Trump. Why aren't they keeping that momentum up? You're like, no big deal. Then when Trump's back in office, you're like, you know what? Let's aggressively go after again. Why not, Rob? Don't you think that's a good thing to go after crimes? You see the issue?
I didn't want to interrupt you.
Thank you.
I mean, I can. What you're saying is very comprehensible, and I think this probably does apply to a lot of people. And I'm not going to claim to be immune from. Okay, I think that Biden was in a lot of ways a good president. I don't like the supporting genocide. I do like the infrastructure bill. I think that Trump is largely a really, really bad president. And so I am going to put more energy into speaking out against the very bad things that he's doing. But I mean, what you're saying in general, I think makes a lot of sense. I think that there is an issue with the way people will excuse their in-group and go after the out-group. I think it's a very comprehensible point. I think you do have to take into account the number of like straight up crimes that somebody has committed and whether they can prove.
So what was Trump's crime? What was the 37 felonies he was convicted of?
It was like was it 37? It was like 34 in New York, and then there was like the civil stuff with like the.
It's not
rape.
civil stuff's not crimes, and those charges are bullshit. Let's focus on the
I don't know.
What's it? You don't know what the 34 felonies or 30? I think it was 37. You don't know what they were?
No, I'm more concerned about like the war crimes and the like taking away rights from citizens. Like I'm more concerned about the kind of things that he's done in like an official capacity, and the same for Biden. You know, Biden was accused of sexual assault. If he did that, that's very, very bad. But it's kind of a different scale from like supporting genocide. It's the more official acts as presidents that I'm.
Okay, so then your argument is that you're not really concerned about that. You said, well, it's different when they commit so many crimes, and then when I talk about the crimes that he was convicted
because
of, you're
you're
like, I don't really
about
care.
the, like personal crimes.
Right.
And to
Well,
me,
that
kind of
seems to be
administrative
that
crimes.
seems right. Of course, a president that you don't like, you're more likely to highlight the things you don't like about them. But it's different when we're talking about powerful institutions and them selectively applying the law, which is exactly what they're doing. Right? They're selectively going after Trump.
You think that Trump has been like treated unfairly, and this
Correct.
is all witch hunt, and
Yes,
he's just.
that's exactly what I think.
I don't know.
Okay, so then okay. What percentage of national level politicians do you think have committed some sort of financial crime?
I think there was a lot of at least senators who seemed like they maybe had some kind of like prior information. I think like around COVID. I know there's like recent stuff where Trump is doing all these like pump and dump. Like it feels very blatant. I think there's probably a lot of people, probably more so in the Senate than Congress, that have.
Would you say more than half?
Power. More than half of senators that have committed financial crimes, like gray area, or like really kind of.
Let's say gray area. That's technically a crime.
I don't know. It would be hard to estimate. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was 20%.
I disagree. I think the number would be much higher than that. But let's say 20%. Yeah. You don't find it suspicious that the only one they went after was Donald Trump?
He's not in the Senate.
But the only national level politician they went after was Donald Trump.
I mean, president is really far above Senate.
Right. So you would expect that the bar would be even higher. They'd be less likely to prosecute a president than a senator.
No, so the bar would be higher, but the impact would be greater, right?
What are you
don't think there's more
talking
impact of
the impact's irrelevant. The impact's irrelevant.
An individual in the
yes, I'm saying that the impact would be the same. For example,
you think the impact that a senator could have is equivalent to the impact that a president of the United States.
I think the impact that a senator would have with insider trading would be just about the same impact that a president would have for insider trading. Both would have very little impact on the society.
Tariffs on the fly through executive orders.
What does that have anything to do with the crimes he was committed or accused of? That's a policy that you don't like. That's not a crime.
No. I'm not even talking about whether it's like a good or bad policy, but the ability, and again, I'm not claiming this is like 100% definitely happening, but the ability through tariffs to create. We've seen like a few situations like this where he creates some tariff, some stocks go down, someone buys a bunch, he undoes the tariff, they make a lot of money, they make $20 million, $50 million, whatever. His ability to do that versus his ability to create those scenarios versus the ability of a senator just with their own money to profit off of it.
Yes, you're right. A hypothetical scenario that Trump hasn't been suggested of committing a crime or charging a crime. There are hypothetical. Okay, show me the suggestion that Trump committed some crime with tariffs.
Sure.
I guess fair enough. I'll concede that. I'm sure some batshit crazy. I'm sure some batshit crazy Democrat on social media has accused him of that. The point I'm trying to make is Trump was charged. The things that Trump was investigated for were things like this: that he overvalued his house. Now, would it matter if a senator overvalues his house or a president? as far as the impact on society?
I mean, I think at that level, it's probably relatively of overvaluing.
Right.
That's relatively small fries. Yeah.
Right. Or how about campaign finance violations?
I think that one is a bigger deal because it's a higher office.
I don't think so. I think they're both are the same. Nonetheless, the point I'm trying to make, the
it's
point that I'm
kind of
making
the
is this.
same
You
realm, but
acknowledge
it's a
that the
bigger
bar,
deal with the
you
president
acknowledge
than the senator.
particularly that the bar would be higher for prosecuting a president than a senator, correct?
I think it probably would be. I don't know if it necessarily should be.
Of course it should be, because the impact, again, of prosecuting one political party, prosecuting a former president, the impact of that is basically has the power to undo the entire country.
Okay, so if you were to prosecute a president, that would undo the entire country, but a senator not so much.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not saying it would definitely, but it has more of an ability to do
has
so.
more potential.
Yes.
Okay, so we definitely are agreed that the impact that a president could have with respect to financial crime would be much higher than a senator.
That's no.
No, wait.
Those two things aren't necessarily. I agree in the sense that you outlined with the tariffs, but in the exact, not the hypothetical, but the exact situation, overvaluing your house. No, that scenario isn't that it would be more.
Okay. I don't think anybody would highlight that as like.
That's literally what he was charged with. That's one of the crimes. My point is this. Listen. My point is this. The bar for prosecuting a president should be very high because it could be very damaging to a country to have one party prosecute the former president of another party. That's bad, right? They went after Trump for the most benign shit. He overvalued his house, paid back the bank, which was happy with the arrangement, and he made all the payments. No one affected it in a negative way. And yet, the fact that you're admitting that probably 20% of senators commit some sort of financial crime and almost none of them are charged, and yet they went after the president of the United States seems to suggest that there was some sort of double standard, particularly when you're conceding that the bar should be higher for prosecuting a president for something like that because the negative consequences would be that much worse.
Because the impact that person could have is much higher.
No.
Not
because of the impact of the crime.
How is it that it could destabilize the country, but they can't have more impact? I don't understand how it could be both ways.
Okay, because I guess that, are you just saying that presidents are more important than senators?
They're more important. They have,
Sure, I agree with that.
Here's something that I bet we can agree on. Do you think that executive orders, or the ability of presidents to put out executive orders, has probably gone further than it should be? I'm talking like back to like Bush, and then Obama expanded it, and then
it's irrelevant to anything that we're talking about. I would say this: I would say that yes, in a sense, but here's why. It's because Congress is absolutely fucking worthless and does nothing now. So the actual real problem, the real problem is actually twofold. One, it's not the president and the executive orders. Yes, it's true the executive branch has way too much power, but it's not the president. It's unelected bureaucrats within the executive agencies, like the people that run the FBI, the people that run the IRS, the people that run the EPA, the people that run the State Department. Any policy, whether it be through a legitimate legislative branch that sends money to these executive agencies that then divvy it out, or an executive order that then relies on enforcement through these people, the details that these individuals that are unelected are capable of doing are actually more impactful than what the president could do. For example, Joe Biden was a human vegetable. The government was being ran by people in the executive agency. It wasn't the president. He was largely a figurehead there. If, for example, if the Congress says $100 million for AIDS research, the real effect of that is the details. Well, how does the executive agency that gives that money decides to give it out to certain NGOs, etc., divvy that money out? Right? That's the real rub. That's where the real power and influence is.
I mean,
and the other thing is courts. What does any of this have shit all to do with the topic that we're talking about, though?
Sure. I mean, I'm following interesting.
The whole thing, we get in this whole thing because we're talking about this idea of war crimes, and what it is selectively, once more, you see all these people within these institutions. You see all these people in these institutions, whether it be Democratic politicians, mainstream media, places like the New York Times. You see all these lawyers and shit come out of the woodwork to scream, "Oh my God, this is a war crime!" When they all but ignore all of these things that occur under Democratic administrations. If a Democrat gets in office, they'll be silent again for 4 years, and then if someone like Trump, like J.D. Vance or someone gets in, all of a sudden they'll find now war crimes are very important. When I bring up this point to you, you're basically like, but isn't now a good time to start going after this shit? But what I tell you is, well, Well, the problem with that is that you saw that they went after Trump for crimes in his first administration, and you probably said the same thing then, correct? Even if it is that former presidents have done similar shit and could have been charged with crimes, might as well start somewhere. Let's start prosecuting now. That would have been your argument, right?
No, that wasn't my argument. That was just kind of an appeal to you that, like, if you do think, if you agree with me that it's the case that these presidents have been doing war crimes and getting away with it, maybe don't start with Trump. Start the next time a Democrat is elected. Maybe we can stand together. I can help promote.
The problem is, I don't think that they're necessarily war crimes, right? That's the problem, because war crime implies that it's against the law, right? Like, so for example,
I mean, against like the Geneva Conventions, like international.
I don't give a fuck.
Law.
International law don't mean fuck all to me.
Okay.
I don't give a shit.
I think this is maybe where we got somewhat off track, because I was totally not understanding what you were saying. Well, if it's been designated a target, and especially then if later the courts.
But again, I read you that there's nothing.
I was not with you there.
There's nothing in international law that I'm aware of, including in the Geneva Convention, that says once something's a military objective that you're not allowed to take it out if there's someone laying on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's this. Just because you asked me to pull something up, there's this like DoD law of war. Shipwreck combatants include those who've been shipwrecked from any.
That's not international law. That's Department of Defense.
I mean, that's U.S.
Correct.
Persons who have been incapacitated by shipwreck or in a helpless state would be dishonorable, inhumane to make them the object of attack.
Already explained to specifically go after someone who's totally incapacitated would be one thing. If that person happens to be on a designated military objective, then it's a completely different thing altogether.
Wait. How does that track? This is talking about.
Let me okie dokie. We will read it again. So is what you want. So I will read again what it said. Here we go. In essence, the Geneva Convention and other long-standing international maritime law prohibits U.S. forces from doing anything to survivors of a military attack that destroys a vessel or aircraft carrying them or rescuing it. Prohibits U.S. forces from killing it. Seems fairly reasonable at first glance, no? But what does it do to your assessment to substitute the word disabled for destroys? Because that's what the WAPO story claims. More about the survivors in the second, about the boat. The fact that, as reported, indicated it wasn't destroyed in the initial attack, but was rather disabled. This means that these anonymous former JAGs have mischaracterized the status of the boat, and it completely flips the conclusion whether or not the order was lawful. Here's why. If the boat were destroyed, then there would be nothing serviceable left. But if it's disabled, then if the decision, the make-believer believed that it could still be used to call other narco traffickers, which is exactly what the New York Times article says they said, to retrieve the cargo, the boat still qualifies as a military objective, and military objectives can be intentionally attacked. That begs the question, what's the definition of a military objective? Military objective is any object which by its nature, we read that. So does a destroyed boat meet that definition? Probably not. But what about a disabled one? Well, if the commander does believe that a call for assistance will allow it to continue its mission, then by definition, the object which used, it makes an effective contribution. In short, according to the factual scenario reported by the Washington Post, the boat still qualified as a military objective after the initial attack, and therefore the second strike was not a war crime. Because they're not killing, they're not specifically targeting the soldiers, they're specifically targeting the objective. The soldiers being there doesn't mean that you're not allowed to target the objective.
Rob, if you need it, I have the ROE, Rules of Engagement, and LOAC right here in my Airman's Manual.
Now, so all this is it's a clever ruse by Democrats that don't like a lot of the policies that Trump's issued, including the Venezuela strikes, including the ICE deportation, that's trying to encourage people to be insubordinate, which will jeopardize future troops. Because you're telling soldiers on laws that aren't blatantly, like it's different if your commanding officer says, I want you to sexually assault that woman. That's something that we need to understand, that you have to say, no, I won't do that. It's different when it's like, carry out this strike against this designated military target. And what you're doing by the Democrats out there going, I think this is a war crime and you should refuse it, or we'll prosecute you when we come into office, is that you're basically setting up the situation where you want these people to be insubordinate and not follow Trump's lawful orders. That's what's going to happen. And it's going to result in U.S. service members being killed, because now they're going to be in combat and they're going to say, I personally think that this might be a bad idea, so I'm not going to carry out the order. Imagine what military conflicts would look like in any war if you relied on each individual troop to act as a lawyer and determine whether or not something is a real designated military objective, a real target, etc. It would be absolute pandemonium and chaos, and whatever military was engaged in that sort of behavior would surely lose almost any conflict they were in. That's what's happening. All right. Well,
Are you with it?
No.
So I have talked to some
I
guys.
am.
Okay, sick. So I have talked to some.
Hence
some
the Airman's Manual.
Okay, sick. Oh, awesome. Were you Air Force?
I was.
Okay, nice. So
And
I'm
dropping missiles was kind of what I did.
okay. Like targeting or coordinating?
Absolutely. Targeting, firing, landing target. And so I just want to be very clear when so it does say here for law of armed conflict, you do use minimum amount of force when necessary to complete your mission and counter hostile acts or hostile intent. I don't see that. Fight those combatants who are declared hostile. Any enemy combatant is a person engaged in hostile activities against the U.S. or its coalition partners during an armed conflict. This is in the bold. I want you to be, this last part is in bold. All right. I want to be very clear about this. Pull the trigger when required. Many people are counting on you. That's the LOAC, the law of armed conflict. Right here in an actual AFPAM 10100. Nothing in here says when they stop or you think they're done. It says literally pull the trigger until it's gone. And the same with missile firing, the same with anything else. Every page in this, like what we'd call the Airman's Bible, will tell you always pull the trigger first until it's completely destroyed. So in a military, which you and I have already confirmed, could be any operation outside of war, I don't see how you can call this a war crime at all.
The author that I was reading here, again, a U.S. Army Ranger who is a law professor at Cornell, hors de combat. Hors de combat is basically means a person who is a combat person, who's out of commission due to sickness, injury, wounds, or detention. Because I'm just hitting the highlights, not going to split hairs regarding combatants and civilians taking part. So let's concede that the passengers formerly on a boat, whatever their combat status, that has been destroyed or incapacitated to shipwreck and therefore hors de combat. Therefore, it would be illegal to kill them. They're not shipwrecked if they're on a military objective. Their watercraft is still targetable, even if they themselves are completely incapacitated due to wounds from the first attack, which is unlikely since the commander says they were calling reinforcements, which means that they're not completely incapacitated and therefore wouldn't be hors de combat anyways. But even if they were, you're still allowed to target the objective if they're on it. If the suspected narco traffickers are present on a military objective, and if they are unable to defend themselves due to injury wounds, let's go ahead and call them hors de combat for the sake of argument. They're still on a military objective. So the expected incidental damage of injuring, killing, likely the latter, them in a second strike, would need to be assessed along with the concrete and direct military advantage gained from destroying the boat.
Let me be very clear, too. The only thing I knew never to hit was something with a big red this on it. That's it. If it had a big red cross, that meant do not hit. And the boat did not have a big red cross.
I got to read super chats real quick. Zach Gilby,
from display.
$20. Yeah, 1 second. Zach Gilby, $20. Disagree with you, Rob. You're on the side of hot dogs. We all know burgers are the best. I don't have to beat you on it. Now, some of these. Airborne Animal, $10. 82nd Airborne Veteran here. You were definitely allowed to use weapons with enough force to take out targets of boat, even if it would not be allowed to use that weapon against infantry. Base Street Racer, $5 is fundamental 5 to Rob. Thank you. Airborne Animal. In this $5, in the same way a person must be proven guilty of committing a crime in a court of law, a possible war crime must be proven in a court of law.
Sure.
So you don't tell soldiers not to follow order because it's going to be a fucking mess. $5 again. Airborne Animal says the criminal sympathizing leftists with no experience of military combat experience talking out their butts about this is really aggravating. Base Street Racer, again, $5 says you can obviously tell this guy's the luxury of never seeing war in first person. It isn't an extreme scenario. It's been legit since World War I. Bandit, $2 says, it's like illiterates telling an author how to write. And then for another 2 says, TLDR, we couldn't have spawned the sun and not a crime. We read this one from Zach Gelby. Thank you so much for the $20. And Base Street Racer, $20 says, you just conveniently not remember that war crimes are just international suggestions. By that statement, you want Biden to be prosecuted.
Yeah.
Okay. Zach Gelby, $10 says, his guys aren't in office anymore, so it's okay to disavow them because it won't hurt their side. But if they were still in office, he would defend them to the end of the earth. Right.
You're free to believe that, of course.
Okay, show me you calling for the prosecution of Joe Biden for anything.
I wasn't aware of that thing, but I was disagreeing with his policy with respect to Gaza. I was saying that he needs to arrest Netanyahu if he arrives on American soil. The things that I was more aware of were related to Obama. I wasn't streaming at that time. I was kind of like a private citizen talking to people within my personal life. So I unfortunately don't have a video record to prove to you my good faith. Unfortunately, I can only appeal to your grace.
Did you call when there were investigations into Trump? You clearly talked about those on your streams, right? Charges filed against Trump, etc.
Did I call?
No, did you ever stream and mention about like the charges that were filed against Trump?
Sure, yeah.
And did you ever once your...
I mean, not really about like the kind of personal crimes. It was really just more about the kind of administrative things, yeah.
Okay, and so like what kind of crime are you talking about that he was charged for that was focused on?
I mean, back in like early, like his first presidency, it would be easier to think of like recent things. I mean,
he was only charged for certain crimes.
Just to respond quickly, but before we get too far away, I just want to respond to a few things that were brought up. So, veterans that I've talked to on Twitch, who I think were maybe all Army, so I don't know if there's some different kind of like manuals that they look at, but they have said things along the lines of, we really do need to know and consider the law. There's very, very strict standards around who we're shooting, whether they're the right kind of combatants in the right kind of situation.
So I agree to this. That's why when we come back, we do these things called LOAC cards, or what they call the Law of Armed Conflict cards, where we can account for things of what we had to do, right? Wow. But the target, at that time, the target is the target and done. When we come back, you're right. We do have to account for what we do to make sure that the things we are doing is correct, right? But it doesn't mean that when you're out there in the battle that there is a correct answer to this. What they're getting at is when you come back, yes, you have to debrief and make sure everything you did was correct. My answer is from what I'm giving, what I have right in front of me. When you're on the battlefield, we have this thing called the manuals. All right, what rule of engagement, LOAC, Geneva, or even if you could even tell me what force protection condition we broke at all through the procedure of taking out the boat in its entirety, then I am ready to listen to that evidence. But you have not brought one, because the only evidence to not take out a boat in its entirety is if it would have a big red cross on it. They can't even wave, to be honest, you can't even wave a white flag on a boat and call it not a target anymore. It has to be completely immobilized.
Sorry, when you say big red, are you talking about like the Red Cross, like the organization, the Red Cross, or
yes? So medical boats and Red Crosses. It's kind of an inside joke between veterans. Okay. You don't shoot at medical.
I didn't know if they were like putting something on your heads-up display that's like a big.
You don't hit medical staff whatsoever, even on the other side. So if somebody's going over there to pick up the bodies, you don't shoot the people picking up the bodies.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then the other thing was just we talked about like international laws.
I asked, you're saying international laws does not have anything to do with Geneva, LOAC, and rules of engagement. You could talk about international laws all we want, but this is what we called our military operation. So what law, right, did we break under our engagements for this target?
Wait, sorry, I'm not sure if I completely understood.
So, what law did we break that we've? What law for what article have we abided to? So, when we make it an attack on a target, we agreed by military wise. These are the kind of the ways we're going to agree to these engagements, right? Out of that engagement, which one did we break?
So this is like Article 12, protection of care and the wounded, sick and shipwrecked.
Okay, again, the only way you can prove that claim, right, is if people are coming to get the bodies, right? But the boat was the target, not the people, right? If the boat isn't,
do you mind if I read
you're-
just the first paragraph?
hold on,
so we
just
know
no.
what we're talking about?
The way you're stating it right now is that the guys on the other boat would have to be with their M4s overboard, shooting the bodies in the water. That's the only evidence you can do right now, because hitting a boat with another missile and then hitting it with another missile does not mean it's aiming for a body in the water. Does that make sense?
What you're saying makes sense. I would need to verify that, but I do understand. I do understand the distinction that's being made.
Okay, so that is the distinction that you were referring to.
People just happen to be there.
Yeah, exactly. The boat. Okay, so we're clear. I want to be very clear. There are people overseas. When you go back in the old days of World War II, you could not shoot at a pararescue guy.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't do a guy in the air. So guess what people used to do on the
Just
little
wait for them
low
to-
part? No, I didn't shoot at them. I shot at their canteen. That's legal. I shot at their weapon.
Mhm.
That's legal. So tell me, what's worse? Shooting at the pararescue guy's canteen or actually hitting a boat that could shoot back?
Was this a boat that could shoot back? My understanding is it was just a transport.
I don't think there were armaments on the boat. The soldiers or the cartel members themselves may have had weapons, but I don't know that this wasn't.
Either way, you hitting a boat that could still ram you, a boat that's still movable, a boat that's still operational.
We're spinning our circle. We're spinning in circles here.
Can I just read the paragraph just to?
Sure.
Members of the armed forces and other persons mentioned in the following article who are at sea and who are wounded, sick, or shipwrecked shall be respected and protected in all circumstances. It being understood that the term shipwreck means shipwreck from any cause and includes forced landings at sea or sea by or from aircraft.
Again, shipwreck means that they're off the boat. Again, they did not hit anything off the boat. They'd have to have the guns shooting off the bow at these people. Here's what I'm thinking. Anybody off the boat was picked up, or any body was allowed to be picked up.
Is that? I mean, my understanding.
Yes, what I'm telling you is, as I read previously, like you are allowed to hit. Like for example, are you allowed? Would you say that these same rules that you're reading from would say that a person that is incapacitated, it's in a hospital setting, can't be executed?
In general, yeah, I would.
Yeah, that would be a part of the laws of armed conflict. You can't do that. So take the ocean part out of it, right? In general, if there's a guy right there and he's on a bed and he's got an IV in him, you can't walk up and shoot that guy. We all agree. Okay. But if that person's in a ISIS compound that is designated a military objective, are you not allowed? The planes are coming by and they're about to bomb it and take out the target. It's like, wait a minute, there's one guy with an IV in. Stopped it. Can't do it. You think that's what the law is?
I think there's some level of proportion that has to be evaluated. If a some evil scientist in a bunker with a laser that's going to destroy the Earth's core and create a super volcano that's going to destroy all life, can you destroy everyone in that building? Sure, of course, that sounds reasonable. If some people are on a boat that's the guy that you were reading from said that it was disabled and not destroyed, so it couldn't drive.
They were
off.
Calling in reinforcements to pick it up.
Has that been verified? It's not a critical, but I'm just curious.
Let's see.
But they may have had the capacity to call another boat. That's.
Two officials said that Mr. Hegseth made no verbal directive at the meeting that went beyond the written order. The Post article did not provide the context, and what Hegseth gave its sources to describe as a spoken order to kill everyone. Two officials questioned whether the surviving people were Admiral Bradley's intended target in the strike, as opposed to the purported drugs in the disabled vessel. They argued that the purported cargo remained a threat and that lawful military target because another cartel-associated boat might have came to retrieve it. One of the officials said the U.S. military intercepted radio communications from one of the survivors to what the officials said were narco traffickers. If so, members of Congress could request. The suggestion that Mr. Hegseth and Bradley are both targeted shipwreck survivors. So yeah, they're saying that they were intercepting to other cartel members. We've just been attacked, blah, blah, blah. So yes, that would constitute that they're contacting other cartel members in an effort to help them or help the cargo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it would be helpful to understand the scenario if.
Yeah, I just don't get. I got to be honest. Like, so I got to end this show. I got to end this show. I just think that this is. I think that this. I'll be honest with you. I think this is all bullshit. Right? I'm sorry. You ain't doing dick all scrutiny like this, Democrats. This is bullshit. This is what it is. And you're gonna. And it's people.
So you maintain it's a hoax. It's a witch hunt.
It is absolutely a hoax and a witch hunt. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There is never this level of scrutiny applied to anyone except Donald Trump every single time. And we already see the key details that were originally in this story are bullshit. As you admitted that the original story was implying that Pete Hegseth either ordered no quarter be given to kill everyone under any circumstance, or that he saw the survivors clinging to the boat and killed them. That's bullshit, right?
It sounds like more so the former.
It sounds the former that he ordered to.
That he said no quarter, that he didn't.
He never said.
I haven't followed this.
Saying really, kill. So, for example, would it be a war crime if Barack Obama said, there's bin Laden, we found him, shoot to kill, take him out? Is that a war crime?
I don't know.
You tell me what you think. I'm asking your subjective opinion. Is that a war crime?
To kill Osama?
There's Osama bin Laden, shoot to kill, take him out. Is that a war crime?
As opposed to, like, capturing him and making.
I'm asking you if the order is given. Barack Obama says shoot to kill, take him out. Is that a war crime about bin Laden?
Yeah, I don't see how that matches anything in this, because that's one person, and you're saying kill this person.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Weaponized stupidity from the Democrats as always. Here we go.
I don't know why you don't think this is my.
Okay, let me explain to you so that you can. So here's what we have to do. Now I explain to you because you can't answer the question. So because you can't answer the question honestly, now I have to explain. Okay. No. Now I have to explain.
Let's not do that. All right.
You go ahead. You go ahead and ramble. You go ahead and ramble on.
You said if one person is the target, is killing that person a crime? That's not the relevant detail. This is about, if we target the boat and there are survivors, can we target the survivors? Those are leftovers from the initial target rather than the main target itself, right? That seems like a...
You let me know when you're done, and then I'll talk.
Come on, man. Don't be...
Okay, what you seem to imply that it was the former. In other words, that Pete Hegseth gave a no quarter given, and that's what was wrong here. Not about targeting the boat, etc. It is that you're saying, the initial claim that may be true is that Pete Hegseth gave a new quarter given thing. No, what Pete Hegseth said was he gave an order that said eliminate these targets. So the question I asked you the implication here that Democrats are trying to say is because Pete Hegseth said eliminate the targets, that would mean under any circumstance, including if they were incapacitated. What is nonsensical. Similarly, if we look at another order that all of us would agree wouldn't be a war crime, to say there is the person who's alleged to be the mastermind of 9/11, take him out, we would never say that that's a war crime. However, I could, if I wanted to be bad faith, make the same argument against Barack Obama. I could say, if Barack Obama said take him out, then that could mean he also meant take him out if he's on a dialysis machine. Totally, and it would be easy to capture him. But no, he said take him out, so that's a war crime. You would be like, no, that's bullshit. That's not a war crime.
I think that's valid.
What's valid?
Obviously, it's a complicated circumstance, surrounding
what you said. I think that's
what
valid.
You're saying, I think it makes sense.
What makes sense?
That could be a war crime in the same way.
No, it is never a war crime. That's not a fucking war crime. How would it be Barack Obama? So I just
It's
want
never a
you
war
to be
crime to
clear.
order the killing of somebody.
Okay,
And then
okay.
carry it out.
So World War II, right? We're storming the beaches of Normandy. There's a guy in a pillbox turret. Kill him! Take that guy out. That's a war crime.
The guy who's shooting at you from the pillbox, who's a
Yes.
uniformed soldier
So
of another
the general
nation,
says,
declared war
the captain,
officially on you, who's currently shooting at you.
Holy fuck!
Why would that be a war
Yes,
crime?
because by saying kill him, that also means if he's incapacitated, kill him. Therefore, the general that ordered kill him committed a war crime.
Look, you don't need to scream at me. I can 100% agree with what
You're not
what
agreeing.
saying.
You're saying things like this. I agree with you. That is a war crime. When I'm saying the
wait,
opposite, I'm saying the opposite of it.
Look, I can really easily just meet you where you're at. If it's the case that the order that Hegseth gave was strike this target and had no implication of like kill all survivors or anything like that, then okay, I might disagree on whether that's a legitimate target. That's fine. That's a different thing, right?
So then you're acknowledging in the scenario I said about Barack Obama saying kill Osama bin Laden that he didn't commit a war crime. Obama didn't.
I don't know. I'm not a scholar around these things. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Thanks for calling. I mean, this is nonsensical. This is nonsensical.
You can just kill anybody that you know. If your government says kill this guy, then you could just kill them. That's fine. There's like no rules of war.
Okay. Oh my fucking God. Maybe you are just this dumb. I don't know. Let's bring this up. We'll bring out Old Reliable here for you. Here we are. Old Reliable. It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending to not understand things, thus making discourse impossible. We'll try this one more time for you. It is not a question about whether or not bin Laden was a legitimate target or not. I think that any sort of international law, domestic law, etc., would say that it is a legitimate target. Someone who masterminded a terror attack that killed thousands of people would probably be a legitimate target. However, that's the reason I brought up bin Laden, because I thought that almost everyone could agree with that. But you want to quibble and say, I don't know. So then, let me say this. Now we have to make the hypothetical even more abstract. Please shut your fucking mouth for a minute, you fucking moron. You have to talk to you like a fucking baby because you're so stupid. Will you acknowledge this? At some point in some military incursion somewhere that there was a leader of a country that said, kill this person who's an enemy combatant, and that could theoretically be lawful?
Yes.
Okay.
Possible.
The point that I'm trying to make is, given that, if they just say kill that person, is it illegal because that could theoretically mean kill that person even if they're incapacitated? Therefore, any order is always illegal that says kill that person.
I want to be careful that I answer in the correct way that's clear. If Hegseth gave an order that didn't imply any of those things, then that would be totally fine. Notwithstanding whether we think it's legit, whatever.
Great.
I own that like 10 times in a row.
You didn't, because we can't even understand what you're saying. Because you said things like this. No, I agree. You're making a point. Obama did commit a war crime there. Huh? Right? So you're saying the opposite. Nonetheless, fine. Great. We're here. Last question. When you said it sounds like number one that Hegseth did, can you show me any evidence whatsoever that Hegseth ordered the execution? Because that's what you said. You said it doesn't sound like option number two, which was that Hegseth saw the... Let me finish. When Hegseth saw the people hanging off the boat and ordered their execution there, you're saying it doesn't sound like that. Instead, it sounds like number one, which was that Hegseth gave an order to kill them even if they're hors de combat and survivors. Can you show me any proof where that's been suggested?
Any proof where that's been...
Correct. It's even been...
Or where it's been suggested?
Suggested.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million articles about this.
Okay, let's see it.
Just scroll.
You're going to find me an article that says, unnamed source said, Hegseth said, kill them even if they're incapacitated. Okay, let's see it.
It is also strictly forbidden, according to the 1907 Hague Convention, to declare that no quarter will be given, or or that no mercy will be offered to a defeated adversary. Hegseth, according to the Washington Post, gave a verbal directive to leave no survivors. That speaks to, obviously, you're not going to be happy with that source.
What's
This
it-
is the newspaper
what's it
says
from?
so. What's the actual evidence?
He put it in the chat.
I
I'm
put it in
reading it
the-
right now.
The
Okay,
chat.
the Military Times. So let's go to the Washington Post and see if it said that. I mean, I guess this is a source.
Briefing materials handed over to the White House that the follow-up strikes were conducted to sink the alleged drug-carrying vessel, prevented a navigational danger to other vessels, not to kill remaining survivors.
According to the Post.
Same explanation was offered to lawmakers in a closed.
Okay,
door
Washington
briefing.
Post.
And then Trump said, "I would have wanted that, not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine." That's funny. Karoline Leavitt said Monday that Bradley acted within his authority in the law when he ordered the follow-up strike.
I want to see this quotes the Post. So this is saying that unnamed sources say that Pete Hegseth said, "Leave no survivors."
Mhm.
Okay, so let's go to
Did
the
he-
Washington. Let's go to the Washington Post and see if that's what they said.
Mhm. So while we're looking that up, if that is what he said, do you think that would violate what we're talking about?
No,
Okay. So you think even if he did do that, then that still wouldn't.
it depends on the context of what he said. Like, I guess if he specifically said "leave no survivors," if the context of that is
Leave no
reasonably,
survivors.
yeah. Let's see. I'm looking for the Washington Post article and I can't
And
find it.
It
Just,
was like if there's
just,
two left, strike
just-
them again.
just if we granted that for a second, couldn't that have been said as in jest of a morale boost? Like we're
Oof.
going, hold on, like a patent speech for like
Sure.
we shall leave no survivors.
Did he say something?
But I'm just
Not
saying,
like we will liberate.
but
whatever.
just could we grant that could be a possibility too? If we're going to grant that your way could be a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be in poor form to like a joke about
How? Wait,
something.
well,
That
no,
would-
but
that would be more
no,
fun.
not as a joke. I mean, I know we're joking about it, but like
No,
for a morale boost,
I know what
in
you're
a
saying. Like,
in a patent way.
like we're gonna win.
The source,
but-
the source that you're quoting there lies. The Washington Post says Defense Secretary Hegseth gave a spoken directive, according to two people with direct knowledge. The order was to kill everyone.
Mhm.
That doesn't say leave no survivors. So your source lied. There are no anonymous sources that claim that Pete Hegseth said leave no survivors.
Sent to kill everybody. Let's see. So look, there is a difference between like, hey, like strike this boat in a way that will be lethal for everybody, rather than just to destroy the cargo or something like that. That maybe that's distinct from saying like make sure every single person in the situation definitely dies no matter
So
what.
you don't
I can
want-
grant that those could be
don't-
distinct.
So you
You
got well, you'll concede that your art. So far we are aware of no sources other than a source that you've provided that misquotes the Washington Post, where anyone with knowledge of this said Pete Hegseth said leave no survivors.
Let me read the Washington Post. And I don't know if there's just one article on this. There might be more now.
And again, with my jest, kill them all sounds more like a to arms statement.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's an issue with there's a have you heard of that Mitchell and Webb look? There's a sketch where there's like an evil mafia guy and his henchman, and he's like, "Oh, take him out." And he's like, "When you take him out, you mean kill him, right?" Like we keep using these.
Yeah, I again like so. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for any quote that says that Pete Hegseth said leave no survivors, give
Yeah,
no quarter. I'm waiting for anything like that.
Again, and then you're suggesting, right, that our military, all the E1s, all the E2s, all the E3s, 4s, 5s, all the way up to E9s, and officers on that boat just was shooting overboard and killing everybody that was swimming.
I mean,
That's
so
what you're
Your
suggesting.
contention is that if they if they launched a missile that killed them, then that's okay, rather than
No, I'm
shooting
saying if they
them.
launched a missile that hit a boat, that's different than launching a missile that's hitting a target of a person.
If they shot just at the people, that would be illegal. If they shot at the boat and happens to kill the people, that would be technically okay.
Not necessarily. Yeah, that's technically what he's saying, but it's still not necessarily in that, because it only is if the enemy combatant is completely out of ability to be effective in going against troops, right? And so the initial story is led to believe that these people were desperately out of the fight, like they're wounded so bad they could do nothing but hang there. That's one thing. Yes, it would be illegal to specifically target and kill them at that point. It's different if you're targeting an asset, an objective that they happen to be on. But if they're not that, if they're like, yes, I could still pick up my radio and make calls, then no, they're not incapacitated to the point where they're no longer a threat to the U.S. military. So in both of those scenarios. But again, I'm still waiting for any proof that there was any source familiar with this that said that Pete Hegseth said anything close to leave no survivors. No quarter given. Shoot people even if they're wounded. I don't see any of that anywhere.
Last scenario I want to know too is if we did just hit with one missile and they called for backup hypothetically and it came, wouldn't that be a much bigger body count with much more at risk?
Yes. Say it again. If they launched a second missile and
no, if we didn't, let's say we didn't launch the second, right? Let's say we didn't launch the second. We left how it is. So radio was able to go out. Radio, beep, 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 all out. Now they have backup on the way. Now isn't that potential for a bigger body count?
Sure. Yeah.
And now the people that are actually in the water that are actually people that need help off the boat that we could be helping and picking up those bodies. Now those people are actually at risk.
Wait, which people are at risk?
The ones that were already off the board from the boat. All those people are at risk now because they're in the line of fire of all the other boats.
If the people who came to help them put them back on the disabled boat?
Let's just say all the people that's floating in the water now from the first missile. Because there's going to be people out in the water, right? One way or another, a boat gets hit.
I don't know if these people were like hanging onto the side.
Okay, again, but that's
presumably they were close enough that
that still puts them at equal risk when there's missiles going between in the crossfire of other boats crossfiring now.
Wait, which boats were? I mean,
if they call at the point of them calling in for backup and it came, because remember we didn't launch a second missile this time.
I mean, my presumption, I might be totally wrong, but my presumption is these were launched from pretty far away. It's not like we were.
Again, so what I'm trying to say is that let's say they called in and now the backup arrives. The backup is now launching from pretty far away. We're launching from pretty far away. What's in the middle? The boat that called in the backup.
Yeah, but I guess the argument, Everest, would be they're dead anyways. So yeah, yes, in your scenario, they also die. But
no, I'm not saying that they did. I'm saying even if there's potential to save them off the first missile, but they call in the radio, right? We're still putting them in more harm because we're going to have to be firing missiles at the new boats.
Well, but it's not them dying. There's no more harm than dying. I see what you're saying, that they would have probably died no matter what, because if they called in, then we had to fight other people, they'd have probably died in the crossfire. But they definitely died targeting the boat.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is even now the potential even for people that are out in the water floating from the first missile strike.
But there were none. They were all down.
Yeah, it was like those two that survived the initial strike, and then they died in the second. Presumably they were close enough to the boat that they did die in that second strike. Presumably they weren't super far away.
Either way, look, it's just boat hits, right? We're not aiming at people. I'm gonna sit back on that one.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those technicalities that within the kind of like legal regulations of these things might be totally legit. I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
The point that it's just like there's like we'll let you go. I can't be up all night. Do you got any proof? Do you got any proof? Any proof of an unnamed source saying Pete Hegseth said no quarter given, no prisoners killed, anything like that?
I can't get into any of these. There's like 4 articles and they're all paywall.
Okay, so will you acknowledge them when you said it sounds like scenario 1? You have nothing to suggest that whatsoever. Just one article that's misquoting the Washington Post.
I guess it could be other. It could be either case, but
you're saying it sounds like case one, but you have no proof of it. That's what I'm saying. How do you make that conclusion that it sounds like that?
So Hegseth and people in the administration are denying that he specifically ordered that second strike. They're saying
correct.
Bradley made that order.
Correct.
And you're saying that Bradley making that order for that second strike, you still think that that's fine, legally, morally, whatever. So it's kind of irrelevant to you whether he did, because you think that second strike is just fine.
No, my argument is that I'm making here is there were two scenarios to blame Hegseth. One, he saw the video of people hanging on the boats and said, kill those motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. You're acknowledging that there's no evidence of that. The second, which you're saying now is likely what the case is, that Pete Hegseth said, give no quarter, no prisoners, even if they're injured, kill them all. There's no evidence for that. So when you say it sounds like scenario one, I'm asking, or when it sounds like that scenario, which is what you said, I'm asking you, can you show me any evidence of that? Or will you admit it sounds like both of these arguments are bullshit?
No, I mean, it's in the article. I can look for a way around the paywalls a little bit more.
What's in the article? You think it's
I don't know what's in the article. It's paywall.
But you're making but maybe. Listen, I want you to listen to yourself. Mm-hmm. I'm asking you where you've seen evidence of this, and your response to me is maybe that evidence exists.
I've heard that this was happening, and I was curious what your thoughts were on why you think this is a hoax.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that both of these scenarios, as far as you're concerned, you've seen no evidence for either of them.
I mean, I've seen evidence in the sense that people are saying that they have sources that they've done that. It's not so like knockdown evidence. That's why I'm looking into this in the first place.
So your hand is second or third hand hearsay. I heard someone on X say that some source that's anonymous may have said this.
Yeah.
And you're qualifying that as evidence to make a determination on this to some degree.
Not to make a determination, but it's some evidence. Sorry, I'm a data scientist, so what I consider evidence is like a
I heard you abuse your children.
Oh, okay.
There's evidence of it.
Where did you hear that from?
I just heard it. It's hearsay, but I heard it, so there's evidence. I just want you to admit, it doesn't matter. Like, you acknowledge. Now listen.
I think it does.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter? The mere fact that I said that means that avarice at least could now say, hey, there's evidence you abuse your children, right?
Well, no, it's behind a paywall. Hold on, I can't find it. Hold on.
Yeah, start a newspaper, start a publication.
So yes, you acknowledge that evidence is now out there that you abuse your children, correct?
I mean, we all know that you made this up for a point.
Not
right?
true.
So
someone else might not. This happened the other day to a guy named Misfit Patriot. This happened to a guy named
level of evidence as a newspaper reporting it.
No,
I mean,
there is. Show me the
evidence.
newspaper. Show me the newspaper that reported that some source
I can send you all the links, and I'm looking at how to get into the paywall now.
But you don't know what they say because they're behind a paywall. So how could you say what they're claiming?
I can see the headline, and I can see the
okay, tell me what the headline says. Wait, before you do, don't say anything yet. This headline's going to say, Pete Hegseth said no quarter given. Pete Hegseth said no prisoners. That's what the headlines say.
Sure. Pete Hegseth said to kill everybody, officials say.
That's what the Washington Post said. We already acknowledged that's not a war crime. That's not
what the law says about killing survivors of the boat strike.
So now we're back to this. We already
order on first Caribbean boat strike, officials say. Attempts to distance himself. Denied issuing order to kill boat crew. Military voices concern over Hegseth new.
And now we're back to this. Yes, we've already acknowledged. Remember, I went through the example with Osama bin Laden. Just saying to kill them isn't a war crime. That's different than saying, oh, and by the way, if he's incapacitated, kill him as well.
Sure. I mean that's the scenario we're talking about. Is if they all died in the first strike, then presumably we would. Do you agree? I think I feel this way. I think we wouldn't be talking about this if they all just died in the first strike.
Maybe
right?
what's that have anything to do with what we're? Well, no, I think Democrats would still be saying it's a war crime. It just wouldn't be getting as much
Sure.
traction. Nonetheless, what's that have anything to do with that's interesting as a complete non sequitur on the side. What's that have to do with what we're talking about right here? What we're talking about here right now is it is absurd to claim that there is evidence. It's absurd to claim there's evidence. And I illustrate the point by saying if I make some unfounded accusation and then a secondhand person says, I heard this accusation, now that's evidence against you, that's what you're doing. You're like, well, I haven't seen any secondhand sources that said that Hegseth said this. What I have seen is third-hand sources saying that they read a source that's behind a paywall that says that Hegseth said, give no quarter, don't allow any survivors. You don't even have that. You haven't even read that yourself. You've just read people on X claiming that they read that.
I don't go on X.
Okay, where did you hear people saying this?
I don't. It's a pretty big story. I mean, everybody's talking about this.
But who? Like you're talking random social media people you've heard say, I heard a quote, I read a quote.
I mean the Washington Post.
Washington Post does not say that Pete Hegseth said no survivors allowed, kill all prisoners, etc. Doesn't say that. It says he said kill them all. We again get back to where we were. That's not the same as saying if someone's injured, kill them anyways. You said that you heard somewhere that he said something like no survivors. I'm like, where? You're like, I just heard it. And I'm like, where? You're like, well, here's articles behind paywalls. I'm like, behind those paywalls, it's going to say he said no survivors, etc. You're like, well, the title of the video shows it. I'm like, what's the title say? The title says he said kill them all. Right. And we're right back to where we started. That's not the same as saying no survivors, which you've already acknowledged. Of course. Yes, just saying kill Osama bin Laden isn't a war crime because implicitly within that means within the legal framework that you're allowed to do it. Not if he's incapacitated, in which case.
It might be, it might not be.
Okay, your stupidity, you already conceded that it's not. Now you're changing.
What are you doing? What is this? Why do you have to be so, so insulting about this? You're just like.
Did you not concede earlier that let's run it back, right? Here we go again. Is there a hypothetical scenario where a military commander could order the killing of someone?
There have been cases in history where a legal ordering of a soldier to shoot has been ordered, yes.
If that person who created that order said kill them, right? And does that mean that it's a war crime by nature, that implicitly means kill them even if they're incapacitated? Or do we understand that to mean, no, that's not a war crime because there's an understanding that means as they exist, not if they're an hors de combat?
So the question of whether there's a war crime, what are you doing, man? Are we talking or not? I like literally opened my mouth. You're just like, oh.
Just answer the question. That's all.
Okay. Whether a war crime has committed is something. This is Guy Sucker. What? Hell yeah. Whether a war crime has been committed is a different question from who is liable for committing that war crime. No,
we're not arguing that. We're arguing whether or not the person that issued the order committed a war crime.
No, we're arguing about whether Hegseth.
Right. Did Hegseth shoot anyone himself? Yes or no? Did he shoot? Did he shoot?
For rhetorical, obviously.
I'm asking you: is Hegseth the one that pulled the trigger?
No, I don't believe so.
Did he fly the drone?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, you're saying this is your argument, not mine. That it wasn't that Hegseth saw people clinging to the boat and ordered them be killed. Instead, it was the other scenario, that the order that Hegseth gave, the order itself was a war crime because these people were hors de combat. They were people that were incapacitated. And therefore, the fact that Hegseth gave an order that said no survivors is itself a war crime. That's your argument, yes?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying there's no proof he ordered that. We only have proof. Well, it's not even proof, but all we have is an anonymous accusation. He said, kill them all. I say, but saying kill them all isn't the same as saying kill them even if they're incapacitated. You seem to fluctuate about that. I say, okay, no. So like if there's okay, is that the same? Is saying kill them all itself a war crime? Because it could imply kill them even if they're incapacitated.
you don't seem to think killing them, even if they're incapacitated, is a war crime. You don't think any war crime.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the question that I just asked you? Forget about what I think. We're talking about what you think right now.
Okay. I think that there's a number of scholars who seem to think that a war crime may have been committed.
That is not the question. That is not the question that I asked you.
I'm getting to it right now. There's a question of whether this is something that Hegseth ordered or implied to be ordered, and where those lines are, versus if there was something that the person who called for that strike, presumably Bradley, is the responsible
I
party.
Understand the non sequitur that you're offering right here.
This
It
is
literally non-responsive.
You make
Your claim was
point that
your
isn't
claim.
insulting?
Yes, your claim was that
Oh
it
my
sounds
God.
like the scenario was number one, that you heard somewhere that someone said that Pete Hegseth, anonymous sources or something, said that Pete Hegseth ordered no survivors, no quarter given, something to that effect. I say, where did you see that? Where did you see that? You're like, well, I heard people say that. I say who? Well, I heard people say that read it in articles. What article? Well, the Washington Post. Yeah, the Washington Post doesn't say that. Okay, maybe some of these articles behind the paywall. Okay, but if you haven't even seen what's behind the paywall, how can you make the claim of what it says? Well, I could make that claim because of the title. Because the title of the video showed that Hegseth said that. Okay, what's the title of the video say? The title of the video says Hegseth said kill them all. But that's not the same as saying kill them even if they're incapacitated. Would you acknowledge that if someone says kill them all, that's not a war crime tantamount to saying kill them if they're incapacitated? Your response to that is, well, some scholars think that some war crime could have been committed in some way. That is non-responsive to the issue we're talking about.
Yeah, I think there's probably some fine lines there. I think, okay, I'm just going to walk through this. Don't freak out. I'm just going to walk from front to bottom in like 2 sentences through what I think about this. We seem to disagree about if a crime is committed. It seems like if a crime is committed, the responsible party is likely either Bradley or Hegseth. Okay? If Hegseth was explicitly saying, like, oh yeah, even if you have to violate every law to kill them, definitely kill them, that would be wrong, right? Okay, he would be the responsible party, not Bradley. Okay? Maybe he did do that. Maybe he said kill them all. Maybe there's some line where there's a presumption that that's what he's saying, where he'd still be guilty. And then there's something on the other side of the line where he just said kill them all, but it was presumed to be in a way that would be perfectly legal. I have no idea which one of those scenarios it is.
Your last sentence was responsive. Everything you said before that is non-responsive, right? The argument is you claim that you heard somewhere that Pete Hegseth said something to the equivalent of no survivors. You're incapable of providing any source other than one that misquoted the Washington Post. Other than that, you're incapable of providing any source, though you claim that you've heard it. You won't show where. You're just like, I heard it somewhere. Did you hear it on X? No, not on X. Did you hear it in social media? Everybody's saying it. Okay, show me one person saying it. You can't. You can't provide anything other than one article that misquoted the Washington Post. That's it. That's the only thing you've been able to provide. Now you finally come down to it and say, well, hypothetically, there could be a circumstance where saying kill them all could be a war crime because it could be implied to mean even if they are incapacitated.
No, that's not an accurate characterization. It's not about whether it's a war crime. It's about who the responsible party is.
That is not the case. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about your belief that you heard. That is not it. That is not what's going on. The question was never, the discussion we were having wasn't who committed the war crime, Pete Hegseth or Bradley. That was not the discussion we were having. The discussion we were having was blaming Hegseth comes down to one of two scenarios. Scenario one, he watched these people clinging to boats and said, kill them. That could be constituting a war crime. Scenario two, he told people when he gave the orders, even if they're incapacitated, kill them. That could be constituted a war crime. You're like, yep, I think it's that one. That's the one. I say, okay, show me where. That we go through all that again. Now you're saying, no, we're merely arguing who committed the war crime, Hegseth or Bradley. That is not what we're arguing. We're still on the fact that you said that you saw or heard people saying that Hegseth ordered no quarter given. Kill them, even if they're incapacitated. I've yet to see proof of that. And every time I ask you, you just say things like, well, maybe Bradley committed a war crime. Okay, what's that have to do? Well, I've seen other people say that maybe targeting this boat's a war crime. Yeah, but what's that have anything to do with your claim? I don't know how clear I could make this. Can you provide any evidence whatsoever that you heard? You said everybody's saying it, that he said no quarter given, shoot them even if they're incapacitated. Can you provide any evidence of that claim? Or will you admit, no, I can't provide any of that. I made that shit up.
No. So
Well, Bradley, here we go.
until I-
Well, I did read people that said that maybe
everything that you were just saying, if what we're talking about is just whether a crime was committed, then who ordered it is irrelevant.
Okay, so hold on, just a question. Then do you believe that every person along the chain of command on the boat committed the war crime and actively knew they were doing, or was actively committing the war crime and just was like, okay, we're gonna go commit a war crime now? All together now, let's hold hands.
I mean, what you're saying that it's like, oh, hey, let's all commit a. I'm sure it wasn't like that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, because all of us go through basic military training. We all know how to, and we all know LOAC. We all know
they might all be liable.
Hold on. Even with the people you've talked to, you say I've talked to military people. They know how to conduct themselves in war. They even do that. How scrutinized they are, et cetera, et cetera. So you think everybody on the boat was willing to do this? Or do you think someone by now on the boat would have said something? Where's the person on the boat that's saying,
I don't even care about any of this. Show me the fucking proof that someone said what you claim they said. Show me the proof.
Look, I've sent you the articles. I'm trying to get into them. If you can get into them, we can go further.
Have you read these articles?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so then I want to ask you something. How do you know these articles are going to say the things that you've heard if you haven't read the article?
I don't know. I wouldn't.
Okay, so then
okay,
so then this is irrelevant. What this article says is irrelevant.
But I know that Karoline Leavitt was asked about this.
This is let me explain to you what
this is the situation. This is the story.
Listen, you claim that you heard this or that you read this. Now you're admitting, but I didn't read this. So this can't be the place that you heard or read it. I'm asking you, where is the place that you heard this or read this?
Yeah,
it can't be here. You're just admitting, I haven't read this. So where is the place that you heard this?
Maybe I read it on the title of your stream. Maybe that's where I found out about this story.
The title of my stream says that Pete Hegseth ordered that no prisoners be taken, that we kill that even if they're injured, that we kill them.
No, the title of my boat bombing hoax. You described what the hoax was, and you said it's a hoax. Maybe that's where I found out about it. Who knows?
So you heard me say...
It doesn't really seem relevant where I first heard about this story.
It's not that when you first heard
it. That doesn't constitute whether it's a war crime or not.
It's that you're lying. That the things you're claiming to have heard, you didn't. You didn't. You're making it up.
So
you're lying.
Nobody said that maybe a war crime was committed?
No, that's not what we're saying. You said you heard something very specific, that people said that Hegseth ordered the execution even of people that are injured. That's what you said. You said, I heard that somewhere. I said, where? You present this Military Express article, whatever the fuck that is. It misquotes the Washington Post. You're like, there's a bunch of people saying this. I say, who? You can't provide it.
Where did you read that it misquotes it? Can I get access to that article? How did you get in there?
Yes, that was the Washington Post. I showed it on screen. You said, your article said, I want you to, I'll put it on the screen. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'll put it on the screen again. I want you to bring back that Military Express article. Shit, why is that not there?
Either way, that second strike was a violation of the laws of war. That second strike, the orders to conduct the second strike were illegal orders, and they should not have been executed. They should not have been followed by anyone in what we call the kill chain. I mean, it's possible that everybody along the chain who carried that out should be considered liable.
Now, again, I want you to read. What does it say that it said, that Hegseth said, ordered?
From the military something. Let me see if I still have that open. Here we go. I've got it on the chat.
Fuck, now I got to find this Washington Post article again.
Constitute war crimes, murder both. Former JAGS working group unanimously considers both the giving and the execution of these orders, if true, to constitute war crimes, murder both.
Hegseth, according to the Washington Post, gave a verbal directive to leave no survivors. That's what it says, right?
Yes.
Okay, where does the Washington Post? It says, according to the Washington Post, we already did this. The Washington Post said it said kill them all. Where does it?
Can you put that article in the chat?
Yes, I can bring it up again. Why do I have to do this again?
Can you put it in?
We literally went through this all. We literally went through it all.
Do you mind putting the link in the chat?
I have to find it again.
Wait, what do you? Oh, sorry. I thought that's the one that you were pulling up. Okay.
No, that's yours. Okay. So now I got to find the article, which we already went through. The Washington Post doesn't say Pete Hegseth gave an order to say leave no survivors. We walked through it. It said there was a spoken order to kill them all. That's what the Washington Post said. So your article that suggests that the Washington Post said leave no survivors is a lie. Where?
So it was like Major General Stephen Lepper.
I don't know. What did Major General Stephen Lepper say?
I just put it in the chat. So PBS, for me, it's not paywalled. Hopefully it's not paywalled for you.
Okay.
Well, if the surveillance video showed 2 survivors clinging to wreckage, then there is no question that this was an unlawful order to target those 2 survivors.
Where does this say that Pete Hegseth had an order to leave no survivors?
Let's see.
I mean, are you fucking with me? Is that what this is? Are you fucking gaslighting me?
No, I'm not fucking with you.
There's one question here. Your claim that you heard someone say, leave no survivors was the order that Hegseth gave. That's it. You saying, but here, look, I found another article of someone saying that they think this might be illegal. That is not the question that we're asking. The question is, where did you hear that the order was leave no survivors from Hegseth, other than this one article that misquoted the Washington Post? You said, I heard it in a bunch of other places. Everybody's saying it. I said, can you provide one? You're like, well, here's a PBS article, and here's a general that says, I think this may be illegal. And yet, that general is not saying, I heard Pete Hegseth say leave no survivors. That's the question in front of us. You could provide a link to that article saying, I think the Arby's Big Beef and Cheddar is the best sandwich at Arby's. Great. That's interesting, complete non sequitur that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. You said that you heard from all kinds of places that Pete Hegseth, that there were sources that said Pete Hegseth said leave no survivors. Provide one. Or admit that you made that up, that you didn't hear that from a bunch of places. Why can't you just admit it? We all know you're lying. We know you're lying.
Are either I produce the source right now, or I say that I'm lying about having.
Yes, that is the option. Because you said there were many sources, so find one. What I think what likely happened is you just heard some people bullshitting on social media. Which is why I laughed and said, so it's a third-hand source? You heard someone saying, I read an article that said, an anonymous person that said X, and you said, well, that's still evidence.
I even
remember? And I laughed at that and said, that's fucking stupid.
No, I mean, the Washington Post is reporting on it. Generals,
show me in the Washington Post. Show me the
this is unlawful. Like,
show me. Okay, show me the Washington Post. Show me the Washington. Show me the Washington Post saying Pete Hegseth ordered. The anonymous sources said that Pete Hegseth ordered no survivors. Show me that where the Washington Post said that. You just said the Washington Post reporting.
I keep telling you that they're paywalled.
So if it's paywalled and you haven't read it, then how are you claiming that that's where you read it?
I don't remember exactly where I saw this. I'm sorry. Next time I see an article that I think might disagree with something you believe, I'll put that down in a Google Doc in case I end up talking to you about it, so that you can believe in my good
When
part.
I say you're showing an article that's misquoting the Washington Post, here's the proof, and you're like, yeah, but I heard this all over the place. And I'm like, okay, well, can you show me like one place? And you're incapable.
The Hill also quoted the Washington Post
Okay, the Hill.
Assuming that
There
he
we go.
ordered to kill everybody.
Kill everybody. Where does that say no survivors? Where does that say kill everyone, even if they're incapacitated? Where does it say that? Yes, I'm not disputing that the Washington Post did say that there was an anonymous source said there was a spoken word to kill everyone. That's why we went through this whole exercise where I said, but just saying kill everyone doesn't constitute a war crime, because the implication of why it would be a war crime is, oh, that means even if they're incapacitated, kill them. But clearly that's not the way that that term's used. So we wouldn't say it's a war crime to just say kill everyone. We've done this over and over. And then you're like, but here's another source that says that he said kill everyone. Right, but that's not what you're looking for. You're looking for something that said that he specifically said to kill would-be prisoners, people surrendering, people injured, etc. That's what we're looking for. That was your claim that you heard. That's what would constitute a war crime. You said that's the scenario you think's likely. You said you heard that all over the place. I'm asking you, and every time you go, well, here's another source that quotes the Washington Post that says that he said kill everyone. Right, we acknowledge that's what the Washington Post said. We've already gone through how that doesn't constitute a war crime. So can you provide evidence? You said you read it all over the place. Can you give me one source?
Yeah, so I can explain in like 2 sentences what I'm talking about. I think it'll probably be the last time for tonight. We've both been at this for a while. It's been pretty intense, but I appreciate chatting about this. So according to the Post, I'm quoting from the Hill, according to the Post, an initial strike left 2 survivors. Bradley ordered a follow-up strike to comply with Hegseth's orders to leave no survivors. Questions have been raised about a legal basis, blah, 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 blah. So
there you go. That's good.
Yes,
there's another source that said leave no survivors.
So if it's the case, so Bradley's the one who ordered this strike. No.
What? No. I don't give a shit about Bradley. The claim was, where did Pete Hegseth commit a war crime?
Sure.
You said you heard it. Now the Hill there said, according to the Post, they're misquoting the Post.
Okay.
You acknowledge that. We showed you what the Post said, correct?
I don't remember that.
The Post said that there was
on screen. I can't really read it. I'm asking you to post
the
it.
Post said
it's fine. It's literally irrelevant because this point doesn't depend on that. If it's the case that Bradley committed a war crime by ordering that second strike, then he's liable for doing that. Obviously, right? Anyone
the argument was
had enough information to know would be liable.
The argument
it's the case that Hegseth specifically gave him orders specific enough that he was following those orders, then Hegseth may be liable as well.
That's outrageous. That's fucking stupid. The entire argument hinged on whether or not the Democrats claimed that Pete Hegseth committed a war crime. Now saying, well, maybe it wasn't Hegseth, it was Bradley, is completely irrelevant to the initial claim.
The White House is coming out and saying it wasn't Hegseth,
it is an absolute stupid, absolute beyond the fucking pale, idiotic argument to say that if someone in a position of leadership says kill them, and then someone commits a war crime to that person, that the order was vague enough to say kill them, that it hypothetically could have meant by torturing them and cutting off their limbs one by one, therefore the person who gave the order is also guilty of a war crime, is fucking laughable.
I mean, this is for legal scholars. This is like so far above.
No, it is not so far. It is not. I will agree that there are times that actual legal professionals get involved in to go through the nuances of it. This isn't even nuance. This is base level like shit. Like this would be the equivalent. This would mean even outside the scope of the military. Right? This would be like if a police officer said, detain that man. And then, okay, your chief says detain. And so, okay, I'll detain him. And the way I'll detain them is by taking a nail gun and stapling it between their hands. Now he's detained. Therefore,
probably
both the chief, both the chief and the cop that did the nail gunning are both now guilty. Because the chief's orders were vague enough when he said detain him that hypothetically it could have meant detain him by shooting a nail gun into his wrist. You see the stupidity of this?
Look, I understand what you are saying. I understand the impression you have. I understand the analogy that you're making. In this scenario, it sounds like, according to legal scholars and generals and a bunch of officers, that they think that it's well within the gray. It's not a shut and closed case. I'm curious how you're Why? How are you so certain that this is like not even within a gray zone?
It has nothing to do with whether I'm certain that the situation itself is within a gray zone or not. What it has to do with is the specific scenario which you outlined is certainly not within a gray zone. Someone putting an order down to say, kill this target is not guilty of a crime, a war crime, if the person proceeds to carry out that order of killing the target in a way that is grotesque torture, kills them when they're incapacitated, etc. No. Person giving the order to kill them would not be guilty of a war crime. Now, could it be possible that Pete Hegseth did something completely different that would make him guilty of a war crime in some way? That could be hypothetically possible. Could it be possible that Bradley's guilty of a war crime? Hypothetically, that could be possible. But the allegation that you're implying here, that by Pete Hegseth saying kill them, if that's what he said, that means he would be responsible because that's vague enough that someone could kill in a torturous manner, is nonsensical. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, when it gets to military doctrine, it can get a little bit complicated and it can get a little bit nuanced. So with Iraq, there was a number of abuses in Abu Ghraib, for example, very famously. There was this kind of question around the way that soldiers were being trained, being ordered, that there may have never been a very clear, hey, torture these prisoners, order ever being given. But there was enough communicated more subtly that soldiers were following, and that created an atmosphere where people did this.
Yeah, I don't know.
This was a big conversation around the time of the Iraq War.
There we have. I'll leave with this. It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending to not understand things, thus making discourse impossible. Again, you got to be careful. It sounds like you're having a civil conversation here, but I think that maybe the underlying tone is that you're advocating violence against avarice and me. I think that might be what's happening, hypothetically. So maybe you should be investigated. Hypothetically, that's possible. That's possible, but the tone.
Oh, you bleeding heart liberal.
The tone could be that. What we're saying is the phrase "kill them" is not itself interpreted in a way that would suggest that a person in a position of military leadership saying "kill them" would be guilty of a war crime if the person that carried out that order did so in an illegal manner. That's it. If your argument is Hegseth said other things too, and hypothetically, if he said other things, that could constitute a war crime. Agreed. For example, if Hegseth said kill them all and then mumbled under his breath, and when they come crawling to you after you blow their legs off, then fucking chop their arms off. Yes, war crime. Got it. If he said those extra things, that's not what we're talking about, that he said extra things. We're saying that the only proof of anything, and that's not even proof, it's an anonymous allegation that he said in spoken word, which, by the way, the New York Times has not 2, but 5 sources that say, no, there was no spoken word order like the Washington Post is claiming. There was instead a written order, and Hegseth never gave a spoken word order, right? No, it was written, right? And so the Washington Post and their sources are erroneous that he spoke kill them all. But if we accept at face value that these random anonymous sources say that Pete Hegseth said kill them all, no, that is not a war crime. That is not saying, and that means if they're incapacitated, kill them. If that could be declared, then literally every military conflict going forward from now, whether it be the United States or any other country, if in the heat of battle someone says, they're firing at us, kill them, they are guilty of a war crime, because hypothetically that order could mean torture them to kill them. Kill them even if they're incapacitated. That would be ludicrous. That's stupid. That's beyond the pale. Is it possible that Pete Hegseth said other things that could constitute a war crime? It's possible. You have no proof. You don't even have an anonymous source that claims it. You claim you heard it. You claim that somewhere you heard that Pete Hegseth said, but you can't show me any proof other than, I will give you that Hill article did say, but again, they misquote the Washington Post. So all I'm trying to get you to is, 1, show me the source that said that, and 2nd, and more importantly, if there is no direct source, even if anonymous, that heard this, will you admit that just what the Washington Post said would not constitute a war crime on the part of Pete Hegseth? And you won't admit it.
Yeah,
You're-
I'm gonna go with the generals on this. That it's
The
not.
general, show me
not
the general
imposed.
saying. Show me the general saying Pete Hegseth committed a war crime by saying kill them all. Go ahead.
Yeah, here it's in the PBS.
Mhm.
See, I'm just quoting relevant pieces as I get to it. Either way, that second strike was a violation of the laws of war. Second strike orders to conduct second strike were legal orders. They should not have been executed.
Okay, that's weird. I don't
defense
see. I
secretary-
don't. No, wait. Okay, you read this paragraph.
Yeah, I'll just do this one.
Either way, the second strike was a violation of the laws of war. The second strike, the orders to conduct the second strike were illegal orders. They should not have been executed. They should not have been followed by anyone in the kill chain. Okay, show me where that says Pete Hegseth saying kill them all is a war crime. Which sentence?
The defense secretary's reported order. The Washington Post reporting that defense secretary Pete Hegseth gave this spoken directive. This is according to two people with direct knowledge of the operation. According to the Post, that the order was to kill everybody. Look, I don't want to make it seem like I don't. I mean that I think that meme is pretty stupid. I think we're having discourse here. I can readily understand what you're saying. If literally what he said was like, "Oh hey, good luck on the operation, kill everybody," or it. But if what he said was like, "Oh hey, Pete, there's two guys left," and he said, "Kill everybody," then that would be a war crime. So there's some
the person carrying out the act would have committed a war crime. The person suggesting kill them is not committing a war crime by suggesting that because it's a lawful order. He was allowed to order that they be killed. He would not be allowed to order kill them, and if they try to surrender, kill them if they try to surrender. That would be different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kill the survivors would be
correct, but that's not. You see the difference?
I see the difference, but I mean, I wasn't in that room. This is what the reporting is.
If Pete Hegseth, none of us were in the room. We're taking for granted something that might be entire bullshit. Again, the New York Times is reporting Pete Hegseth gave no spoken order. But if we accept the reporting of the Washington Post, I understand that you weren't in the room. I wasn't in the room. We're pretending we were in the room. Can you play pretend? We're pretending we were in the room. And what the Washington Post is reporting is correct. And Pete Hegseth uttered the words, kill them all. Is that a war crime?
Look, so I think we disagree about this.
So you think it is a war crime?
We've reached maybe an impasse. I don't know
what impasse? Just say yes, it's a war crime. That's what you believe.
What do I believe? That him saying kill them all once I mean, the question is when and what else went along with that he said.
Right. So if we don't have any proof, just this statement, is that a war crime? Let's assume that he got laryngitis. He said, kill them all. And then he's like, I couldn't say anything and ran to the shitter. He had diarrhea at the same time and no one else heard. He just said, kill them all.
Sure,
is that a war crime? I understand that you can say,
no,
it depends. Thank you. Holy shit. What did we go? 2 hours. 2 hours. And finally,
I don't know why you're
finally, after
like
2 fucking hours.
This is what we've been talking about the entire time.
Unbelievable.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you got a little performance at the end. That was fun.
Yeah. It's gaslighting. It's gaslighting bullshit. It's gaslighting
I feel like
bullshit.
we both, maybe we're performing a little bit here.
No. So you're admitting that you're gaslighting. That's what you're doing?
Gaslighting? What do you want? One of those liberals talk about gaslighting? Do you feel
this is how I would have. Like, you could say we're performing in this.
I'm just joking. I want to be clear.
You could say we're performing in the sense of you're like, we're being a little a little energetic or something like that. But here's how this would have went if I was in your position. Oh, yeah, clearly Hegseth saying that on its own isn't a war crime, right? And I think that the narrative that was initially pushed, this is how I would have argued your position. And it would have saved us an hour and 40 minutes. Ready?
I don't
Yeah, I
think
think the initial, I think the initial narratives that were pushing up by the Democrats at this point seems that there's no evidence for that either Pete Hegseth ordered after he saw people clinging to this boat them to be struck. There seems to be no evidence that anyone's suggesting that whatsoever, or the fact that Pete Hegseth ordered no quarter given even if people try to surrender or people were injured. The Post is reporting that he said kill them all, but that clearly wouldn't rise to that level. So unless there's more evidence to come out or something like that, yeah, maybe Hegseth didn't commit a war crime. However, maybe these attacks on the boats in the first place are something that'll be illegal by the Trump administration, or maybe Bradley committed a war crime. But it seems like Hegseth wasn't the person that ordered this attack on people that are allegedly hors de combat. That's what I'd have said. And then if you said that to me, I'd have said, yeah, we'll see. I still don't think that this was a war crime, but fair enough. That's the position that the Democrats' original narrative on this, because they hate Hegseth, is bullshit.
It's all political. It's all a witch hunt.
Well, I mean, you could make fun of me for that, but what was it that you did? Floundered for an hour and 40 minutes, only to finally, after wasting an hour and 40 minutes, say, yeah, you're right.
Wasting. I'm sorry you feel that you wasted your time. I mean,
yeah, well, what would you call it to someone that's being intentionally disingenuous?
What would I call?
Yes.
Like, I don't want to.
How long have you known that if Pete Hegseth only said "kill them all," that it wasn't a war crime?
Okay.
In your opinion, how long have you held that opinion?
I don't know how to talk
hour?
directly to you without frustrating you. I'm going to be honest. I feel like anytime I just say directly like what's going on, you get very upset.
It's not that I'm very upset.
I don't think it's obvious that they probably had some back and forth. They probably had some conversation.
Right? Are you aware? How long have you
said is kill them all?
How long have you been aware that I've been asking if he just said kill them all, is that a war crime? How long have you been aware of that?
If he just said kill them,
yes.
Like
now listen to me. Listen to me carefully.
Doesn't make sense.
Listen to me carefully. How long have you been aware that that's what I've been asking? It doesn't matter if you think it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been aware that that's what I've been asking?
Mm-hmm. If he just said kill them all,
correct,
that may not be a war crime. It actually might be. Rather
why
than
are you
destroy the target or destroy
why
their
are you
ability.
Incapable of answering questions? I literally just said.
I
want you to
right.
now we have another question.
I'm sorry.
Can you explain to me?
Can
you explain to me how your answer of it might be a war crime, blah, 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 is responsive to my question, how long have you been aware that I was asking if he only said kill them all, is it a war crime? How is your answer to it might be,
I don't.
It's not an answer, is it?
I'm still
how
not
long,
aware of that.
Now, a question of how long implies a unit of time, correct?
That clock hasn't started. I'm still not aware that that's all you're asking.
So you did not know that that's what I was asking?
I still don't know.
So even when I'm telling you I'm saying this, you're still not aware if that's what I'm saying.
I don't think we agree on the premises of this situation.
We absolutely agree on the. We absolutely agree.
But
your argument is, will you acknowledge this then? No matter what quotes we have about anyone saying anything ever, we could not make a judgment on whether or not it is legal or illegal, because there could be things that were said that are illegal outside the scope of what's been reported. Would you acknowledge that?
Sure, that's not really what I'm talking about.
That is exactly what you're talking about.
But of course, I will just see you don't think that I'm being obtuse. Of course, what you just said is true. But I disagree that that's the kind of argument.
Your argument is this. Let me stillman your position here. Well, it's absurd to think that Pete Hegseth would only say like 4 words, right? Clearly there was some sort of conversation. So it's entirely possible that Pete Hegseth could have said something like, kill them all. And if they try to surrender, kill them anyways. That's entirely possible. So it could be that Pete Hegseth committed a war crime, correct? That's your position.
That's a part of it. I mean, I don't feel that was a steel man. I feel like that was like, but yeah.
Where am I wrong about that?
So just straightforwardly, like, do you think he just like they didn't do any planning for this? It's just out of the blue he just texted
You're batting 1,000 of being incapable of answering questions. You're doing great. Where did I go wrong? You respond with the question. No, I would
Yeah,
assume that there are
I'm
other
trying to
words.
find common
I would
ground
assume.
here.
I would. First off, I would assume that it's probably most likely that the Washington Post is full of shit. That these random anonymous sources coming to places like the anonymous sources
they
are
are.
wrong. Secondly, if I take the Washington Post though at their word, I would assume that there was probably other things said. The key part though, if there are whistleblowers saying that Hegseth did things that were untoward, don't you think that they would have reported the worst of it instead, just putting the benign shit? That if that's the worst of what he said isn't a war crime, which you're acknowledging if he only said that it wasn't a war crime. You're just saying, I'm unwilling to say that. I'm unwilling to say if he said kill them all, it's not a war crime, because hypothetically, he could have said other things that were a war crime. Yes, that's true, but we could literally say that about any order ever given by any military personnel. Even if it's a lawful order that's given, hypothetically, it could be that they said other things after that we don't have the quotes that would constitute a war crime.
That's not really my argument.
Okay, then I
what I'm
asked you.
talking about is
I
just a
steelman.
counter to
I
what you're
attempted to.
saying.
I attempted to steelman your position.
Okay,
You
let
said
me
that.
attempt-
Let
let me
me
attempt to
finish.
steelman yours.
Let me finish. You said that's not really a steelman. I said, could you explain to me how it's not? Then you totally avoided it. So can you explain to me? I already steelmaned your position.
There. I'm sorry that it didn't come off that way.
Where did I? Again, I'll re-steelman your position.
Okay,
Hegseth
can I
probably
steelman yours and maybe?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. What you're saying is that within the context of telling somebody to use a missile strike on a boat, saying that you're going to kill them all is kind of like not adding more information. It's like, well, we're going to hit them with a missile. We're going to kill them all. That wasn't like an additional thing that doesn't carry additional information or orders. That's just, well, we're hitting them with a missile. Of course, we're going to kill them all.
Kind of, though it's not really. I would just put it more simply, saying kill them all is legitimate if they're enemy combatants. It has nothing to say about whether or not you torture them, you kill them if they're hors de combat, etc. Mm-hmm. When in the history of combat, when people millions of times have said things like that, the implicit understanding is that you still must carry out this in a manner that's consistent with the law. And so, for example, saying kill them all doesn't mean that you could deploy some sort of mustard gas or something like that. Doesn't mean you could torture them. Doesn't mean you could kill them if they surrender. All sorts of things. We don't say that it's vague enough that it hypothetically could mean all of these other things that are illegal. That's absurd. If so, that would mean anyone in the heat of battle that issued an order to kill someone literally could be charged with a war crime at any time, because hypothetically that could be vague enough that someone interpreted that to break the law to torture someone. That's ridiculous. I don't know how I can make this point any more clear. We only have one quote from an anonymous source of what Pete Hegseth allegedly said, which was kill them all. People are jumping and chomping at the bit saying, aha! This means that Pete Hegseth ordered no quarter be given to kill even the survivors. That's not true. That's not what the phrase kill them all means, right? We've gone through this. You then are like, well, I'm saying that hypothetically he still committed a war crime because he could have said other things in addition to kill them all. Because it makes sense that he wouldn't only utter 3 words. So he probably said other things, and possibly those are war crimes. So I'm unwilling to answer you, Rob, when you say, is just saying the phrase kill them all a war crime? Because it's hard to answer that, because I know he said other words and they could have been war crimes.
So that's like, it's a little bit closer. It's about how you're like, we're both thinking about this in terms of like, what is the context surrounding those words? What you're describing is a context where it's not adding any kind of like additional orders to the scenario. You're sending a missile, it's probably going to kill them all. He's kind of just saying that, and it doesn't mean anything.
That is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. Okay. I'm willing to concede that he wanted everyone on that boat dead. That it wasn't just a matter of, kill them all. I say that like beat them at the football game, kill them. No, he probably wanted those people dead. That is not a war crime. If you're, like, I will make an apples to apples comparison. This means that any time that any sort of general or commander of any nature orders an aerial strike and says take them all out, that they should be charged with a war crime because hypothetically that could mean take them all out in a way that is illegal. That's nonsensical.
Okay,
You
just to-
only
just to
charge that
clarify.
person with a war crime if they order something illegal to be done.
Sure. Just to clarify on that, are we recognizing a distinction between order an airstrike to kill them all versus order an airstrike and then like make sure they're all dead afterward?
Yes, well, I don't know. The second one would imply that they have to die no matter what, and so they can't survive.
Mm-hmm.
Saying kill them all just means take out all the targets.
Mm-hmm. So I thought you guys were saying before that the target was the boat.
Holy
And so
fuck.
when they
Holy fuck.
so why would
Unfucking-believable.
kill them all be the and that
Because
second
if
strike
the
was to kill
primary
boat,
target
it
was the
happened.
boat, but there are enemy combatants on the boat, you're allowed to take out all of the enemy combatants that are on the primary objective that you have. The primary objective was the boat, or maybe not even the primary. Maybe the objectives were the boat and all the people. The people can no longer be the sole objective if they are incapacitated. However, if they are incapacitated and still on an objective, in this case the boat, then yes, the boat could be targeted.
Mm-hmm. But that would imply that the target wasn't all those people. It was.
Oh my God.
How does that imply that the
And so-
target wasn't the people? Let's say I say this. Here are the targets I'm measuring. Person A, person B, person C, boat. I do the strike. Boat's not destroyed. Person A's dead. Person B's dead. Person C is incapacitated. Now, I am no longer allowed to target person C. He was a viable target that I could have killed before he was incapacitated. Now I can't specifically target him. However,
But I
the boat
can
is
target the
still
boats.
there. The boat is still there. I can target the boat. He's on the boat.
Okay, so I disagree. Although if you say that wait, let me explain what I disagree with before you jump to any conclusion. I don't know. I disagree. Just like reading through these regulations, that you can just like disregard those personnel that are near the target. Maybe tell me as someone who served in the Air Force that that's totally wrong, and I would have to take your word for it, I guess.
If that's true, here is a nuclear facility. In that nuclear facility, there is a picture of someone that's receiving medical care. We must bomb the nuclear facility
Well,
in
there's
order
a
to.
proportionality to it, right?
So now,
There's no
wait.
proportionality anymore, right?
Interesting that you bring that up, right? So then what you're saying is that rule that you're reading there clearly only applies in proportional context. Right?
I don't know that to be factually the case for the Geneva Conventions. I haven't studied this. Like,
You're not
I
even
know that you
reading-
want me to take a strong position on
You're
this.
not
but you
even
could say-
reading the Geneva
or you're-
Conventions. You're not even reading them. You're reading like the DOD law. Was
No,
what you were
well,
reading.
I was looking at both.
So
I
it wouldn't
in
make
the
sense. It would not make sense that would be the case. Think of the nonsensical. Then literally, it would be the most unbeatable military in the world to literally just have a guy in a gurney
Have
with an
6
IV
people
drip
around.
bag and just be like, that's it. You can no longer legally do anything to us. We could literally deploy weapons of mass destruction right here on this bed with this guy with the gurney, and you can't do anything. You clearly understand that that's fucking ridiculous.
Sure, of course. That's
Okay. So
Let's
then it
strap
would
them all
be
the gurneys
right.
with Uzis. I got you, motherfuckers.
So then you can see
Tank
that the
armor.
rules and laws that you're reading also apply. Now, to be quite fair, the law of armed combat, it seems based on my reading of it, does include some sort of proportional response. And that is the objective that you're targeting of benefit to take out enough that the excess damage that would cause.
Exactly.
And if not, then the question is, you're not going to really ever say that that's a war crime unless it's blatant, though, right? It can't be like, well, the target was 49%, but the terrorist that was incapacitated was 51%. Bam, war crime. That's not how it would go. It would be something like this, the way that proportionality thing's applied there. Like, do you bomb a hospital to take out Osama bin Laden and kill 30 children? Probably not, because proportionally at that, well, maybe they might.
I don't know.
argue
I mean, that's an extreme.
But you see the point. That's the
Well, it
proportionality.
actually
It's
was
never
well
going to
known
come
that
down.
he hid those things.
It's never going to come down to this level of like, well, this was a target of drugs that were being brought in that will finance terrorism, that will lead to people dying because they'll take this fentanyl.
That's the argument anyway. I don't think.
And so therefore we evaluate that versus the person that quite literally 5 seconds ago we were allowed to kill, but is now clinging to the boat, who's currently calling for reinforcements.
There's a number of assumptions in there. I don't think we've seen any evidence that these are
that is absolutely
something
true.
that they were.
You are absolutely
we haven't seen evidence of
you're
that.
absolutely
You're
absolutely right that all of this is assumptions, and the story that you and Democrats have jumped on are full of complete anonymous source assumptions. Every single one of them. Anonymous source assumptions.
Concluding that something is the case. I'm saying that these are questions. And these are A to C propositions.
No, it's more than questions. This is basically Democrats ordering soldiers to be insubordinate, which is going to lead to the death of U.S. soldiers by saying you have to disobey unlawful orders. By the way, this order is unlawful.
About the video of like Mark Kelly and other.
Correct. So all of this is having in context where there are people definitively saying this was unlawful, while simultaneously they're saying, "Hey, soldiers, if you carry out unlawful orders, we'll prosecute."
I actually didn't realize this is actually just a note. I actually didn't realize it was in reference to that. I thought it was in reference to like soldiers being deployed or National Guard being deployed to like American cities.
They're claiming all of that. They're claiming all this shit. That's the idea. Nonetheless, all of this gets across from the point that you've gone back to the boat thing, and you've still yet to provide any evidence whatsoever about how was reported that
I didn't come here to like prove this to you.
It doesn't matter if you came to prove it. That's not the point. A base assumption on having a conversation or debate is that we're saying things that we honestly believe, right? And if you're making claims,
I don't honestly believe.
If you're making claims, right, that it took about an hour and 40 minutes for you to get met, if he only said kill them all, that's not a war crime.
That's such a false characterization.
Did you say that?
Pretty open about
Did you
what?
say that?
About what?
Did you eventually say yes? If all he said was kill them all, that's not a war crime.
It may not be a war crime. It's still maybe. I don't know if you can just like kill people.
And then we get.
You can't just kill people. We do it all the time.
Okay, it can still be a war crime to just kill. You can't just decide to kill somebody because you're
when it's a target. Yes, you can.
The argument is right, like Avers. Before we get down this rabbit hole, if these were legitimate targets and saying kill them all is not a war crime, we're being told. But that's not the claim that's being said that was a war crime. The people that are saying that that's a war crime is one of two scenarios. One, the Hegseth, the second strike. That Hegseth saw people clinging to the boat and ordered the strike, or that the phrase kill them all itself constituted saying and kill them by torturing them, or even if they're incapacitated, kill them anyways.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only evidence we have of that.
Yeah.
That he said kill them all.
Like
I asked you. So we went over and over, round and round and round and round and round for over an hour. You said I heard people quote this. You were unable to really provide any. You provided finally two that misquoted the Washington Post, despite the fact you said it was all over the place. Then you've waffled between saying clearly if all he said was kill them all. You eventually said no, that wouldn't constitute a war crime. Then you waffled and said, well, it may. So you've even reflected on that?
Yeah, I think the law gets a little bit complicated, especially around war crimes.
Show me the law anywhere that says that someone who has, as long as the target is legitimate, that saying kill them all constitutes a war crime because hypothetically that could mean that someone tortures them. Show me.
Because then someone tortures them?
Okay. I thought torture was a simple way of saying this. I would include torture people who are incapacitated being killed. Let's rephrase the question. Show me anywhere in any sort of law where it suggests that if there is a legitimate target that could be targeted for execution for being killed, that using the phrase kill them all constitutes a war crime because that could hypothetically mean kill them in an unlawful manner.
Okay, well, obviously, if you're saying kill them in an unlawful manner, then it's unlawful. If you're not saying that it's not. Like that's the thing that we currently don't know. That's obviously that dichotomizes the whole situation. Obviously, if he wasn't saying it in an unlawful way, it's not unlawful. Obviously,
you're on a jury trial. You hear that Hegseth said kill them all. Did he commit a war crime? If that's all the information you have,
I think I would need more information.
But that's all you have.
Okay, I don't think that definitively proves it. No.
So not guilty.
If that were all the information, I've been on a jury actually recently. I would have to say no, not guilty, because it
Do
doesn't.
you have any other information for
No,
Hegseth's
and I'm not
culpability?
trying to say that I would convict him today.
There you have it.
That I
Now we're
literally
back.
never
Now
said
I
that.
could talk to you for another 30 minutes and you'll say, I didn't say that. Maybe he did commit a war crime by just saying that. And we'll go round
You
and
want to?
round
I
and round.
actually should go.
So
through
that's
something.
it. You finally concede.
I-
Based on
this is what I said from the first minute. I don't know how many. It's been like 2.5 hours. No,
not
from
what you said.
minute one, I was
That is-
saying this is what I heard happened. This is why people are saying this, and then we got into all these tangents.
You said it
it's
sounds like
impossible to commit
scenario
war crime.
one. It sounds like Pete Hegseth committed a war crime.
I mean,
based
maybe
on
it's
his-
scenario two. It's the White House that said he didn't do that. They're the ones who said it. Oh, it can't be scenario scenario two. They're saying, oh no, it's just Bradley. That's the White House that's saying that.
What the fuck? Wait, what?
We don't have confirmation on any of these.
Wait, what? So the White House denying that Hegseth did one of the two things is confirmation he did the other?
No, of course not. Of course I'm not saying that. Obviously. It's the White House that is saying
Saying
we're
what?
ruling out number two.
Okay. What's that have to do with number one, which you're saying is the likely scenario?
I'm saying I don't think that this has been like disproven that he definitely didn't order that strike. It's just the White House so far that said that.
Wait,
Am
disproven
I wrong?
So now you're claiming that the wait. Now
You're
you're claiming the
claiming it's
other
just-
scenario may be true. That possibly Hegseth did see people clinging to the boat.
I'm not sure I've seen something.
Is that?
that
But wait,
ruled that out.
Stop talking.
Other
for
than
a
the
minute.
White House?
Stop talking. Is that what you're saying now? I don't even understand what you're saying. Are you saying now, well, actually, maybe the other scenario is true? Is that what you're saying? Because the only denial you've heard is the White House. Is that what you're saying?
Is that false?
How are you incapable of answering any question ever?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. And a
Thank
follow-up,
you.
is that false?
Yes, that is false. One, the absurdity of this now, at the end of 2.5 hours, saying
absurdity.
after
Okay,
we said,
who
no, wait.
Who else verified that?
The,
Other than the White
It is
House?
true. I also haven't heard anyone deny that Pete Hegseth put nuclear bombs on the moon is going to propel
Okay.
it into the sun.
Okay.
The point is,
that
the
might be
reason
true.
that we crossed out that scenario is because no one has claimed that that's what Pete Hegseth did. So for someone to deny it, that only one person denied something that no one claimed well, that's fishy. Do you see the stupidity? Show me someone claiming that Pete Hegseth was watching the film, saw these soldiers clinging to the boat, and then said, yes, proceed to bomb them. Show me.
Wait. Sorry, I need a... I don't want to bring this to you unless I can verify this a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this
Okay.
properly. Wait. Okay. Okay, read this and tell me if it says what it seems like it very straightforwardly says.
What sentence? Where do you
White
want?
House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt confirmed Monday that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth authorized the second follow-up strike on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean.
Let's see what it says.
Wait, that would just...
President Trump and Hegseth made it clear that the presidential designated narco-terrorist group subject to lethal targeting in accordance with laws of war with respect to the strikes in the context. Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Bradley worked well within the authority and law to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States was eliminated. This administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has the right to take them out, threatening the United States if they're bringing narcotics, killing our citizens. Show me where that suggests that Hegseth ordered the second strike.
This says that Karoline Leavitt said... I would
Here's
like to just
here's
see
the quote.
video.
Here's the quote of Karoline Leavitt. Yes, that's what I'm suggesting. Show me where her quote says that. So this is, again, an article misreporting the truth.
Okay, I mean, it says that she said, if we could find a video of her speaking this segment, that's what I'm saying, is we could hear her words, and then we would know.
So your belief
But this
is
is
that
claiming
they have
consent.
chose. Okay, here we go. Here's her words.
That Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, the reported second strike on an alleged drug vote on September 2nd, the Secretary said to the President that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear.
Real quick, we'll go back to it. I want to listen. What he says, or the latter, listen.
Secretary Hegseth gave the order.
The latter is true.
Story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
Okay, so she literally, the very first thing she says is, we're saying that Hegseth did not give the order for the second strike. That's literally the first thing she says. Now let's keep listening.
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was well within his authority to do so.
So that's twice, in that very, let me finish. That's twice that she said the exact opposite. She said, yes, we're saying that it wasn't Hegseth that ordered the second strike. Then she clarifies at the end, it was Bradley that ordered the second strike.
Yeah, in the middle, so that's why I wanted you to play again. I can pull it up if you want to.
In the middle, she said what is exactly quoted here.
She said that he carried out the strike.
President, this is what she said. I have an exact
quote. Let's just hear the thing.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Are you denying that it's this exact quote that she says in the middle? She says, I have a statement for President Trump, and then reads this statement. Okay, does this statement say that Hegseth ordered the second strike?
She said that he carried out the strikes.
She said that Hegseth ordered a second strike. I just want to be clear. If she didn't say that, you're banned from my channel for life. Because I just pointed out, she said specifically twice that it wasn't Hegseth, it was Bradley. So if your argument's going to be, I'll play this again. I will absolutely, if I'm wrong, I'll say, holy fuck. What she said was that Hegseth gave the order, it's right here in black and white. With respect to the strikes, Hegseth authorized Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. That's what she says. Not that Hegseth ordered the second strike. Hegseth said, Bradley, you have my permission. Take these out. That's what he said. Bradley orders strike one. Then Bradley orders strike two. She's asked twice specifically. She clarifies twice. Are you saying that it was Bradley that ordered this, not Hegseth? Yes, she says. That's what I'm saying. Then again, at the end, the guy says, so just to clarify, you're saying that it was Bradley that did this, not Hegseth. Yes, she says again. And he had every right to do so. And you're denying.
Can we just hear that middle section?
Yes, we could hear it, and then you're banned for life if it doesn't say what you think it says.
Okay.
It's true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated Narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes.
Wow, it's almost like that's the exact quote that I said it would be. That's the exact quote that was.
I wasn't saying you were wrong. I just wanted to hear you say.
Okay. Now you acknowledge that she actually says the opposite. That it was Bradley that ordered the strike, not Hegseth.
So in the middle, she's saying that Hegseth authorized, but in the beginning and end, it sounds pretty clearly she's saying that Bradley ordered those strikes.
I mean, are you this fucking stupid? Hegseth said, there's boat. I'm authorizing the strikes to take out this boat and these people. Then the question is, but there's an accusation that after the first strike, these people were injured, and that could be a war crime. Did Hegseth order a second strike? No, she says. He didn't. He ordered the strikes in general. He ordered the strikes in general, right? But then they say again, so with the second strike, did Hegseth? No, it wasn't him. It was Bradley. And you're like, well, she did clarify that it was absolutely Bradley and not Hegseth.
Yeah.
But it does say that he authorized the strikes. Yes. And he authorized the ability to strike. It was Bradley that ordered the second strike, the details.
Are you denying that? Case? Yes.
Okay. Agreed. So then what are you saying?
I'm so mad, man.
Because it seems that you're gaslighting us and suggesting that what she said in the middle suggests that it was Hegseth that ordered the second strike.
Look, I don't know how to say this other than like, I'm sure you've talked to some awful people here, and I'm not asking you to trust me or whatever, but I'm just working through this in real time, okay? And I'm saying in the beginning, it sounded pretty clear that she was saying that it wasn't Hegseth who ordered the strike. In the middle, it sounded like she was saying he said he authorized them, and then at the end, it sounds like she's clarifying that it was Bradley.
Do you think the middle is? Do you think that the middle is suggesting that he authorized the second strike?
I think if I just heard that without the clarification,
But you did hear the clarification.
Yes,
you heard the
I
before
did.
And the after. So what's the point? What's the point of saying in the middle he authorized strikes, but he's not the one that ordered the second? What's the point of you being like, well, I don't know. In the middle, it suggests if you already heard the clarification both before and after.
I want to understand what's being said.
No, because you're gaslighting everyone.
I have a question.
Maybe I'm gaslighting.
That's what you do.
If you hire a sniper to take out a target, right, and he, let's say, hits the first shot in the leg and fires the second shot to make for the kill, right? Just because he was only ordered to fire and make the shot, is the person that made the first kill responsible for the second bullet as well?
I mean, look, I'm going to be talking out my ass if I talk about, the legalities around sniping, but I'm guessing
this guy's such a fucking gaslighting bad faith idiot. What's the point of it? He can't even acknowledge the fucking words that are on the paper. He's not going to be able to he's not going to be able to deal with the hypothetical when you have words right in the
literally
page.
Answering
when
the
you
question,
literally have her saying this is exactly what happened. So I just want to be clear. So were you implying
I'm literally like biting this bullet, like
when you were, but you weren't initially. Here's what happens. Here's how the gaslighting works. You're like, I don't know.
Oh my God.
It sounds like she's suggesting it. And then when I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous, you're like, whoa, I'm biting the bullet now. After you just got done gaslighting that maybe that wasn't the case.
What I'm answering.
All right. Okay. So here's what we'll do. We're going to go back. I'll ask you one more question. Are you telling me that when you said, wait a minute, can we play this?
Yeah.
Can you just play it? And then you said, well, it sounds like in the middle there she's saying, are you legitimately saying that you weren't suggesting that maybe it was Hegseth, that she was saying Hegseth ordered the second strike?
I'm just working through what she's saying. It sounds like and she clarifies very clearly that it wasn't Hegseth ordering those strikes.
You heard the beginning of the end.
It does kind of sound like that.
You heard the beginning of the end. You heard the beginning and end. You heard the beginning and end, and then you wanted to go back to the middle. Then after you went back to the middle, at that point, we went back to it. Did you think based on what you heard in the middle, that Hegseth ordered the second strike?
What she said in the middle kind of sounds like that.
Okay, so you heard the middle part once, then you heard the middle part again, then you started to comment. Now, you'd already heard the beginning and the end, where she specifically said twice.
Yeah, you rewinded the first part. We heard that again. I wanted to hear the second
at that
part.
point, when we went back and we rewound, and you watched the middle, and then you started to say, it sounds like she's suggesting. Were you at that point knowing, but that's clearly not what she's saying? Or are you saying maybe she is saying that Hegseth ordered the second strike? What were you saying at that point? When I then went, here we fucking go. And then you're like, whoa, I'm biting the bullet.
When I was saying biting the bullet, I was talking about the hypothetical that he offered.
Okay.
Are your nails painted?
Yeah. I mean,
Hegseth gave the order. It's right. Authorized Bradley has. Not they take these for strikes brand.
That presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes.
Wow, it's almost like that's the exact quote that I said it would be. That's the exact quote.
I wasn't saying you were wrong. I just wanted to hear you say.
Okay, now you acknowledge that she actually says the opposite, that it was Bradley that ordered the strike, not Hegseth.
So in the middle, she's saying that Hegseth authorized, but in the beginning and end, it sounds pretty clearly she's saying that Bradley ordered those strikes.
I mean, are you this fucking stupid? Hegseth said, there's both. I'm authorizing the strikes to take.
Why so mad? Yeah, it's true.
So when you're saying, sorry, let me make sure.
I'm biting that bullet here too.
So you fully acknowledge now. Now we're good. Now you fully acknowledge, after you work through it, you fully acknowledge that yes, Hegseth didn't know, there is no evidence.
Is it wrong to consider something and
because
what are you arguing against here?
Because you're so fucking stupid, or you're so willfully disingenuous and gaslighting, that understanding that someone authorized strikes when someone's telling you that the specific second strike was ordered by a different person, and trying to be like, whoa, I'm trying to make sense of this. It is quite clear what's being said here. One person said, yep, we're giving the go-ahead to hit that target. I'm authorizing the strike on that target. And the other is saying, but the specific orders were given by a different person who ordered the second strike after seeing the damage of the first one.
Why should I have that level of capacity to understand what authorizing versus ordering a strike means in this context?
Because
why should I, a civilian, have a complete understanding?
Because Karoline,
I would like to, but
go ahead. Please go ahead for 20 seconds here, and then for how long do you want? Go ahead as long as you want, and then I'll answer your question quite easily.
Okay, please.
Because Karoline Leavitt told you twice with the utmost specificity exactly what it meant.
And I said that she clarified. And clarified means...
But she clarified before you asked to hear it again, and then said, I don't know. It says he authorized the strikes.
The middle section again after you
it has nothing to do with wanting to... It has nothing to do with wanting to hear the middle section. It has everything to do with... You knew that the clarification, both at the beginning and the end, showed that you were wrong about what was being suggested, or rather the Hill was wrong about their characterization of this. And once you heard it, then you proceeded to be like, I don't know. I wonder what that means, that he authorized the strike. I wonder. That kind of sounds like he ordered the second strike. That's what you were implying, right?
No, I can see that you're very, very suspicious, and that you think that I'm very...
well, you've been the whole night.
Very bad faith, and so
you have been.
Sorry,
you have been all night.
I have not been.
You've continued. For example, here's things you've done. I've read this. Where did you read it? Well, here it's behind a paywall. So you read this behind a paywall? Well, no. But you said you read it. So what does this thing behind a paywall have to do? That you've done this shit all night.
That seems
You
to me
also
the original
you were also
source.
bad faith when you didn't finish the quote for Trump, which I've been holding on to for a while.
I'm sorry. For what thing?
You didn't finish the quote for Trump where he said that I believe Hegseth. You said when you were talking about Trump saying that he would have never fired a second missile, Trump then went in and said, but I believe Hegseth when he says that that's not what happened.
Okay, which article was that? I was reading that.
In the beginning.
I wasn't trying
to. You didn't
read
finish the
something
quote. I'm just saying things where you're bad faith. I'm just calling out things.
Sure, I haven't memorized these.
Okay, so all the meta conversation aside, so now now you understand. Now you understand 100% that there's nowhere with any credibility whatsoever that suggests that Pete Hegseth watched this video and then ordered a second strike. Correct?
The Hill article is not saying that. I don't know what the Washington Post says. The Hill seems to be wrong about the way that they're characterizing what Karoline Leavitt says. They seem to be completely wrong.
Have you read anywhere? Have you read anywhere, other than this Hill argument, that suggests that Pete Hegseth saw the damage and ordered a second strike?
Yeah, the PBS interview with the
here we go. Okay. So just to be clear,
there's questions around that.
So this is going to say, no, wait, that's different. So this is going to say there's questions around whether or not Pete Hegseth saw the first strike and then ordered the second. That's what this PBS article is going to say.
I'm not sure.
But you just said that's where you read it.
Huh?
I just said, where else did you read this? You said the PBS article. I said, oh, it's going to say this.
I said the PBS says that there's questions around what Pete Hegseth's role was.
So this is going to say that there are questions around. It's going to say that maybe Hegseth saw the attack and then ordered the second one. That's what it's going to say.
I can read it and find out. Let's see.
No, wait. You can read it and find out, but you're the person making the claim. I said, where did you read this? You said the PBS article. Okay.
No, I said I don't know. My God, Rob. Okay, I literally, everything I read from now on, from this day forward, I'll put every link into a Google Doc so that if any web page contains anything, I'll be able to find it for you. Again, I can't ask you to trust me that I'm not trying to psycho manipulate you, but this is really, they seem to be completely wrong.
Have you read anywhere other than this Hill argument that suggests that Pete Hegseth saw the damage and ordered a second strike?
Yeah, the PBS interview with the
here we go. Okay. Care to respond? You said, when I asked you, have you read anywhere other than the Hill, you said, yes, the PBS article. And I say, okay, it's going to say this. And then your argument after that was, I don't know what the PBS article will say. And I said, but you just said that this article says that. Then you gaslit and said, no, I never said that.
Look, can anything just be like, hey, we're trying to
let's keep going.
Not gaslighting,
let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Really,
here we go. Here we go.
Really
listen. Here we go. Pete Hegseth saw the damage and ordered a second strike.
Yeah, the PBS interview with the
here we go. Okay. He says the PBS article says that Pete Hegseth witnessed the first strike and then ordered a second strike. Now listen. So now we have. So just to be clear,
there's questions around that.
So this is going to say, no, wait, that's different. So this is going to say there's questions around whether or not Pete Hegseth saw the first strike and then ordered the second. That's what this PBS article is going to say.
I'm not sure.
But you just said that's where you read it.
Huh?
I just said, where else did you read this? You said the PBS article. I said, oh, it's going to say this.
The PBS says that there's questions around what Pete Hegseth's role was.
So this is going to say that there are questions around. It's going to say that maybe Hegseth saw the attack
and then head out.
Ordered the second one. That's what it's going to say.
I can read it and find out. Let's see.
No, wait. You can read it and find out, but you're the person making the claim. I said, where did you read this? You said the PBS article. Okay.
No, I said I don't know. My God, Rob. Okay, I literally.
Now you're saying I said I don't know. Let's go back about a minute
Okay.
prior.
Well, this is fun.
Have you read anywhere? Have you read anywhere?
Have a good night, man.
Other than this Hill argument that suggests that Pete Hegseth saw the damage and ordered a second strike.
Yeah, the PBS interview with the
Here we go. Okay.
Major General.
Yes, I read that there.
From now on, from this day forward.
Did you read this? You said the PBS article. Okay.
No, I said I don't know.
Now let's go back. Now he's saying, I said, where did you read this PBS article? I said, I don't know. No, wait. You can read it and find out, but you're the person making the claim. I said, where did you read this? You said the PBS article. Okay.
No, I said I don't know.
Now he's saying, no, he never said that. He said, I don't know. Let's go back again.
They seem to be completely wrong.
Have you read anywhere? Have you read anywhere other than this Hill argument that suggests that Pete Hegseth saw the damage?
Oh, this is the good part. This is when I ate my sandwich.
Yeah, the PBS interview with the
Here we go. Okay.
Major.
Now that's the whole fucking debate in a nutshell. He gaslights. I never said that. That's all right. Why are you getting upset? I didn't say that. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Then you go back and show the receipts. Well, I gotta go.
I've learned a lot from this debate, actually. You know what I learned?
What's that?
That we can get more lefties if we just put up a paywall.
There we go. Put up the paywall, man.
Yeah, you see, now you all are subjected to my new paywall. All of you must have green. I will leave the paywall up until we get 10 memberships. You see, now we have a paywall. You won't know what's
now
reality.
listen. I just want to say, right, that I stayed up arguing with some lefty for you all. We didn't do whip songs and shit. People wanted more content, wanted debates. I spent this whole show. We've gone almost 6 hours. So I hope that people appreciate it. And so what I would like is we're only 28% of the way from 200%. So I think we can get to 200% because you realize the weird dichotomy. The more I fuck around and just play whip songs and stuff, the more donos I get. When I actually do what people want, which is like debate people, then we don't get as many.
Yeah,
we got to read.
Stolen from my whips tonight.
I know. I promise we'll owe them tomorrow. I promise.
You know, I feel I had so many topics to talk about today with you just while we were in the middle of whip songs. Like, I feel like my whole day has been stolen from me.
We could do it tomorrow. So a couple things. This guy is taking over the side of violent drug smuggler over the people actively protecting the country. Absolutely disgusting. Airborne Animal, thanks so much. $5. Golly, $10 says, was the caller at least calling out Biden's mental decline before the debate? I should have asked. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, honestly, debating me on whether burgers are better than hot dogs would have been way more intellectually stimulating than this imbecile. For Tome, $10 says, maybe for later, but it looks like Nick Rakita is live saying Andrew and Destiny called him out. Don't understand what he's going on about, but maybe it's just clickbait title. I don't know. Airborne Animal, $5 says, this Muppet admitted that he doesn't know what happened. I bet you he won't admit he was incorrect. Leftists are allergic to accountability and honesty. Yes, as you see. Another $5, Airborne Animal. Thanks so much. Says, see how far the termites have spread and how well they've died. Hitchens. I love that quote. Zach Gelpy, $5 says, definition of obtuse right here. Blasterbot, 6 months says, the fuck is this DGG guy say? And then we got Sniper, a member again. Thanks so much. Blasterbot, $5 says, I got your proportional response right here. D's nuts. Oh no, the UN has declared them a WMT. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, waging war, I guess, to this guy is a war crime. Yeah. Blasterbot, $5 says, this guy looks to Titan for Megamut. But it's kind of gay and way less fit, also less cognizant, very unsmart. Double plus on good. Otis Dripwood, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Airborne Animal, $5 says, imagine if these leftists just cared half as much about drug smuggling terrorists as for the innocent unborn. Yeah. Aura Carina, thanks so much for becoming a member. Devil's Raspberry, $2 says, but it's awesome when Ukraine double taps. Yeah. Airborne Animal, $5. This guy, if I claim I don't know where I read it, I don't have to prove my claim. I could just assert it as true and thus win the argument. Whole debate. I read that somewhere. I heard that somewhere. Where? I don't know. Sam, $20. Thanks so much, man. John Rock, $2 says, you earned all my money set. Share this stream. Thank you. And not Voltaire. Thanks so much for becoming a member.
Welcome.
Yeah. So At this point, 22% away. I'm almost at 4 a.m. We've been going late.
I had such a good fucking topic today too. Just can take him.
Nikki
God,
Blue Eyes, thanks for becoming a member. Said these people were stupid and I don't respect them. It's just like I just get so fucking aggravated when people say like everyone can make a mistake once in a while, but it was over and over. He would say something and be like, I didn't say that. And it's like, yeah, you did. Finally, I got frustrated enough to be like, all right. Now,
it was reversed. Usually I'm torturing you with whip songs. You're torturing me with bad military rhetoric today. My wife knew I was getting so frustrated. She brought me snacks. She's like, here, calm down with this sandwich. Oh, thank you, babe. You know me so well.
Now, look at one thing you can take from this is how dishonest the mainstream media is. White House Secretary confirmed Monday that Defense Secretary Hegseth authorized the second follow-up strike on the alleged boat. Well, technically true, he didn't order it, right? He authorized strikes in general.
Yeah. It's just like it's a military doctrine. They just did their job. I don't get it. God, and it wasted.
So he didn't author the way that's written. It makes it sound like what it's saying. It makes it sound like what it's saying is Pete Hegseth saw it and said, "Yes, go ahead, strike again." That's not what happened. Hegseth just said, "Yes, take out the target." Right, and then so if the second strike, you see the point, right?
Oh, I got the point the first minute. I don't know. You don't have to convince me there, Turbo. I'm frustrated because I had a whole rhetoric planned about how Cyber Monday is no longer, or even Black Friday is just worthless. And there was not even a line, and there was just open stores everywhere. I had a whole rhetoric for it today. Fucking stupid.
Well, blame EOD. He's the one who gave that guy the call-in number. I'm actually, I'm glad. It was worth it. I do admit I get tired and I get frustrated. It's shit like that that's frustrating. It's just someone says, and like the inability to follow a chain of an argument. It's so fucking, I don't know. Maybe I'm a fucking idiot. Maybe I am.
No, I was bashing my head against I was literally bashing my head on the table.
When something goes like this, right? Where it's like, okay, you're saying that you heard X. Yes. And you're going to show me proof of that. Yes. Okay, you have proof of it. Yes, this article. Okay, and this article says X. No, this article says Y. Right, but the article doesn't say X. Well, who cares about X? But you said it says X. Yeah, but it says Y. Right, but my question was, does it say X? But Y is important. Maybe Y is important. Nonetheless, not responsible. Does it say X? You've yet to provide me. It said X. Okay. Well, this general says Y. Right, but that's not the general saying X. Yeah, but I don't understand why you don't think Y is important. I didn't say that I don't think Y is important. I'm asking you, who said X? You said you heard X all over the place. Okay. Well, here, the Hill says Y. Right, but where does it say X?
You know what it was? Maybe he spent too much time huffing nail polish.
Did he have nail polish? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, I asked him. He has his fingers nail painted.
Oh, what's this guy? Oh boy, guess what?
Another caller?
No. I got a call up.
A what?
A call up. I'm called up to the big leagues tomorrow.
Oh.
I'm hosting the extravaganza.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, because Andrew has the debate. That's why.
Fuck. I forgot to send that over. I did research for that. I got to make sure I send it tomorrow. But, all right. Whoa!
I was just trying to see the dono. We're almost there.
22%. I got to get to bed, though. So I appreciate everyone. You guys are great.
But we're still owed whip songs from this morning.
No, 3 minutes, and then I got to get to bed.
3 minutes?
Yeah,
I feel robbed. I feel robbed today.
I am robbed. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I do get too heated with this shit, but am I the only one that gets fucking frustrated as shit with this? Now
you lasted longer than I would. You just gave him more good faith than I would. I think a lot of people were expecting me to go out and start spurging, so I just held my tongue.
It just, I I don't know. It's almost 9 a.m. there. Where the heck are you? All right. Where would it be 9 a.m.?
I know I'm exhausted too, but I mean, I want that dono bar to get to 200%.
200%. We could do
I think
it.
we earned it. I mean, I had to. It was like a reverse avarice anger grift today. Like, let's make avarice bash his head against the wall. I think I deserve 200%.
Yeah, I know what to do. I got it.
Tariff.
Bam! You just got tariffed. Yeah, that's probably what I should have did. Replayed the stream earlier. Yeah, 4 a.m. See, I don't have Mountain Dew. That's my problem. All right. If no one's going to donate, that's reasonable. I get it. Is anyone still streaming? Oh, Sam, $20. Thank you so much.
If anybody's still.
Is this? Oh, look at this. Look at this guy. I thought you were a morning guy. Oh, of course not. Berserk, $10. Oh snap! Now we're close. We're only 13% of the way away.
Believe it or not, it looks like Teriak is on.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he did. Rob No, and it's actually called robnoerr, Lord Jake, Rattlesnake, and Jim Bob.
Wow.
And he's doing something with the it says robnoerr with Normal America, top left screen of his screen. Look at that.
Look at that guy. We're close. We're very close. We only need 6. $36, maybe.
Is it $36? I think we can hit it.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it's 46. I think it's 36. Shit. I'm tired. I barely got any sleep last night. And then tonight looks
I'm dying over here.
Dude, fuck. Wait, here's another thing.
I have to wake up early and I have to go to the chiropractor too. And we still have the morning show.
Well, then, and listen to this shit. I should cancel the morning show tomorrow.
I mean, that would make my wife happy for sure.
Yeah, let's do that. We're going to cancel the morning show because here's why. Oh, fucking hell. My word war meeting's at 5:30. And the extravaganza is from 5 to 6. And for that matter, isn't fucking Jake going to be doing the extravaganza with me? Oh, my goodness. Berserk, thanks so much for $10.
Well, the word war guys will probably wait a half hour for you to.
Well, I think that they'll be fine. They'll just do their own thing and it'll be fine. I don't think I could contact them afterwards. It won't be. We're very close now. Did your sub come in, Malsey? I don't know.
Kick.
It won't show up on Kick. Or for me on StreamYard. I got to go over to Kick to check. But I'm sure it did. Maybe. Holy shit. Oh. I don't know if it came through.
Yeah, I was so fucking excited to talk about how Cyber Monday fucked up, was stupid, and the sales were stupid, and the one game I wanted was still $100 plus.
Malsey, I'll have to check tomorrow. How about this though? What did you think about the suggestion? Maybe it would make sense to just buy a custom made PC already built because it might have the older RAM that would be worth it. I don't know.
I mean, I had a couple of things I was thinking about, but I was thinking.
Look at this Celtic Slob, $5, first ever dono to anyone. Hey-ya! Thank you so much, man. That means a lot. That's a special $5. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Evers.
No, that's fine. No, I was thinking like we might even just do a custom desktop. And just throw you with like a good laptop too, so we can have something for travel when we do Word War.
I'll definitely need a good laptop eventually.
Yeah,
I thought that the desktop I thought important to start with.
Right now I'm actually thinking the way with Word War and the way we'll be moving, a laptop might be more behooving right now.
Oh, look at this shit, Kokomo, $10. We're only 13 away. $13. You think?
Yeah, well, I mean, for right now, like we can temporarily hook everything to a laptop, right? And then at least we could have it prepped for when we go to Word War and things like that, right? And when we're on the road, right? We could already have things prepped to it, and then we could just make a desktop and move everything from the laptop to the desktop when you're home. But
Yeah,
it's just,
that's fine.
it's just a discussion for later.
I just know the laptop, like, I've had so many problems with overheating with laptops.
No shit, that's going to be a major problem with all of them. Mine overheats like crazy too. It's just that's a laptop.
Yeah. We'll see that. I bought a cheap ass laptop that I could basically just stream straight to YouTube, which is fine. And I should have took that son of a bitch down to DebateCon because like I'm doing like all this research prep for like all the debaters there at DebateCon, and I had to make a PowerPoint and I had to do it on my fucking phone.
Oh my
the
God.
worst, man. Trying to fucking type on my phone, do a little PowerPoint on it was the
You should
absolute
have asked me. I
worst.
had my PC.
I
with
know.
me.
And then I ran into you later, was like, motherfucker, I should have just talked to Avarice. Uh-oh. Look at that, gentleman.
Did that give us the goal?
Look at this.
Oh,
Look at that. Oh, and then comes an
hey.
airborne animal. Thanks so much, Berserk. $10. Airborne animal, $10 says, I have a lot of respect for you, Rob. I'm fighting these lefties on to debate whatever they want. Unfortunately, they live in a world of feelings over facts, so it's hard to pin them down like slime. Yeah, in fairness, that's very similar to how a lot of the bigger name lefties debate too. Just constantly go from one thing to another. And it's so frustrating because I feel like it's easy to just be like, just answer honestly. Like I gave what his answer could have been. How hard, this would have saved 2.5 hours to just be like, literally, I could make his argument in 30 seconds. Yeah, the initial stories about Hegseth seem to be blown out of proportion unless new details come out. But still, I'm uncomfortable with these strikes and they might end up being ruled that they were actually a war crime. Look at that! 20 seconds I made his 2.5 hour argument without having to do all the backtrack, this, that, and the other. And why would he give a fuck anyways? Wouldn't he just say, I don't give a fuck about other Democrats. Fuck them. Yeah, they're being shitty. And?
I see, here's the thing I don't understand. It's just a boat and two people. Why are we all choked up about two people?
Well, they're not because they're because the point that's the point. They don't care. They don't give a fuck at all.
When did you see the video I sent you? Like really quickly. In Discord, I wanted you to talk about that too. That was part 2 of my shit to discuss. I brought
the Irish,
an actual good article, the Irish one.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll talk about this tomorrow for the evening. But yeah, what it is it's a bunch of Irish people calling themselves the New Republican Movement that are basically doing an ISIS-like video where they're holding.
Here's the thing. I wanted to talk about this specifically.
You got to be careful because that could be considered promoting terrorism.
No. I don't want to promote the terrorism. What I'm saying is this is supposed to be the Irish, right? The guys from in the movies when I was a kid were the IRA. Right? Where are their weapons? That were the little pea shooter and a shot. I was not happy with the amount of weaponry presented to me by once great IRA.
It's very the old. Speaking of which, we are going to read over to Teriak. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh, Tacit Tempo, $5 says that guy sucked. He did. All right, Avarice, thanks. I'm going to go to bed. We're going to skip the call-in show tomorrow. We'll be back probably Wednesday. We'll do Wednesday, Thursday for call-in show. That'll be the plan, especially because I'm going to have a busy day tomorrow, man. I fucking got debate prep. Then I got the extravaganza. Then I got fucking the 10 o'clock show. So yeah, it'll make sense if I'm doing the extravaganza to skip the daytime show. So next time you'll see me is on check Cash App. Oh, Darkheimer, thanks for being a member for 5 months. Appreciate it. Holy shit. Darkheimer, look at this. Oh, what is this? No, wrong. $75 says thanks for the great content tonight. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Darkheimer, thank you, man. What a legend. Thanks so much. The place where you'll be able to find me next is 5 p.m. tomorrow on the Crucible's Rumble channel for the extravaganza.
Oh, he has you debating someone named John Glasson right now.
Who?
Teriak is watching you debate someone named John the Godless Engineer.
Oh, yeah, Godless Engineer, yeah. That's his real name, John something?
I don't know, it's just on the screen. It's backwards.
Yeah, John Gleason. Yeah, that's a SmackDown. So there you go.
I'm pretty tired tonight, so we'll skip the debrief. How's that?
Yeah, I got to go right to bed too. So
yeah,
thank you, Avarice. Thank you to all my mods. Thank you to everyone that donated. Thank you, including the 2 people that called in. At least it was content. I hope you enjoyed it. EOD's debating Spiro tomorrow in Zilla.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
Black Elk. I'm sorry. I
Black
will work
Elk.
on the banner stuff.
You did great tonight. You did great. I know I've gotten that too because I used to bring up super chats as they would come in. But sometimes the super chat, sometimes it makes sense from an editor's point of view. Because, like, let's say I'm like, oh, this video, blah, blah, blah. And then Zach Gilpey says, well, and don't forget they did this. So it connects to what I'm saying. It's like, oh, yeah. But other times it might be like, when are we playing whip songs tonight? And then Black Elk's like scratching his head like, son of a bitch. Now I got to edit out this part because.
Just let him know if he has any suggestions he wants me to do, he can just DM me and I'll listen to him.
All right. Yeah, I'll let him know. I know that I'll talk to you tomorrow about something connected with some Word Wars stuff because he wants to be able to like promote stuff on my channel. And he's like, who will we talk to about assets and stuff? And I was like, well, I know who you'll talk to. So, yeah, I was like, it's actually going to work out quite well.
It's going to work out well.
So
then he can stop yelling at me through third line of communication.
Yelling in first person, yelling. Yeah, so. All right, guys, thank you. Remember the memory of Charlie Kirk. Please, he was a great man, and it's absolutely fucking horrible what they did with him. So say some prayers for his family. I'll see you all tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern on the Crucibles Rumble channel, and then at 10 o'clock for my show again. Thanks, Avarice. We'll talk to you soon, man. See you guys.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.